Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for virtual SLO Days. So good morning. My name is Dale Stoker. I am the Director for New Student and Transition Programs, which means I get to oversee SLO Days and our Week of Welcome in September. I'm so glad to be the first to welcome you here to Cal Poly and to our orientation program. And I get the pleasure to being the first to open up our session today. And we're going to start with a land acknowledgement. So Cal Poly sits on the traditional land of the Yaktitu-Titu Yaktlahini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaktitu-Titu Yaktlahini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. Sorry for that. The Tahini Peepers have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homeland, which include all the cities, communities, federal, and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains toward Kern County, south to Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. So this may be your first time reconnecting with Cal Poly since you've accepted your invitation to attend, but we are so excited to have you here for SLO Days. In fact, just getting to SLO Days is a really big accomplishment. Students, you're going to be part of a class of just over 6,000 incoming new Mustangs from over 78,000 applications this year. Congratulations. My hope for the new students is that you find your second home here at Cal Poly, where you can grow as an individual, feel connected, and contribute to our SLO community and Cal Poly campus. Like our motto states, learn by doing. I've been at Cal Poly for almost 10 years, and I absolutely love this place that I now get to call home because I too have grown as an individual. I feel very connected to our community, and I continue to learn by doing. I remember my first day of orientation. I went to a small school in upstate New York, and I went to the school not knowing anyone else who was attending. And I remember at our very first orientation lunch, I sat next to another first year student. Her name is Nicole. And Nicole and I are still friends today, but I remember this lunch vividly. And Nicole was so much more funny and outgoing and confident than I was. And I knew that going through this orientation program, she was going to make 100 friends by the end of that day, but that wasn't going to be my journey. In fact, I was really wondering how I was going to make some connections with other individuals and find my place here on a community that I had signed up for. For some of you, you may be feeling the same way. You may be a little unsure on how you're going to get oriented here at Cal Poly, and I promise you're in the right place. SLO Days is the right place to start. So during my orientation, I remember I met some other first year students. We played some pickup sport. We signed up for a community service project. And I remember I checked out a club at one of our events. And by the end of that first year, I had joined the club. I tried out for the varsity team. I had done a couple hundred hours of community service. But most importantly, I'd made some friends along the way. And it really started with me just showing up from the very beginning. So by my second year, I decided to join orientation. I got to move back to campus early, catch up with my friends, and then I got to welcome in the next generation of students to our community. And by my senior year, I was one of those senior leaders who was planning our week of welcome. I really found a passion for being part of that mentorship and ambassadorship for our community and showing new students how to get involved in our campus. I know this is my photo from my senior year. I don't know if you can find 21-year-old Dale. It's kind of like a Where's Waldo here on a computer screen, but there I am. Now, I graduated from college almost 20 years ago, but my two best friends still today are two that I met during orientation. It's my wife, Mary, and my best man, Drew, here in the photo here. Um, I share this with no expectation that during our SLO Days or during Week of Welcome, that you're going to meet a significant partner. I did, through pure happenstance, and I still can't believe these two people are part of my life 20 years later. It's been an absolute joy. But maybe you will meet someone who's going to have an impact. It could be a future roommate, a lab partner, maybe someone you're going to join orientation with. All to say, I just want to share that there are so many opportunities in front of you, just like there were for me 20 years ago. And just showing up, being here today is going to be that very first step. So today you've all shown up for SLO Days because you have chosen to join our Cal Poly community, and that's responsibility that we don't take lightly. So SLO Days is going to lay the foundation for your connections because no one can thrive at Cal Poly by themselves. I guarantee that the faculty, the advisors, staff, current students, and even some others that you're going to meet today, even in the Zoom space, they're going to have an impact on your Cal Poly experience, and those connections will start today. So over the next 2 days, through our intentional programming, these presentations and activities are going to give you, or the next day, we only have one day to do this, y'all. We're going to get you out of here by dinner. We're going to set you up for success and give you your initial direction here at Cal Poly. So you're going to receive a lot of information. You're going to hear from a number of different resources, but most importantly, you're going to start to build those connections with each other and with Cal Poly. So I'm going to get to see you a little bit later on here in SLO Days, and I'm definitely going to see you in person for our week of welcome in September. So now I'm going to invite our next speaker up. This is going to be your student government president, Ashley. Ashley, thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, Mustangs. Welcome to SLO Days. My name is Ashley Spriggins, and I'm your ASI student body president. ASI stands for Associated Students Incorporated, and since you're all students, you're all a part of it. I'm so excited to welcome you to Cal Poly. Today, you're starting a new journey and should be proud to be in one of these seats as part of our Mustang family. With that, Cal Poly and San Luis Obispo are truly special. First, the weather here is unbeatable with sunny days year-round. It's perfect for exploring the outdoors. We have the most scenic hills and trails, and don't forget, we're just minutes away from the beach. San Luis Obispo's downtown is vibrant and full of life. There's always something new, from unique shops to great restaurants. And it's not just about the location. Cal Poly's strong academic reputation is something to be proud of. Our Learn by Doing philosophy gives you hands-on experience from day one. Over 90% of our graduates are employed or enrolled in graduate school within a year of graduating. Now, make sure you take advantage of all this campus has to offer. Go on those hikes to the P because you'll never be closer than this year. Get dinner with someone you don't know well yet from your hall. Say hi to everyone you know because this first part of college is all about meeting new people and making memories. Speaking of making memories, let me tell you about my journey. When I clicked the apply button to Cal Poly, let's go next slide, Dale. Perfect. When I clicked the apply button to Cal Poly, I told my mom that was a waste of $70. My academic statistics just did not match what was typical for acceptance. I felt very fortunate to even have the chance, but also quite out of place. Little did I know I'd be standing here before you all 2 years later. Starting out as a manufacturing engineer, I quickly realized my passion lay in business. Changing my major to business meant a grueling year of struggling to excel academically while many of my peers seemed to thrive effortlessly. I endured a year filled with sleepless nights and anxiety, questioning if I could succeed at Cal Poly. Was I not smart enough? Was this the right decision? Did I need to transfer? To make matters worse, that first month of freshman year was particularly tough as I came in with no roommates. While some of you may think it would be great to have your own room, it just was not. I watched my peers bond with their roommates and form groups of friends while I walked to class alone and ate by myself. In an effort to find my place on campus, I joined a sorority at the beginning of my first year. I thought it would bring me instant connections, but I didn't find my place and friends in it until a whole year later. I also joined the Housing Council. Here, I found friends with a passion for change like me. A connection there led me to join school-wide student government on the ASI Board of Directors to be a representative for my college. During that year, I found a love for student government and service to others. I was inspired to run for president. I ran against 7 other candidates, and as you may have guessed, I won the election. I finally found what I wanted at Cal Poly. Although my experience at Cal Poly has been daunting and unpleasant at times, putting myself out there and facing constant rejection has taught me that college is all about self-discovery. It took me over a year to find out who I was, what I was good at, and that my passion was leadership. I eventually found my footing here through campus involvement down many different avenues. I know you all can and will do the same. With that, I encourage each of you to get involved. College isn't just about your schoolwork, it's about taking every opportunity to grow in whatever way possible. Whether it's joining clubs, attending campus events, or pursuing leadership roles, getting involved is key to finding your community and shaping your college experience. Let's go next slide. Speaking of getting involved, ASI has so much to offer for you to engage with on our campus. If you've ever heard of Dayglow, Noel Miller, or Sway Lee, that's who we brought to campus for a free concert each quarter of last year. ASI does large-scale events like that, down to small ones like goat yoga and trivia night. We offer activities in the craft center, workout classes like spin and yoga, intramural sports, outdoor adventures through polyescapes, and opportunities for you to advocate on campus. ASI manages the University Union, the Recreation Center, the Craft Center, student government, club funding, and much more on campus. Next slide. ASI's mission is connecting you to your ultimate college experience. ASI plays a pivotal role in shaping campus life. Whether you're looking to organize events, access campus resources, or voice your concerns, ASI is here to support you every step of the way. It's a platform where your ideas can become reality, where your voice matters. With that, I ask you all to keep in touch with me by following the ASI President Instagram right here by scanning this QR code. Thank you. And now it is my honor to introduce your University Associate Vice President for Student Affairs, Debbie Hill.
Unique co-curricular morning and welcome to Cal Poly. Learn by doing was born here and thrives here. Cal Poly was founded on this philosophy and practice, and it's an essential component to the student experience, the success of our alumni, and the impact of our graduates have on the entire world. Here, we provide unique co-curricular opportunities that allow you to explore your interests. We create meaningful experiences outside of the classroom that prepare you for the global workplace and society. Because when our students come together, they combine research, technology, and the humanities to push the limits of their potential and to change the world. So how we apply Learn by Doing, specifically in student affairs, maybe you've heard of something called the Rose Float. Every year, our students come together to build and design award-winning floats that are on display for the entire nation to see at the Tournament of Roses. This is just one example of how we apply Learn by Doing in student affairs. Other examples include service learning opportunities through Cal Poly College Corps and Center for Service and Action, applying leadership skills learned through the Center for Service and Leadership in student groups and academic courses. Every year, we survey our graduates and find out how they're doing. And here's what they told us about our 2021-22 grads. 91% of those surveyed got jobs or went to grad school. Of those employed, 71% had jobs before they even graduated. Within 6 months of graduation, 97% had jobs. And within 9 months, 100% of them had jobs. The good news is 81% found jobs in California, and the median salary was about $72,000 a year, which is a lot more than I made when I first got out of school. Here we're going to talk a lot about relationships. We want students to care about their communities, each other, and themselves. Student Affairs provides student-centric programs that encourage you to explore, grow, and succeed. It's really common for students to struggle their first few quarters here, and that's okay. It takes time to find your community, friends, and the spaces that you feel good in. We help you by building relationships which set you up for success. Orientation programs like SLO Days, Wow, We Could Welcome, these are all critical steps that help set the foundation for your success. You're going to meet your advisor in the Mustang Success Center, work with folks in career services, residential life, and on-campus housing. There are lots of different centers for you to build community. We have received funding to support creation of even more centers. One of those would be the Center for Military Connected Students. So if you are connected to the military, please check that out. I want you to do one thing for me. By the end of your first year, find one, just one, community, club, organization, job, or volunteer experience to join. Research shows the positive impacts of doing this, and it's a great way to make friends and build your network. We have over 400 clubs, sports, and organizations here at Cal Poly. There's ASI Student Government, Leadership and Service. The Center for Leadership has trainings. Also, the Center for Service and Action provides community service and learning opportunities for you. Taking care of yourself is critical to your success. As a Mustang, you have access to a wide variety of health, well-being, counseling, and peer health services on campus. You're going to have access to the amazing recreation center and the rec sports fields. College life can come with unintended bumps in the road. For those of you that need support, and that is most of us, we have people and programs that are here for you. The Dean of Students provides direct student aid support through a program called Cal Poly Cares that offsets immediate financial needs with one-time grants. In 2022-23, 542 applications for assistance were approved, and almost $500,000 was awarded. We have a robust food pantry and a monthly food distribution site. And again, in 2022-23, the food pantry was utilized by 4,931 unique students, representing nearly 25% of the Cal Poly student body. We also have a meal voucher program. Nearly 1,000 students received meal vouchers during the last academic year, and those ranged anywhere from $75 to $250 per quarter. We also have a professional clothing closet. This closet serves more than 400 students annually through drop-in appointments and events down in career services. We talk a lot about creating equity and inclusion here at Cal Poly. So what does that look like? It's simply doing your part to create a campus where everyone is welcome and recognized for who they are. It also means respecting differences. It means everyone has the same opportunities to succeed and be well. We ask for you to suspend judgment and stay curious. While you're here, you'll find yourself in unfamiliar situations, and it's not always going to be comfortable, but that's okay. Take the time to learn about others' experiences and viewpoints. We ask that you show compassion and a willingness to engage in meaningful conversation. There will also be times when you're simply surviving, and we're here for you when that happens too, because we want to give you the tools to thrive. All of these experiences are critical to your success, not just here, but in every corner of our world, so that you can become the best version of yourself. That work starts now. You're going to participate in meaningful discussions during orientation to help you better understand what bias looks like and ways that you can help create an open, respectful community. We are going to share who we are, what our values are, and what it means to be a Mustang. We want you to share your perspectives, thoughts, so that we can learn from you in different orientation and dialogue opportunities. There are many ways you can learn and grow throughout the year. So please take advantage of all the opportunities we have through student diversity and belonging and other areas. Who you are matters to us. You have a home here at Cal Poly. In fall 2018, Cal Poly opened first-year housing community, Yakitichu Tichu. It was dedicated in honor of the Yaktitichu Tichu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribe. Yaktitichu means community in Tilhini, and it pays tribute to the geographical and cultural history of the tribe. We have 7 residence halls. We created a video in 2018 to help you learn more about this amazing campus community, so please check it out.
One of our greatest connectors as people is language. It's how we share stories and ideas, find common understanding, and build stronger bonds. For tens of thousands of years, the language that was spoken on this land was Tilhini. Thanks to the work of members of the Yaktichu Tichu Yaktahini tribe, Tilhini is being spoken on this land again. It's being written, said, understood, and read by thousands of students every day. Tahini will be continued to be spoken here for generations of Cal Poly Mustangs, and they'll learn about the tribe's deep connection and respect for this land. Because here at Cal Poly, learning doesn't stop when we leave the classroom. It's in everything we do.
Yaktitu Titu Yaktahini translates to the indigenous people of the place of the balloon. From the narratives to the building graphics down to the color of the paint, we told our story of our homeland, and we hope that everyone who experiences Yaktitu will have a new appreciation for the place we all call home.
Mifumu Chilkupunich. Silki Katu. Yakijuku.
4- and 5-year career planning begins with our freshman focus team, your very first year at Cal Poly. Career Services helps you build a professional network utilizing a career connections platform that hosts different jobs, mixers, and other student alumni events, including internships throughout the year. For all the parents and supporters who are alumni, I hope that you'll join Career Connections too, so you can mentor Mustangs and help them succeed. We have over 200,000 Cal Poly proud alumni living throughout the entire globe, so that getting involved with campus life can be a little daunting at first. After all, with nearly 6,000 events to choose from in a year, where do you even start? All of these events are on a website and an app called Cal Poly Now. Last fall, we introduced a new program for last year's incoming class of new Mustangs. Within Cal Poly Now is a feature called Paths. This tool helps you connect with the events and learning opportunities that you need to be successful and build your community. We know that when you arrive here, you're bringing with you a variety of skills and experiences, and it's different for everyone. Not everyone has the same opportunities or exposure to important learning experiences. Not everyone has been in student government, or become an Eagle Scout, or taken a school trip to Washington, D.C. This tool will help you level up. There's a quick assessment to determine strengths that you have in areas of improvement. You can access paths for intentional learning designed to help you address areas of needed growth, maybe in the area of leadership, or resiliency, or cultural competence. So why would you use this? Because we know that employers seek well-grounded graduates who can adapt quickly to global workplaces. They might need them to lead project teams or work in culturally diverse settings. This year, we're continuing the first-year success path for incoming students. There's a path of suggested events to help set the foundation of success here at Cal Poly for first-year students. Keep an eye out for emails and more information leading up to the week of welcome. In future years, additional paths will be added to help you build specific skills and knowledge. Thank you again for being here with us today, and congratulations on becoming a Mustang.
And that was our Associate Vice President for Student Affairs, Dr. Debbie Hill. That's her information right there, if that's something that you want to follow up with her at all. Hello, everybody. My name is Allie Lamalfa. I'm one of the program coordinators for new student and transition programs, along with Olivia Hayes and Dale, who you met earlier. We are a part of a team of people who are creating all of the things that you are doing right now. So SLO Days, we'll be putting on WOW for you later on in September, as well as we did open house back in the spring. So a little bit more about our program is we work with a lot of really incredible students who put in a lot of time and effort into creating these really robust programs that you are a part of right now, and that you will see going into the week of welcome. I hope that you were able to attend open house. It was a really good time. And we look forward to serving you more. Next slide. These are a few apps that we have that we would just love to share with you. So the Cal Poly Orientation app will be really helpful when we get to the week of welcome. A lot of these are really geared for students, and will help you when you get to Cal Poly and when you start your journey, your academic journey. I really recommend getting Grubhub so that you can eat food on campus. It's really helpful and makes life pretty easy. So there's a little QR code there if you want to scan that, and it'll give you the virtual app guide. But this is just something that we suggest for when you first start out. Next slide. Can you go to the next one? Perfect. I also have the pleasure of introducing Madison Rollins, who is going to share with you a little bit more about our team.
Hello, everyone. My name is Madison Rollins. I'm a part of our orientation leadership team. It's a team comprised of 9 individuals that have been working all year long to help in the running and planning of SLO Days and WOW. So I want to go ahead and introduce those 9 members. First off, we have our administration and logistics chairs. We have Luis Magana, who uses he, him, his pronouns, and he's a graduated computer engineering major with a minor in communication studies. Next, we have Zoila Kanu, who uses she, her pronouns and is a 4th-year computer science major. And then you have myself. Once again, my name is Madison Rollins. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm going to be a 3rd-year history major with a minor in equity and education. Next, we have our training and programming chair, James Jensen. He uses he, him, his pronouns. He's going to be a 4th-year history major with a minor in photography and video. Next, we have our activities chairs. First off, we have Cherokee Trent, who uses she, her pronouns and is going to be a 4th-year child development major. And then we have Shabella Oliver, who uses she, they pronouns, and they're a graduated graphic communications major with a minor in women, gender, and queer studies. Next, we have our cross-cultural experience chairs. First off, we have Ariana Chavez, who uses she, her pronouns, and is going to be a 4th-year chemistry major with a focus in biotechnology. And next, we have Marisol Mata, who uses she, her pronouns, and is going to be a 3rd-year plant science major. And last but not least, we have our transfers and supporter chair, Ana Leon. She uses she, her pronouns, and is going to be a 4th-year psychology major. Next up is our presentation with the Dean of Students, the Student Life Essentials.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joy Peterson. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Dean of Students. Welcome to Student Life Essentials. I am sorry I'm not able to be with you live today, but I have prepared this video to share with you what I think are the most important things you need to know as you transition to Cal Poly, a little bit about my role, who I am as the Dean of Students, and my experience as an undergrad. I'm going to go ahead and share my contact information. Please make a note of my name, phone number, email, and feel free to contact me. I'm hoping to meet you when you come to campus for WOW and would love to connect with you whenever possible. So to share a little bit about myself, I was born and raised here on the Central Coast. I'm what you would call a local. And I did my undergrad degree at a small private liberal arts college in Southern California. And I did all of the things that I do not recommend. Actually not drugs and alcohol, but I did bring my car to campus, which we don't allow anymore for this reason as well as many other reasons. I had an off-campus job that took me away from campus a lot. I came home every weekend, and when I wasn't going home, I was going to UC Santa Barbara, which is where all my friends from high school went to school. I didn't go to office hours. I didn't join any clubs or play any sports. And when I graduated from that institution, I was very dissatisfied, to say the least. I felt like people didn't know who I was. They didn't know my name or care about me. And I didn't ever want to go back to that place or give back. I definitely didn't want to give back when I left. And then I started working at Cal Poly. And I started to work with students who were very involved. They were doing community service, they were doing research, they had on-campus jobs, and they were making friends and developing mentorship with their faculty and building lifelong connections. And I really saw what college could be. I came to understand what it meant to have a great Cal Poly experience And that's what I want for all of you. I want you to have the best possible experience you can while you're at Cal Poly. And I believe that's a big part of my job, my role as the Dean of Students. And I'm happy to share with you some of the ways that you can get involved this morning. So as a Dean of Students, I'm just one of many student affairs professionals in our division. The mission of Student Affairs is to promote student success throughout the Cal Poly experience by providing learn by doing opportunities, delivering innovative student-centered programs, supporting personal growth, encouraging lifelong connections, and empowering all students within a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. So many of you might have been involved in community service, a club, a band, or student government before you got to Cal Poly. And the good news is we have all of those things here, and those are a great place to start to get connected to community. Whatever it is that you enjoyed before you got here, please look for ways to continue that involvement, that passion, that interest. We have over 400 clubs at Cal Poly, and if there's something that you're interested in that we don't offer as a club, you're welcome to start one, and we can definitely help you do that. So I'm going to be sharing some of the opportunities that we offer around our core values, and these are leadership, community, social justice, advocacy, and student success. And at Cal Poly, Student Affairs engages students throughout leadership and service clubs, cross-cultural connections, and advocacy and support. Our students are engaged in social justice issues, volunteer work, recreation activities, and other forms of development and leadership. We provide a respectful, diverse, and inclusive environment for learning to take place outside of the classroom, and our educational programs, support services, and other resources help students navigate the campus and community. So let's get started. Leadership. We have 37 different organizations that make up our fraternity and sorority life. Approximately 20% of students are affiliated with a fraternity or sorority, and this is a great place to connect with other students. Annually, our fraternity and sorority members raise approximately $500,000 for philanthropic causes and engage in over 40,000 hours of community service. The Center for Leadership is located in the heart of the University Union, and this program offers a leadership certificate for emerging leaders. It's a great way to learn about leadership opportunities and grow your leadership skills. And the good news is you don't have to have any official leadership positions to be involved in their programs. Community. So on a campus of over 20,000 students, it's really important for you to have a sense of belonging and find your community. Many students find their community in housing, their major, a club, band, or other areas on campus. And these are places where you can get personal with your passion and know that other people have your back. As I mentioned, we have over 400 clubs and organizations where students can connect with other students who share their same interests. Last year, our clubs hosted over 15,000 events, which is about 67 events per day. So there's always something going on. Among them, we have a very strong club sports program with 30 recognized teams. Our club sports compete nationally and rank extremely high. And like I mentioned, if we don't have a club that you're interested in, we can help you start one. Student diversity and belonging offers many centers and spaces that provide opportunities for students to connect around identity, culture, gender, and sexuality. These include the Multicultural Center, Latinx Center, Native and Indigenous Center, Pride Center, Gender Equity Center, DREAM, Black Academic Excellence Center, and Men and Masculinity. These centers provide welcoming spaces and host educational activities around identity exploration, cultural expression, and intersectionality. Social justice is integrated in everything we do related to student life. There are some programs that provide more specific opportunities for students to engage in social justice related activities, and one of those is the Alternative Breaks program. So this is one of my favorite programs. It was created by a passionate student over a decade ago, and every year we take students around the world to do service during academic breaks. The original Alternative Break trip was to New Orleans, and we have made it back there as a tradition. This year, students traveled to service trips in Puerto Rico and Nepal. OWN is a production that stands for Original Women's Narratives, and these are narratives written by our own campus community, students, faculty, and staff, that explore important topics such as gender, feminism, race, ethnicity, culture, body image, sexual violence, love, power, and privilege. And even if you don't end up performing or being part of the production of OWN, I highly encourage you to check it out because it's a great performance. We have a strong tradition of advocacy at Cal Poly, and we have programs that provide professional advocacy and peer-to-peer advocacy for students. The picture on the left is our Safer space in the University Union, and Safer provides programs and services related to sexual assault recovery, advocacy, and prevention. We have full-time professional Safer advocates who support survivors, and our Safer office is leading the way for other universities in violence prevention. The other picture shows food distribution happening on campus, and our student volunteers staff our food pantry and provide peer-to-peer advocacy for students experiencing food and housing insecurity. Student success is our entire reason for being here. We want to see students thriving and succeeding at Cal Poly and beyond. All our programs and services are geared towards your success. The Center for Military Connected Students is featured on the left, and that is a welcoming place for our student veterans and the dependents of veterans. Every year, they have a tradition of painting the Cal Poly P during Veterans Awareness Week. The DRC, or Disability Resource Center, has access specialists who help registered students with various accommodations for them to be academically and personally successful at Cal Poly. So as you can see, we have many ways for you to get involved, and these are just some of the many programs and services that we offer. Research shows that students who are engaged have greater rates of satisfaction, success, and graduation. Our programs and services are award-winning and some of the best in the nation, but most importantly, we want to help connect you and foster a strong sense of belonging and community. We aim to help you achieve your goals, grow, and be well during your time at Cal Poly. Every student who has been admitted to Cal Poly has the potential to succeed here. And as the Dean of Students, I think that's a big part of my responsibility, is to make sure you have the resources, support that you need to navigate the campus as well as the community and your time here at Cal Poly. At times, you might experience extenuating circumstances that could potentially derail your academic or personal success. You might have a family emergency, a financial emergency, or an interpersonal issue that are impacting you. And if and when that happens, I want you to know that you can contact the Office of the Dean of Students or another supportive resource in the Division of Student Affairs. We're here to support you. We want to help you succeed. And again, if you find yourself struggling, not sure where to ask for help, or feeling isolated, please reach out to us or another resource at Cal Poly. If you'd like to follow the Dean of Students on Instagram, this is my Instagram account. I do manage it myself, and you can always direct message me. I post fun information, giveaways, things that I think you need to know in terms of timely information. And so this is a great way for us to get connected. If you do have questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. There are, again, a lot of opportunities and ways to get involved. And I hope you'll also download the Cal Poly Now app, where you can find information about all the events happening in our programs and more, including a toggle that helps you search for free food. So if you're looking for free food around campus, download the Cal Poly Now app and search for free food. So thank you very much for attending our virtual SLO Days. I really look forward to meeting you in the fall, and congratulations again on your acceptance to Cal Poly. Hi, I'm Dr. Joy Peterson.
All right, everyone, it's Marisol here. So you just heard from Dr. Joy, but we do have a couple minutes before we do move on to our next presentation. So we will be giving you a little small break. So we'll be back here at 9:45 so we can resume programming. And then feel free to use the Q&A chat. Our team is really looking forward to just answer all your questions. But again, be back here at 9:45. We got a little bit of a stretch in there. So now we will be moving on to our next presentation, which is Journey to Academic Success. So I would love to invite up our next presenters.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca. I am one of the academic advisors in the Mustang Success Center, which is your academic advising office. And my pronouns are she, her. And I'm joined here with my colleague, Kana, who I will let introduce herself.
Hello, good morning. My name is Kina. I'm also an advisor at the Mustang Success Center. My pronouns are she, her, hers.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. We would like to welcome you to Journey to Academic Success. So we're going to spend a little bit of time together here in the morning, and then for our student participants, you're actually going to see us again in the afternoon, where we're going to dive into some more detail about your academics, your fall schedule, and getting you set up to start the year in September. So today in this morning, we're going to discuss what academic advising looks like here at Cal Poly, and as a student, how you can utilize this resource. We're going to discuss a little bit about your academic transition, getting ready for your college level classes. We're going to introduce your major and degree breakdown so you get a better idea of what you need to do in order to cross that graduation stage with your degree. And then we'll also talk a little bit about your fall quarter classes.
And we have a lot that we'll be going over through the Mustang Success Center. And so we'll have another session later today where we'll go further in depth regarding how to navigate your Cal Poly portal, understanding your transfer credits, such as your AP/IB scores or any college credit you've transferred through. We'll also go in depth with your fall class schedule details, understanding your block schedule, and then we'll review some other academic tools that will really help you understand your degree and the courses that are necessary for you. So that will be later today when we do our toolkit presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Kana. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what academic advising here at Cal Poly looks like. So most of you had experience with academic counselors or someone that helped you during your academic journey in your K through 12 system, maybe helping you prepare and get ready for college. In high school, oftentimes counseling or academic counseling is sometimes mandatory, or there are certain checkpoints that you have to step in and check in with a professional. But at Cal Poly, this is a resource that you opt into using. So use it when you need and when you desire. And we'll talk a little bit about what our roles and responsibilities are and how we will partner over the next few years. So in the Mustang Success Center, you'll see our lovely team of academic advisors here on the screen. We are the academic advising office for all incoming first-time freshmen. So every single student in this virtual room today, regardless of your major, your program, how many transfer credits you brought in, where you're from, it doesn't matter. You are going to utilize the Mustang Success Center. Part of our specialties include every single major and minor and academic program at Cal Poly, but we also are experts in transitioning into the college space and atmosphere and helping you move from that, senior level in high school to being a baccalaureate, earning these college level, this college degree and diving into your more complex college level courses, while also figuring out what it means to be living a little more independently and managing your own time and schedule, and while you're doing that in a new space. So everything that drives our office can kind of be summed up in these first year learning outcomes. And this is an expectation for our students. By the time you reach the end of your first year, you can say yes to these. So being able to identify the appropriate advising center to utilize based off of your year of enrollment at Cal Poly, being able to identify academic resources that are relevant to your individual academic needs, and identify which registration tools to utilize in each step of the enrollment process. And then lastly, be able to interpret academic policies related to your circumstances. So there's a lot of options out there at Cal Poly, and there's a ton of resources. There are a ton of policies, and some are going to apply to you at different points in your journey while you're here at Cal Poly. And we want to help you get used to understanding this Cal Poly academic language so that you can figure out how these apply to your circumstances when you need to.
And through the Mustang Success Center, we'll do a lot of other educational programming throughout the year. Some of the workshops that you'll be able to look forward to in the summer and fall include our block schedule info session. We have a recording of that. If you have not already seen it, you can access it through our YouTube at Mustang Success Center. This block schedule info session is really great for understanding how to use your student center tool for your class schedule and making necessary changes. And then you'll see us again during Week of Welcome. And you might see some of us in your intro classes. We give presentations and dive a little bit deeper into some of the requirements for incoming first year students. We'll have other class registration workshops throughout the year before registration times. And then we also have change of major workshops because we know that is also very common for a lot of incoming first year students. So you can look forward to these programming throughout the year, but these are some of the ones that will happen during the summer and fall.
Yeah, and as Kata mentioned, this is really just a highlight of the different programs and workshops that we offer. We dive into, some more. We have some on transitioning your study skills and, being prepared to be a college level student. We have some that are, help students recover if they fall behind or their GPA dips a little bit lower than we would hope that it would. And part of this is because there are about 5,400 of you. And as you saw, we have a relatively small team. And in your first year, you are not only learning the specifics to your academic journey, maybe the transfer credit that you're bringing in or the goals that you hope to achieve, but you're also really just learning how to navigate Cal Poly in a broader sense. So we bring these workshops and programs to you to teach you some of the basics and foundation. So that way, when you do come in to meet with an academic advisor, we are able to immediately get in and start tailoring information to you and your circumstances, because we will have you will have kind of this foundational understanding of how it works. Now, if you're curious about, well, this is so awesome, Rebecca, I love a good workshop. How do I participate in these? Don't worry, we have a website. We'll dive into it a little bit later, but success.calpoly.edu. And at the very top, we have a tab there that's just titled workshops. And we keep all of our workshops up to date there as we start to get those dates planned each quarter. All right, so we talked a little bit about the Mustang Success Center. The MSC is your academic advising office in your first year. We're going to help you answer your course and class questions, getting ready to plan out your degree, knowing what your options are, understanding and knowing policies, whether that's you want to add a minor or you want to study abroad, maybe you need to take a leave of absence for some reason. The MSC is here to help you navigate through that. But as you rise into your second year, all the way through graduation, you're actually going to transition into meeting with your college advising center. Your college advising center are experts in the deeper levels of your curriculum, those higher level classes that you're going to be taking. Some of you are going to have to choose different tracks, or Cal Poly calls them concentrations, on what you want to specialize in with your degree. And that's a lot of where your college advising centers come in and specialize. They expect that you know the basics of Cal Poly by the time you're meeting with them. And that's why it's important to interact and engage with the MSC so that you are ready to be with your college advising center and to really tailor your advising interactions with them as well. So year one, this year, you're meeting with the Mustang Success Center, the MSC. And then as you transition in your second year, all the way through graduation, you're going to meet with your college advising center. But in addition to, the MSC and your college advising center, we also have faculty advising. Faculty advisors they're mentors in your fields. They are professors in the departments that you're in. They can help you with choosing a concentration or reviewing internship and research opportunities, maybe discussing how study abroad courses can apply to your degree. But they are often mentors in taking this education from theory into practice. A lot of our faculty are experts in their industry, not only on the academic side, but in the actual industry and how it's applied. So they're fantastic partners to work with throughout your entire time at Cal Poly. I will say some programs have a required faculty advising program where during WOW or fall quarter, you will be assigned a faculty advisor. And some programs, it is unofficial, and you would reach out to a faculty member as you've gotten to know them in a class, or maybe you looked at their faculty profile page and you saw their research interests and it aligns with what you're interested in, and you would do more of the outreach there. So every department does things a little bit differently here at Cal Poly. And so you'll find out in WOW whether or not your program has required faculty advising, or if it's something that you can opt into based off of interest.
And if you're thinking, Rebecca, you keep saying this phrase, college advising center, what does that mean? I thought I was at college. So we have California Polytechnic State University as the institution as a whole. And then within that, we have our 6 distinct colleges. And so each of our colleges has their own advising center for second years and beyond. So we have Bailey College of Science and Math, College of Architecture and Environmental Design, College of Agriculture, Food and Environmental Sciences, College of Engineering, College of Liberal Arts, and Orfalea College of Business. So each of your majors is tied to a distinct college. Hopefully you are aware, if not, you can always look it up later, which college you are a part of. And so as you continue on through your time here at Cal Poly, you'll become more familiar with the role and the work that your respective colleges do. And then they each have their advising center. So that way, once you're an upperclassman, they can help you dive deep into some of your curriculum, helping you, like Rebecca said, the same with faculty advisors, understanding potentially concentrations or upper level electives. So there's a lot that you'll do with your colleges as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Kana. All right, so just briefly, we've talked a little bit about what academic advising looks like at Cal Poly, not just in your first year, but in your second year and beyond, and kind of dived into like what those colleges are. Hopefully, most of you are connecting the pieces and you realize like what college you're a part of, but don't worry, there is plenty of time to figure that out. But I want to now start talking about what your major and degree requirements are. What exactly do you need to know and accomplish in order to get that degree and get across that graduation stage? So let's talk about what a bachelor's degree is. A bachelor's degree is both the pairing of this technical information and general education. It's a 4 to 6 year program that is approved by the state of California. And we, in the state of California, share a curriculum, all the CSUs, in order to reach this academic excellence that the CSU degree offers. Every single one of you is going to have your own curriculum sheet, and that's the sheet that you can see on the screen here. The one on the screen is just a sample, so that's nothing specific, but each of you has one from your department. And our curriculum sheets break down what these degree requirements look like, and they consist of 3 main areas. The first are major courses. These are your department-specific courses. These are the core pieces that you're probably really looking forward to studying. This is what you applied to Cal Poly to be engaging in. And you'll notice that at Cal Poly, we use a prefix and number system. So if you're a business major, you'll see your major courses are biz, B-U-S, followed by a 3-digit number. If you're mechanical engineering, you'll see that your ME, or if you're aerospace engineering, you'll see aero followed by a number. But you can all find this list of major courses in the upper left area here. And we are going to really break this down later this afternoon at 3 p.m. with our students. But this is just introducing you to some of the basics. After our major courses, we have what are called support courses. And these supplement or complement or provide a foundation to your major courses and are critical in the understanding that you need to have before you can reach the higher level major requirements. For example, if you're a business major, your support courses are going to include economics, math, and statistics. Most of your support courses are going to include statistics because one of the things that you're becoming is a critical thinker, and stats is so important to that. You know, if you're an aerospace engineering major, you're going to be taking a lot of math and physics. And if you don't know what's going on with our Boeing airplanes, I think we really need all of our aerospace engineering majors to have really strong understanding of physics so that when we're all taking our flights, we feel safe and supported. And then lastly, all of the students here share a general education curriculum. And so these are required courses that help broaden and expand our knowledge base beyond what is required in your individual field. But not only do they make you a more well-rounded student, but they make you a better thinker, and you're able to approach the problems of California and the US and the world in a more critical way. You're able to create more creative problems. And you're also able to work with people from different industries and backgrounds because of this expertise that you have in your general education. And this is one of the best things that makes CSU graduates outstanding in their field. And Cal Poly, I'm a little biased, but I think Cal Poly does it so well. And it's a huge part of our learn by doing model, and it's a huge part of what really makes a Cal Poly graduate excellent. So I hope you're excited for all 3 parts of your degree, and we'll talk a little bit more today about the individual breakdown of what that looks like. And maybe you'll notice some of the classes that you were blocked into or enrolled into for fall under that category as well. All right, so Now that we have kind of a baseline understanding of your degree requirements, that curriculum sheet, that's a lot to think about. You have 3, 4, 5, 6 years to get that done, depending on what your individual journey looks like. But we'll talk briefly about what your fall quarter classes are. So as most of you probably in the room know, your fall quarter classes are already out. It's a nice benefit of coming to virtual SLO days after our block schedulings have been finished. But at Cal Poly, in fall quarter, first-year students are guaranteed a fully enrolled schedule in major and degree applicable classes. How this is created is that your department created a list, it's kind of a what if list of critical classes that you need to have starting out with so that you can be engaged and stay on track with your degree. They send that to the office of the registrar, and then you, the student, filled out a student interest survey, and you gave the school some information about some interest that you have with GEs, or maybe if you're planning on going into a pre-health route, some individual pieces there. And you sent in your transfer credit. And the office of the registrar uses all 3 of those pieces of information to build your block schedule. It was finalized on August 7th. So once a block schedule is finalized, it is released to you, the student. And now any changes that you're interested in making will be done by you because the schedule is officially yours. Most students, over 90% of our students, don't make any changes to their block schedule because it is fully enrolled, like down to the daytime class and professor. It's all done. But today at 3 p.m., we will talk about what changes may look like and how to make some educated decisions about that. And the nice thing is registration is kind of open once it's open to you, it kind of remains open until classes start. So there's a lot of time to figure some of those detailed things out.
Thanks, Rebecca. So there's a lot that's going to go into your academic transition at Cal Poly. We've been spending a lot of time thinking about classes, specifically in your major, and that will play a huge role as well. You'll want to be adaptable and think about a lot of different aspects as you go from high school into college. So one of the biggest changes that most students notice is going from a semester system at their high school to a quarter system at Cal Poly. So here at Cal Poly with the quarters, we have fall, winter, and spring, each consisting of a 10-week period of classes plus 1 week of finals. Or if you came from a semester system, you're used to 15 weeks of classes and 1 week of finals. And a lot of students do say if they had gone from semesters into quarters, that they notice that quarters do go by a lot faster. It takes a lot of responsibility on part of the student to make sure you're staying up to date in all your assignments and requirements, because a lot of times before you know it, especially during first quarter, it's already midterms and then boom, it's finals. So that can take a little bit of adjustment, but a lot of students also do enjoy being able to take more classes, having 3 quarters throughout the year. And another change that a lot of students notice is the daily or like weekly class schedule. So most students in high school have gone from taking classes roughly from 8 a.m. around 3 p.m. They're in class with all of their peers at the same time. And then they'll focus after school on filling in their homework, studying extracurriculars, sports and clubs, if they have a job, getting that all done after school hours. So really having these 2 main chunks of time of kind of in class with everybody else, and then how do you fit in all of your other things after class. And so when you come to Cal Poly, your schedule not only will look different from your peers' schedules, even other friends that you may have in your same major, it'll also look different quarter to quarter. So that can take a lot of adaptability instead of going from that 8 to 3 p.m. chunk of being in class with everybody else, you may have classes all throughout the day from 8 a.m. all the way until, or from 7 a.m. all the way until 10 p.m. And then you'll notice what looks like a lot of blank space in your schedule is actually now the time that you're fitting in potentially a job, definitely your studying and homework, extracurriculars and clubs. And so it can take a little bit of adapting to learn how to create a schedule that works for you so that you can be academically successful, whatever that looks like for you.
Yeah, Kane is so right. The quarter system goes by so quickly. And it's a big mental shift to go from that like very rigid, you're told where to be the entire school day to having a schedule that can sometimes be all over the place. You know, the one that we have here on the screen was a schedule that we pulled from a first year student's like block schedule last year. And so this is very real. Many of you are probably experiencing something very similar. Sometimes you're going to have classes just on Monday, Wednesday, and then you've got like 3 weekdays that you don't have classes. And that freedom can be really exhilarating. But a lot of our understanding of how education works is flipping as we come into the college atmosphere. You are in class significantly less. And that means that your part in learning is going to be needed to be driven independently and by you, which is very, very exciting. And it gives you a lot of autonomy to really dive into this education that hopefully the majority of you are really excited for. But I will say fall quarter freshman year, sometimes that freedom goes to our head a little bit. And not only are we learning how to be a student in a different academic space, but we're also making new friends and joining clubs and communities. So that free time that's on our schedule, it's important that we are conscious about how we're filling it and making sure that we are being intentional about the time that we spend with our academics, as well as the other important aspects of our health, social, mental, and physical. All right, so Kana did a really good job talking about this like transition, especially with our schedule from quarter to semester and the time that we're going to have to be putting in. But I want you to think back to high school. And I know that, it literally just ended in May or June, but I don't know about you, the summer sometimes can feel like a whole year or a whole lifetime. So really think back to when you were in high school. And I want you in the chat to put in kind of an estimate about how many hours per week do you think you were studying outside of the school hours. So outside of that, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. time, how many hours do you think you were putting into your academics? And you can use the chat feature. We did open that up. I'll be honest, and Kana, if you want to chime in, I was probably maybe somewhere like 3 to 5, especially, if I had a big test coming up or something. But I really didn't have to. I had a good amount of time in school, and I was really good. I'm a really good test taker, so that benefited me as well. Kana, what about you?
Yeah, I was mostly a do my homework type of person, and that kind of prepared me, and then maybe studying right before a test, but not that continuous studying.
Yeah. So I'm seeing kind of a big range of this 0 to 20, a lot around maybe the like 3 to 7 frame, which is all, lines up a lot with when we did our in-person SLO Days stuff too. We had everyone do that. And so that's pretty typical and pretty average. So when we think about the time you were studying in high school and some of the information that Kana was sharing about the transition of our academic schedule, I want you to think about how many hours per week do you anticipate studying in college? So remember, you are in the classroom significantly less. So use that to make an educated guess and go ahead and put in the chat how many hours per week do you anticipate engaging in your academics? Oh my gosh, I saw 100. I'll assume that was 10. I'm seeing 10s, 25, 15, a few 30s, a couple 5s, a couple 0s, a million. If anybody has a million hours, I would love to meet you and figure out how I can get in some of those. Okay, now Cal Poly has our Bailey College of Science and Mathematics professors, very brilliant minds, have done some research. They did some actual really cool national research about students in four-year universities and what studying looks like and how we need to be engaged with our academics. And so I'm going to share with you the results that they found. Many of you have probably seen this if you've toured Cal Poly because this is all over the place. But our experts are saying you need to be studying 25 to 35 hours per week, which is a big number. Now, a lot of you were putting this in here or pretty close. Some of you were saying kind of like 20 or 15. Some of you were kind of going up there a little bit further. But one of, I think, the big turning points in this is we often think about studying as, you know, reading my textbook, doing my homework sets, working on that group project, writing that essay. Those are all really important parts of what studying is. But at Cal Poly, in our Learn by Doing model, we really want to step and broaden that definition. We're thinking about how you intentionally engage with your academics. Absolutely, you need to read your textbooks, you need to take notes, you need to maybe go to tutoring, you need to, you know, watch those fun YouTube videos, but it's also going to office hours and engage and joining clubs that are related to your academics, participating in research, having conversations with friends or family about what you're learning. All of these are ways that you're engaging your brain in your academics to start making connections with what you're learning. Now, Kena and I can sit here for literally the rest of the day and talk about 25-35 and what it means to study. But we thought it would be more helpful for you to actually just hear from current Cal Poly students what this looks like in their daily life. So we're going to go ahead and play this video for you, and I hope you enjoy.
I was pretty surprised.
Overwhelmed.
Intimidating. Overwhelmed.
I was definitely intimidated, a little bit nervous. I had some doubts that I wasn't actually made for this school, or I felt like I wasn't going to be able to do it, even though I got accepted.
Throughout a week, 25 to 35 hours of working on classes does seem about right and on par with what occurs on a daily basis especially for taking 4 classes of full 16-unit load.
And it depended on 25 to 35 or more or less, but I would say consistently I hit that mark.
I definitely am not sitting with a textbook for that time or reviewing lectures and stuff, but just going through office hours or interacting with other people for my major, exploring special problems or doing research, I definitely say it adds up to like about that amount of time of just interacting with my studies and with my educational content to some degree.
In high school, for me personally, I felt like it was doing a lot of homework, and then we had tests and I kind of like studying for the test a few days in advance. But in college, I feel like it's just studying continuously throughout the quarter. I've definitely learned how to do that better and kind of managing my time.
It used to just be so easy to just absorb the material in class and then just kind of remember it for later on. But now, since the quarter system goes so quick, you kind of have to stay on top of everything because you don't have a week to review one section of like your textbook. You only have a day, and in that day, it's only 1 hour of lecture, and then after that, the next time you're in class, you're on chapter 16 when you were just on 15, and it just goes by really quick.
It's definitely more of an all-around week studying routine while here. There's no day I would say that I'm at Cal Poly that I'm not working on something at least related to a class I'm in. In high school, you really weren't asked to do too much things outside of the classroom if you didn't need to. So it's definitely more on your own to make sure you get your work done and make sure that you're getting all of your assignments turned in and that you're prepared for any tests, quizzes, or essays.
That's kind of hard coming from high school, but it definitely makes you understand the material a lot more. And during your studying, you get to focus a lot more on how does this work? Why are we doing this? What's the effect of this? You get to go a lot deeper, which does mean more time studying, but you definitely learn a lot more.
Yeah, so 25-35 doesn't always mean opening a book or doing more homework. It can mean studying with peers, speaking to peers, talking to faculty. Those types of things definitely play into those hours.
More of a collaboration with other students, working together, just kind of like piecing together what you know, what they know, what you don't know, and what they don't know, and seeing if you guys can kind of answer each other's questions.
So I think what's so cool about Cal Poly is my studies, and my studying has been so much more than just sitting in the classroom or watching lectures or reading a textbook. I've had the opportunity to get my hands dirty and have direct interaction with the actual tangible parts of the things I'm learning to kind of further my understanding.
You'll have labs. I've had labs where you do stuff in the classroom and then you have to do stuff out of the classroom. For me, being an ag major, I'm more hands-on in the fields and stuff, so just taking what I learned in there and actually using it at home.
Something on a workshop my freshman year, and that was really helpful, and it just kind of gave me like a dedicated time to focus on calc without having to worry about my other classes, my English classes, or anything.
I did a study session, and that was really helpful. I met 2 times a week, and sometimes I went to all of them, and sometimes I could skip out on a week just depending on how much work or how I was feeling in that class at that time. And then lastly, I used the Writing and Learning Center. I did some writing workshops to go over my essays, and that was really helpful because I haven't written an essay for a college professor before, so I wanted to make sure that it's to the quality that they were looking for.
Going to office hours,
Office hours,
Office hours.
Office hours.
office hours.
Office hours and talking to your professor and asking them questions, kind of just being interactive. I think a lot of the times when you think of studying, it's like reading a book or like going through your notes, but I feel like if you are studying in a more interactive style, like in a group or with your professor during office hours, it's more engaging and you remember it better. I would definitely say utilize the Mustang Success Center.
the Mustang Success Center.
Definitely the Mustang Success Center.
Definitely come to the MSC.
If my little brother Emerson were starting at Cal Poly as a freshman, I'd say a resource he definitely should take advantage of is the Mustang Success Center. There's an awesome team of advisors specially focused on first years in their academics. So any questions about transfer credits, figuring out your major, changing your major, or exploring minors is like great for them. They have great support and they know resources that they can refer you to if you have questions beyond their scope.
There's no place that I went to more, and I know all of my friends and colleagues went to when they were freshmen. They can help you with a wide variety of issues relating to classes, changing major, anything and everything really in between. They're great for just talking things out for the rest of your Cal Poly career and planning what classes you're gonna take, when you're gonna take them, what works best for you. And so I couldn't recommend coming to the Mustang Success Center enough.
Awesome. So yeah, you've heard it from the students. So when we think of this 25-35, like Rebecca had mentioned previously as well, you'll definitely be bringing in all the skills you developed while you were in high school, related to studying, focusing on the text, reviewing your notes that you took during class, any sort of online resources that you have. A lot of solo studying is still a part of 25-35. But at Cal Poly, we also really want you to utilize your peers, your professors and the faculty, and then the other resources that we have on campus. So forming study groups with other people in your major or in your classes, utilizing for sure office hours. The professors are there to help you. And a reminder that office hours are for the students. It's not the professor's working hour, like office hours for them to do work. It's them to be available to you. So definitely utilizing office hours. Tutoring, which is free at Cal Poly, so we definitely recommend it. And then we also have supplemental workshops that are available to enroll in for certain STEM courses. So there's a lot that can be incorporated to help you reach this 25-35. And of course, depending on the rigor of your courses and your quarters, it's going to look different on how much emphasis you put into each of these formats of studying. And so here at the Mustang Success Center, reminder, all first-year students come to the Mustang Success Center no matter what your major is. And we're here to work with you to help guide you on the requirements for your degree, different policies. We can clarify any sort of Cal Poly curriculum, any sort of procedures and policies that we have here in place. And then, of course, we can refer you, if necessary, to other departments on campus. But really, our job is to help empower you so that you have the information and the knowledge to make decisions that are best for you regarding your academic journey. So we like to say, we advise, you decide, and we will help you understand everything that we feel is relevant to whatever question or topic you bring up so that you can make a choice that feels best for you moving forward. And so we're really here, happy to help with you, help you with anything that you may need while you're here at Cal Poly during your first year.
Now, I love this presentation, but oftentimes it sparks a lot of questions, or during the year, you're going to have many questions. And you might be curious, how do I connect with the Mustang Success Center? So first we have a website, success.calpoly.edu. When we talked about those workshops earlier, this is where you'll find those. We have a specific tab that's dedicated to newly admitted students. That's you all, which is really helpful, as well as an FAQ. But this is also where you can figure out how to meet with an advisor. So in the Mustang Success Center, we do not do appointments. We are an on-demand drop-in office only. So we offer virtual and in-person drop-ins Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I lied, on Friday we close at 4 p.m., but otherwise 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And that means as you start to have questions, you can come to us when it's relevant to you. In addition to that, you've all been enrolled in a first-year advising Canvas page, which you can get access to Canvas through your Cal Poly portal. And this has all sorts of information that's going to help you. A big expectation of ours is that you check out the Canvas page before you come to drop-ins. Again, so, if you have 20 minutes with your advisor and you want to talk about changing your major, we could spend 20 minutes talking about the policy and then you have to go. Or if you've already reviewed the policy and are familiar, we get to spend 20 minutes applying that policy to you, your current major, the major you're interested in, what classes to take. So it helps all of us make the most out of our time with you all. So check out that first year advising Canvas page if you haven't already. You can access all sorts of information there, including everything that we've talked about in the past hour or so with you. In addition to that, we're always looking forward to connecting with you throughout the year. And we have an Instagram and a YouTube page. Our YouTube page houses recordings of all of our past workshops and stuff. So, sometimes timing just doesn't work out on your end, or you're just really not feeling up to the social aspect of it. But we have recordings on YouTube. And then we have a really great Instagram. We encourage you all to follow it in the moment. Our student assistants really help us run and design that. And we've really been picking up our Reels game, which brings me a lot of joy. And I hope that it brings you a little sprinkle of joy throughout the year as well. But not only are we kind of, making light of, what it means to be a student at Cal Poly and some of the funny, weird things that happen, but we also really tailor timely information to you all. So reminders about dates and deadlines and tips and tricks on how to navigate certain situations at Cal Poly. So following us on Instagram is always a good time. And you can also DM us there if we're able to help. That way we will. But really that wraps up our first presentation with you all today. We are going to see you a little bit later this afternoon. But we do have some homework for you for the rest of this summer. We want you to review your curriculum sheet. And that's that sheet we kind of reviewed at the very beginning that outlines all of your major support and general education courses. And you can find it by going to flowcharts.calpoly.edu. Just make sure that you're pulling the 22-26 catalog. And it's a really great resource to get familiar with. We will dive into it deeper this afternoon, but we always like to give an introduction at the very beginning. And that's it from Kina and I today. And we look forward to you engaging with the Mustang Success Center this year. And we will pass it back to our NSTP partners.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, everyone. I want to thank our last presenters. Next up, we'll be hearing from our presenter, John. And as a reminder, make sure to use our Q&A feature. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Cool. Hello, everybody. My name is John. I'm in Student Accounts Office. Glad to have you with us. I'm glad to be here as well to present Money Matters for Mustangs. Says I can only one can share. So I'm not able to share yet. I don't know if that's something that feature that you want to make sure that I have access to. But I am glad to be here. We're going to be talking about a lot of things here. Starting with a couple of points, and the presentation does have some granularity as far as what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. So we definitely would like it. We're going to be covering a lot, but there's only really 2 points that if you only remember those 2 points, everything else will be wonderful for you. And I would like to be able to get to that point where
John, can you try sharing your screen again? It might be under the More button. You should have access.
It says one participant under More. It doesn't. I don't see share screen on mine at all for an option under More, and under Share it says only one participant can share at a time. Maybe it's under Advanced. And it says Host only. Interesting. Here we go. Now I can do it. Cool. We'll just do this one. So I presume that everybody can see the money messaging. Let's just go ahead and hit the next one. And here's what we're going to be talking about. Cool. And I'm also going to turn off my video just so that my poor little laptop isn't over consumed with things it has to do. All right. There you go. All right, so we have 2 things to remember. If you don't remember anything else from this presentation, those will be enough because they're going to set you up for success with this. But we will be going into the answers to the big 3 questions: what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay charges. I do have a brief financial aid primer. Time is really packed in. There's about 45 minutes worth of material here, and I got to get through it in 30 minutes. So the financial aid primer may be very, very brief, but in the resources we're going to be talking about, that primer is also reiterated. So there will be a way for you to get access to that information, even if I can't get to a whole lot of it in today's presentation. And we do a quick review, and then at the very end, there's one slide. If you don't get a screenshot of anything else but that one slide, it is the timetable, what I call the punch list of everything between now and when financial aid and actually when classes begin on September the 23rd. So let's get into it. The 2 things to remember the most, actually really quick, just who I am and what brings me here with you. I am in Student Accounts Office. My name is John. I'm the Solution Support Facilitator, which is a really glorious title. It essentially means I'm responsible for all inbound and outbound communications from the Student Accounts Office, as well as the Cashier's Office and Student Financial Services. Essentially, if you have a question, you're going to be calling our student accounts office about the finances that are going on in money matters. And you're either going to speak with me or one of the student assistants that we have here that do an incredible job of getting those questions answered. And everything that goes on in or out of this office from a communication standpoint does run through across my desk. So that's my job. I've been here at Cal Poly since 2017. In my time here, I have answered more than 25,000 phone calls and 20,000 emails. So I think I got a pretty good idea of the questions that are maybe running through your mind. And we created this presentation to address most of those questions. And then on top of that, I have been a certified financial planner professional since early 2000s. I speak with people about money and money matters and have done so professionally for a couple of decades now. So I feel fairly well versed at communicating with folks about that tough subject for some people, which is money. So let's get into those 2 points. Remember, if you don't remember anything else from this presentation, just the next couple of points I'm going to bring across, you're going to be in a great shape. The first one is you are starting this journey. As a college career here at Cal Poly, you're starting an incredible journey, but for the purposes of our conversation, we're going to start that journey in England. And when you land in England at Heathrow Airport, you get your bags and you get out into ground transportation. You encounter one of the things that they do differently in England than they do here in the States, and that is that they drive on the left side of the road. The left side's the right side's the wrong side. And you can say those crazy Brits, what are they thinking? We all know the correct side of the road to be on is the right side. But when you try to fight that rule of the road when you are in England, it just doesn't work out very well. It's a non-negotiable. And we have our own similarly non-negotiable rule of the road here at Cal Poly. And that is that it's the student account. It is not the family account, it's not the parent account, it is the student account, because ultimately, students, you are responsible for your education, not just going to classes, getting the grades, getting the units, getting the degree, but also getting it paid for. Whether you're using your money, family money, grandma money, or financial aid, grants, scholarships, or loans, you are responsible for facilitating the payment of all the 6 figures plus charges and payments are going to show up on the student account over your career here at Cal Poly. You're responsible for getting those payments made in a timely manner. And if they are not made by the due dates or in a timely manner, then you are the one who will suffer the consequences, student. Nobody else will. Registration hold is the ultimate consequence. We'll talk about that in a moment. But ultimately, if you leave the university and there's a debt, that debt will be on you to make sure it gets covered. So we just want to make it crystal clear. It is ultimately the student's responsibility to get everything taken care of in a timely manner as far as finances are concerned. And as such, and it's part of our learn by doing ethos here at Cal Poly, we only communicate with the student. That communication is done through either student email or through the Cal Poly portal. We don't have a list for other people. You can't get on our list for communications. We are only going to send outbound communications to the student. If the student wants other people to get those communications, they have to share them. And there also have to share other access points for supporters to help the supporters help them. And we'll talk a lot about that. But just remember, it is the student account and nobody else's. Now, that's a huge responsibility, and we understand that, especially for a brand new student. It's entirely possible this is something massively different than what you were raised with or what you're used to. And we're not going to leave you hanging. So important point to remember, number 2, is that we have resources. We have resources that are there that are available to the student as well as to supporters. Some of these resources we'll be talking about are available to everybody. And those resources are there and they are designed and built to help you manage this responsibility, students, and do so in a way that is easy for you and not overly cumbersome or difficult to do as part of your career here at Cal Poly. Look, I've been here long enough. I've seen close to 75,000 students go through this process. And one of the things I can share with you is that I've only seen a handful of students out of that 75,000 that just simply could not manage this responsibility. So I know you can do it. and we have the resources to help you out. The first of those resources is our website, which is available to anybody 24/7. And the easiest way to get there is just type the letter S for student, A for accounts, .calpoly.edu. You type that into the address bar, it will redirect you to a site that looks just like this. Across the top, we have everything you need to know for the upcoming due dates for registration and tuition for the upcoming quarter. Fees are viewable for students when those happen and when fees are due according to this website. And this is what you can view on our website right now. If a student does not have any financial aid, not $1, then there is a past due date of August 29th, and that student is subject to class cancellation, which would happen on September the 10th or a day or two after that, depending on how quickly we can get through that process. So we want to make sure that bills for registration tuition are paid in a timely manner, and if you do not have any financial aid, then that due date is August 28th, past due on the 29th. And certainly you want to make sure that it's addressed no later than the 10th of September to avoid having enrolled classes drop. Now, if a student has even just $1 of financial aid, they're going to be what we call deferred by financial aid. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. That deferred by financial aid indicator means that you can wait and avoid the due date that's visible or viewable in Money Matters of the Cal Poly portal, and instead just go for wait until financial aid disperses, and that will be on September the 16th, and those items become past due a couple of days later. All right. Now, that's what's on the website, but the most important thing that's on the website right now, as far as resources, are our video guides. Those video guides walk through step by step how to do the various things that students need to do to make sure that the payments are being facilitated in a timely manner. How to manage financial aid. We have a video guide on that. How to get supporters, a supporter payment portal, so they can make payments for the students through a portal that's the supporters and it isn't in my.calpoly.edu. That's on the video guides. All the things we're going to talk about, things that the student may want to be doing to keep the supporters in their loop, there are video guides that walk through step-by-step instructions, including screenshots. And that is the most important resource that's available to you on our website. So if you have questions, start with the video guides, because 98% of all questions that students have right now are answered by those video guides. And then if you still have questions, you feel free to call our office, and we are available 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So important point number 2 to remember is you have resources. Yes, students, you are responsible for everything that's going on in the student account as far as facilitating those payments, but you have resources, including our website. Part 2 of that resource is Money Matters. It is in the student Cal Poly portal, and this is what Money Matters will look like for inbound first years starting some point soon. Right now, registration and other fees has posted to the student account for fall quarter. We post charges for registration and tuition based on enrollment. And you're only enrolled right now in fall quarter. So you will see that registration and other fees is not viewable for winter or spring because students are not enrolled in winter or spring quarters yet, but it is for fall quarter. Now, this is a screenshot from last year, so the dates say fall 23, winter and spring of 24. Because we haven't finished posting fees, we don't have a screenshot of first year fees and Money Matters for this year. Housing and dining is going to post for the whole year coming up later this week. It should be completely viewable no later than Friday, the 16th of August. And when it posts, it will be housing and dining for the year, broken into quarterly amounts here. You can see housing and dining for fall quarter, housing and dining for winter, and housing and dining for spring. Again, repeating, registration and other fees is only posted for fall quarter. And you can see that this student is deferred by financial aid for the registration and other fees and for housing, but not for dining. Always look for these deferred by financial aid indicators. If you have financial aid, it tells you what due dates you have to pay attention to and which ones you can wait on. And for this student, registration and other fees is deferred by financial aid, housing is deferred by financial aid, but dining is not, which means when you click on unpaid charges, you can see that registration and other fees, this last year again, was due August 21st, past due on the 22nd, but they're deferred by financial aid, so they don't have to worry about that due date. Housing is due on September 1 of last year, but they were deferred by financial aid, so they didn't have to worry about that due date because they're waiting for financial aid to go in. However, dining is not deferred by financial aid, so they would have to keep up with that dining due date. And that's the way it works for financial aid and the deferred by financial aid indicator. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So 2 important points. Number 1, it is the student account and nobody else's. Everything is done through the student. Important point number 2 is you have resources. Our website has those video guides, which walk through step-by-step instructions, including screenshots for everything you need, and answers to most of your questions are there. And then for the student, we have Money Matters, which is in the Students Cal Poly portal. Students, we do recommend that you check Money Matters on a regular basis. Maybe once a week is ideal. Maybe make Monday a Money Matters Monday. The reason why we recommend at least once a week is 1, you'll remember what you saw the previous week and you'll go, wait a minute, something's changed. And that may clue you in that you need to pay a little closer attention. Also, due dates do sneak up pretty quickly. And if you're only checking once a month or once every couple of months, you're going to miss a due date. You're going to get a registration hold, and it's going to be problematic for you in ongoing enrollment for future quarters. So really just check Money Matters regularly once a week. It'll take you 2 minutes max. You go check the account balance summary and check for the deferrals, see if those are still there, if you have financial aid deferrals, and then check unpaid charges to make sure you're keeping up with the due dates relative to what is not deferred by financial aid. Remember, all communications only go to the student, either through email or through that Money Matters tab in their Cal Poly portal. And remember that everything else is if you want somebody else to get information, you're going to have to do something to make sure that that happens, students, because after all, it is the student account. So what do we have for you to help your supporters stay in the loop, students? And the answer is we have 3 ways for you to keep your supporters in the loop. The first of which is federal law. The Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, which when you take the first letters of each of those, it creates an acronym and it's pronounced FERPA. FERPA says, and it's again federal law, requires that if we are going to share information with anybody but the student, we have to have the student's express consent to do so. It doesn't matter how old they are, whether they're a minor or whether or not somebody else is listing them on a tax form. As far as our office is concerned, financial aid is concerned, and basically every office on campus is concerned, the student's information is theirs alone and it cannot be shared with anybody else without the student's express consent. Now, as far as student financial services, that's student accounts and the cashier's office. And as far as the financial aid office is concerned, that consent is done through a link and a module that is in the Student Cal Poly portal. It's listed under Authorized to Release in the self-service section of Money Matters. If you go into Money Matters in your Cal Poly portal, students, right below the Goal Make a Payment Now button, there's 6 self-service options, and one of them says Authorized to Release, and actually it says in parentheses FERPA, that acronym for this law. When you click on that link, it's going to open a module inside your portal, and that module is going to allow you to plug in names. It'll say first name, last name, and then actually, I think it just says the name. Next to that, it says 4-digit access code. And next to that, it says how long you want that authorization to last. It can last up to 5 years from the day you're entering information. Once you've entered that, then you're going to have to add lines because there are multiple offices and each office has multiple authorizations. If a student has financial aid, we recommend 5 lines under each name that is being authorized. So as an example, I'm going to just say, let's call the supporter name Mom Mustang. So Mom Mustang is going to be listed in the name. Now I kind of glanced over a really important point here. The next box says access code, and it's going to be 4 numbers, and your students are going to just type that in. Whatever the student wants to assign, that is the access code. But we do validate that the supporter is truly authorized by asking them what that access code is. And then the date, and then 5 lines, 3 for financial aid and 2 for student financial services for authorizations for that one person. And if you want to add another person, you click on the little plus icon and add another name and 5 more lines under that person's name. And that access code, please share it with your supporters, because when somebody calls our office, first question we're going to ask anybody, whether it's a student or a supporter, is what is the student's EMPL ID or their social security number, because we can only look up an account by one of those 2 identifiers. So students, one of the things you may want to check out is personal info in your Cal Poly portal. Right under your name is a 9-digit number, begins with 03 for most of you. It always begins with a 0, but it's 03 for most first years and incoming students. And that EMPL ID is really useful. You don't really want supporters tossing around your social security number, but EMPL ID, it's not really going to matter if it gets into nefarious hands, because it's only useful at Cal Poly. So first question is, what's the student's EMPL ID or social security number? Second question is, we're going to look up that authorized release. If we're speaking with mom or dad Mustang, we are the supporters. We're going to be asking, all right, great. Okay, we can see that the student is authorized release of information. Awesome. What is your 4-digit access code? I said, I've answered a lot of phone calls, and I hear a lot of the times what's the 4 digits access code? And then we have to go through well, it's something the student plugged in. So students, save us the time and energy, and it's really important time that we can be wasting trying to find out what that 4-digit access code is or what the EMPL is. And just make sure your supporters know your EMPL ID and the 4-digit access code you assigned them when you do that authorized release. All right, so that's a really important point, number 1, and that is one of the most important ways to keep your supporters in the loop. FERPA authorization means that a supporter can call our office, or if you authorize financial aid office, can call their office and get information out of us. If we do not have that authorization, we're a lockbox, and we can only speak in general terms, and we cannot look at your student account. We're going to skip this screen because it gets repeated later on, and I am short on time. All right, so what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay, very quickly, because this is very limited time. You will notice from when I showed you Money Matters that housing charges are broken into 3 buckets. Registration and other fees, that's the state. Housing charges, which is managed by the University Housing, and dining charges, which are managed by the Cal Poly Partners Corporation. 3 different entities on campus. We post charges and collect payments for those 3 entities. When you make a payment, it's really important that you pay the box, or what we call bucket, you want to pay, because once you pay housing for $500, we're handing that money to housing. And could we pull it back and give it to dining? Yes, it's an extremely manual process, takes many days. And while that process is undergoing, there is a registration hold on the account, or you're subject to class cancellation. And that doesn't go away because you didn't make sure you paid the right bucket. So make sure you are paying the proper bucket with the charges that you want to be paying. And remember, we only communicate with the student mostly through email, but also through Money Matters. And if they want any of that information to go to anybody else, they have to use one of the 3 ways to keep their supporters in the loop. One more look again at Money Matters in the Cal Poly portal. And by the way, there's another option called Share My Information Reports, which students can share with their supporters. Those Share My Information reports are the only place supporters can see what the student sees with regards to financial aid. Payment portals do not show financial aid information. So the only place a supporter could see this deferred by financial aid indicator is in Share My Information reports. How do you set up Share My Info reports, students? We have a video guide with step-by-step instructions, including screenshots, on how to set up Share My Info reports. And if you do have financial aid, you probably will want to set up Share My Info reports for your supporters so they can see your financial aid awards and these deferred by financial aid indicators, so they know what to pay and what can wait to be paid. And again, deferred by financial aid means that we can ignore due dates coming up in the next tab for registration, other fees, and housing, but not for dining. And then under unpaid charges, this is what's due and when, into which bucket. Make sure you pay the correct bucket when you are making payments. All right. We're going to skip over that. One last thing is our fee estimate calculators. We do have these on our website. They very much dial into the exact dollar based on the college of attendance, your housing selection, your dining selection, what your fees should be for the year. And that's great for planning purposes, and especially because fall quarter fees don't always post right away once enrollment's been done. And so sometimes people want to estimate what that is. These calculators are available to all students at all times through our website. When to pay? Well, not to make it too brief, but due dates for registration tuition are always at the top of every one of our web pages, and future due dates for each quarter all the way through summer right now of this next summer are viewable deeper in our website for those people who want to plan out when payments need to be coming to us. Registration, other fees, dues, housing and dining due dates are all listed here. In unpaid charges of money matters, they are also viewable in items due by due date in those Share My Information reports, and payment portals for supporters and students have it under activity details in those payment portals. We'll talk about the payment portals in just a moment. Past due typically results in a registration hold, which prevents the student from adding or changing classes. Really, it's the only bad consequence for students if something is not paid by the due date and is not deferred by financial aid, is a registration hold. But it's an amazingly effective compliance tool because the student is unable to add or change classes, move off of a wait list, or if they're trying to enroll in a future quarter, they will not be able to do that with a past due balance on the account. We do not charge interest or late fees. The only other item is if a student does not have a single dollar of financial aid, they will be potentially subject to class cancellation, which runs about 10 days after the system-wide due date for that quarter. How to pay? There are lots of ways to pay the university. Ideally, online. Using an electronic check is the best way because it's completely free. The student gets instant credit for the payment. Money comes out of a bank account, regular checking or savings account the next business day. That is free. If you want to pay with a credit card or a debit card, you're welcome to do so. Also, the student gets instant credit for the payment when that payment posts. However, there is an additional fee for that because those charges are processed by Visa and MasterCard, and they charge a 2.65% convenience fee, and we just pass that along. We will not eat that fee. Selected 529 accounts are on our payment portal. There's only about 25 of them that are on our payment portal. However, most all 529s do allow electronic payments to Cal Poly through the 529 portal. This is brand new. It's just started a couple of weeks ago. So if you checked in July, early July, and it wasn't there, please check again. Your 529 portal should allow electronic payments to Cal Poly through the 529 portal. Now, the payment will not post to the student account immediately. It does take a couple of business days for it to get to us and for us to be able to post that payment. But it's way better than the payments made by paper check in the mail, which can take several weeks to get here and be posted to the student account. You can pay in person at the cashier's office, cash or check only. No electronic payments are allowed. And if you pay by mail, we only accept paper checks in the mail, and we cannot give credit until that check arrives at the cashier's office so that they can process it. Not distribution services, not at the university. It has to get to the cashier's office so that they can process it. And they process every check they receive every afternoon. Payments online. Students pay online using the Go Make a Payment Now button, but students can set up their supporters with a payment portal if they want to. So the supporters can then access that payment portal through the Supporters Pay Here button, which is on our Pay Online box on every one of our web pages. Students, you're going to do that through your payment portal. That process has to start at the student payment portal to send an invitation, and that invitation is going to be sent by email to the supporter. The supporter has to use the validation link in that email and the temporary password to create the account. Then once the account's created, then you can use the Supporters Pay Here link. And how to do that, step-by-step instructions, including screenshots in the video guide on our regular website to set up a supporter payment portal. I've done plumb out of time, but the only other piece that's really important is financial aid is managed by two different offices. The financial aid office handles the aid prior to disbursement. So the size of the aid package and when it goes out, that is all up to the financial aid office. So don't call our office looking for answers to those questions. We really can't see what the financial aid office can see. Now, once aid is released by the financial aid office, or what we call dispersed, Then student accounts will apply that aid to balances on the account following rules. Aid is offered right now. You should have a financial aid package if you're expecting one. If you don't see the package or it's not the size or whatever particulars you have a question about, that would be a question for the financial aid office. Pre-grant money, which is grants and scholarships, those are already accepted, but loans do have to be accepted by the student in order to be used because the student is agreeing to take on debt. Federal direct loans are basically, we only deal with federal direct loans out of our financial aid office. However, outside loans will be pushed through financial aid, but you would have to start that process at whatever your educational loan provider might be independently. That could be Sallie Mae, it could be Discover, it could be your local credit union. Financial aid is offered, then it's accepted. If it is accepted, there's always an additional component that may be showing up on the to-do list, which is in the student center. So make sure, students, if you have financial aid, you are monitoring your to-do list and getting anything that's done that is on that to-do list. Aid cannot go out if there are to-do list items that haven't been completed. Aid is always dispersed 1 week before classes begin and never before, and aid is always split even Steven across the quarters. If you get 3,000 in aid, you're going to get 1,000 in fall, 1,000 in winter, and 1,000 in spring. Fall aid can only be used against fall aid balances or fall quarter balances, cannot be held and used for winter quarter balances. And you can't say, I would really like to use my spring aid now in fall. It doesn't work that way. It is split across the year. Once aid is dispersed by the financial aid office, we take over and we apply it first to balances for that quarter only for registration and other fees. If there's enough to cover all of that, then we're going to start applying it to the housing balance for that quarter only. If there's enough to cover all of that as well, then we start applying it to the dining balance for that quarter only. And if you have a whole lot of financial aid to cover everything, registration balances, housing balances, and dining balances, excess is refunded to the student. Hopefully by direct deposit, and you've set that up. It's another item that is in your to-do list, by the way. We're going to skip this because we don't have time, and we're down to the money slide. And so I can get out of here relatively on time. And just one note, this last two dates are incorrect. So first off, remember, students, if you want your students, your supporters to be able to call our office and get information or call financial aid office and get information, you must do authorized release and you must share that 4-digit access code with them. Otherwise, we still can't release information. And while you're at it, give them your 9-digit EMPL ID so we can speed up the process at our office. Look, we answer 150 to 200 phone calls a week in student accounts office, and it's really essential that we don't spend 3 minutes on each phone call trying to dig up a social security number or an EMPL ID and playing the guessing game about that 4-digit access code. Help us really provide great service to everybody by making sure that that information is available to anybody calling the office. EMPL ID or social security number to get in, and then the 4-digit access code if it's a supporter. Accept your financial aid right now if you have it and you haven't already accepted it, but you want it, accept it now. Make sure the to-do list items are taken care of. And students who have financial aid, we do recommend you set up Share My Information report so your supporters can see your financial aid because they can't see it through payment portals. Fees are viewable mostly right now. Housing and dining will post by the end of this week, so you can see housing and dining for the rest of the year. Reg fees are past due August 28th if there is no financial aid. If you have financial aid and are deferred, you can wait till the aid disperses, which is supposed to be on September the 16th, not the 17th as it says here on the slide. And classes will begin on the 23rd, not the 24th as it says here on this slide. Housing and dining's first payments, and when that housing goes out there, it's for the year. And we break it into monthly due dates and amounts due September 1 through May 1. And that's it for student accounts. Thank you so much. Here's just some contact information. These slides, by the way, are available in your SLO Days packet as well. And you can get that last slide. Thank you very much.
All right, now we will be heading to lunch. Use this time to stretch or grab a meal.
Shake it up, shake it up. The heartbreaker's gonna break you, and the faker's gonna break you. I'm just gonna shake it up. I never miss a beat. Night in a month, that's what they don't see.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Transitions and You session. We're so glad to have you with us today. We're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves first. I'll go ahead and start. My name is Kanani Makikau, and I am the Director of External Relations here at Cal Poly, which houses parent and family programs and the commencement office. I've been at Cal Poly for about 7 years. I've been in my current position, current department for the past 3 years. I'm also a Cal Poly alum. I got my master's degree here. So I'm a one-time Cal Poly alum and I work here. So I have some good insights. And I also enjoy working with the parent and family population here at Cal Poly because you all have a very big impact on your students' academic success here. So I brought along with me a very good friend, expert in her field, Carrie Mansinger is here. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Kanani and everyone here. Carrie, she, hers. I'm the Director of Wellbeing and Health Equity. So I support our health education team, our basic needs and food pantry program, and our SAFER team, which parent supporters and students will hear from all of those programs throughout their time at SLO Days and Week of Welcome. I've been at Cal Poly for 8 years. Let's see, what else is fun fact about me? My partner is a history lecturer here. So if anyone has students taking history classes, you might come across my husband. And yeah, I love working in campus health and well-being. I can answer questions related to health services, counseling services, well-being services, or I've been at Cal Poly long enough that I'm happy to at least direct you to the right place. Then should I popcorn over to Stanley?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Stanley Ler. My pronouns are he, him, his. I've been at Cal Poly for around 6 years now. I graduated with my bachelor's in 2022 and soon to be starting my master's program. So I will eventually be a two-time Cal Poly graduate. I am the lead coordinator for external relations, so I work right under Kanani, and I'm so happy to be here.
Great. Thank you, Stanley and Carrie. It's a great team here today with you all. Folks, I want to see, we have the chat enabled today, and I want to make sure that you can use it. So right down here at the lower part of your screen, you should have a chat button in there. And I want you to try and play with that a little. And if you could just type where you're zooming in from today. What's the hometown? Modesto, LA, Colorado, Washington, DC. Oh, Milwaukee, Bend. Woo! Hawaii. All right. Whoa, look at them all. This is really interesting, folks, because 2 years ago when we all had to start using Zoom, I had to go through there. There's a little button on the bottom of your screen and you press that. And I just said that. And then all of this is just going, you know what to do now, folks. San Carlos, Japan, welcome. Montana, big sky country. Great. Virginia, Seattle, hot up there right now. Okay. Well, folks, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions now. We're going to get started, okay? So just respond in the chat. Just say me or raise a hand, anything like that. How many of you are sending your first student off to college? Oh, yeah. Don is like, me. I am. Okay. A lot going on there. Carrie, Stanley, we have a lot of folks today that are sending their first student off to college. Oh, sending twins. We don't have a lot of those, but yeah, congratulations. Very nice. Okay, so, oh, this person, yeah, they're crying too. A lot of emotions going on, right? So you see, folks, you're going through this right now. There's a lot going on. You're trying to figure things out. You're not alone. There's also a lot of first-time, families who are sending off their students for the very first time. So you're not alone in that, okay? How many of you have other students who are attending or have attended college or university? Okay, all right, so we have some folks here, another student, right? Maybe they went off to another university. You've been through that sort of orientation, sort of experience with another school, and you're thinking to yourself how great Cal Poly is, and you're excited to be here. So you do have some experience, and I'm really glad for that. How many of you have other students who are attending or have attended Cal Poly? Oh, I don't know if we have anybody. Oh, we have some alumni. We have some adjacent, right? All right, okay. All right, so you have some experience with Cal Poly. Good to know. Well, you're all going to have a lot of experience with Cal Poly in the next 4, 5, 6 years or so. So we're glad to have you here. How many of you are going to be empty nesters? Okay, yep, we have quite a few actually. We have quite a few. So when we do this in person, folks, what Carrie and I and Stanley and I notice is that we have a wide range of emotions that are happening. We have some people that are cheering really loud, like, yay, I'm going to be an empty nester. And we also have folks who are like, darn it, I'm going to be an empty nester. So Carrie will get into that a little bit later too, when she's talking about campus health and well-being. But we want you to know that those emotions are going to go, it might be a roller coaster up and down. And we want you to hang on for the ride. And we also want to be there to support you when you have questions or you run into challenges, barriers across the university. Specifically, parent family programs is a great place for you to land. And I'll go ahead and talk about that later. So let's get into it. Now that we know a little bit about who's on the call with us, huh? Let me introduce this really quick here, folks, instead of just going into this cold. Sorry about that, Stanley. So first, folks, the students here at Cal Poly that work for new student and transition programs have written some really great skits for you. And they wrote it from the student perspective and trying to also incorporate the parent perspective in there. So you might see some things in here that resonate with you. You might see some things that stick out. But this is what students are thinking about. And they're also thinking about the parent supporter role when they're doing their academic journey here at Cal Poly. So have a great time, watch some skits. Our students are awesome. So we'll see you right after these skits, okay?
Hello? Hey, I need some help right now. Don't panic, but I'm just so overwhelmed with classes, work, the club sports team I'm on. It's just college in general. It's really hard, but I feel like I'm so far behind and there's just no way I'll recover. I think I may get on academic probation soon, and there's no way I'll get into grad school with a GPA like mine.
You know, you should quit some of the clubs you're in and focus on your academics. Do you know how much money I'm putting into your education?
Yeah, but that's like the one thing I look forward to every day. I know I can get back on track. I just lost my way and I might need some help.
If you could handle it, you wouldn't be in this position right now. I'm gonna go ahead and email your teachers for you.
No, I feel so much more overwhelmed now. Forget I said anything.
All right, now this is the supportive take. Hello?
Hey, I need some help. Don't panic, but I'm just really overwhelmed with classes, work, and the club sports team I'm on. College in general it's really hard, and I feel like I'm getting so far behind and might even get on academic probation soon. There's no way I'll get into grad school with a GPA like mine.
Breathe, it'll be okay. Is there anything that you could do to manage your time better?
I don't know. I write everything I need to do down, but it just keeps getting lost and I keep forgetting about my assignments. I just don't feel motivated at all. And the way I study the material just doesn't make any sense. I don't know what to do.
Do you think a calendar would help you be more organized? There's a lot of campus resources that can help you.
I mean, my professors seem pretty open for office hours all the time, and it seems like they could be pretty helpful. I could probably go more often.
Great idea. Office hours can be pretty intimidating, but it'll help a lot. I'm sure you can do this.
All right, thanks. Love you.
Love you.
Next skit is going to be on the change of major. My name is Kat Griswold, and I'll be performing the role of the student.
Hello, my name is Andrea Hernandez, and I will be playing the role of an unsupportive supporter.
Hi, I'm just really feeling super burnt out of school right now.
Why is that? I thought you were enjoying college.
I am. I joined choir and I met such amazing friends there, but I'm just really not enjoying my engineering classes. I thought I wanted to be an engineer, but I'm starting to realize I'm not happy in the major.
Hey, I know it can be hard, but you have to stick with it, okay? Like engineers make so much money and everyone respects them. And also, like, don't you want to make mommy proud?
I do, I really do, but I don't think I'll be happy as an engineer. Dr. G, our choir director, wants me to start taking voice lessons, and I really love music, and you know how good I am at it. I think I want to be a music major.
Hey, that's not a stable career option. You know, right? Like, just stick with the engineering a little bit longer, and I know you will get it.
Okay, I guess I'll give it another shot.
So now we will be doing the supportive side. I will be the supporter.
Do. Hey, I'm just feeling really burnt out of school right now.
Why? I thought you were enjoying college.
I am. I joined choir and I've met such amazing friends there, but I'm just really not enjoying my engineering classes. I mean, I thought I wanted to be an engineer, but I'm realizing I'm not really happy in the major.
I know it can be hard. No worries. Like, this is a big step out from high school. So, haven't you thought about maybe like changing your major? I know, yeah, that it can be hard knowing like which career to pick straight after high school.
I have thought about that too. I mean, you know how much I love music and I'm pretty good at it. I mean, Dr. G, our choir director, has wants me to start taking voice lessons. So I think I'm gonna make an appointment with the Mustang Success Center. I think I want to be a music major.
Love that idea. I'm glad you're doing what is best for you. And yes, like school becomes much more enjoyable when you're doing, like when you're pursuing your passions.
Thank you so much. Love you.
Love you.
Hi, next we're going to be doing a skit about homesickness. My name is Rachel Colby and I'll be playing the role of the student.
My name is Mir White. I'll be playing the role of the unsupportive supporter. Hello?
Hey.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
I can tell something's bothering you. What's up?
Well, it's been a couple months and I've met a lot of people in my residence hall. I've joined a bunch of clubs and I'm doing okay in my classes, but it just feels like SLO isn't home for me. I miss my friends. I miss you. I want to come back home. I don't think I can finish my year here at Cal Poly.
Oh, honey, I'm sure you can finish the year. You can call me every day if that helps.
I mean, I guess that could help.
One day later.
Oh no, I have a missed call from my supporter. Wait, is that 5 calls from my supporter? Oh gosh, what do they want now?
Hey, honey, just wanted to see what you're doing today. I know you have class, but call me when you can.
That's nice. Let's listen to the next one.
Hey, honey, I know you have a class on from 12 to 3 on Wednesdays, but it's now 4:37. So if you just want to call me, you haven't called yet, so I'm kind of worried. Just let me know.
I know talking to my supporter is supposed to make me feel better, but honestly, I'm kind of just more stressed out than I was before.
This is going to be the supportive version. Hey.
Hey.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
I can tell something's wrong. What's up?
Well, it's been a couple months and I've met a lot of people in my residence hall and I've joined clubs. I'm doing okay in my classes, but I just don't feel at home here. I miss my friends. I miss y'all. I really just want to come home. I don't think I can finish out my year at Cal Poly.
No, it's going to be okay. I know it's hard making connections in a new place, but I'm sure there's a lot of things that you can do on campus, like join new clubs, hang out with people in your residence halls, and really make it feel like home. You have to make so many new experiences and memories.
I hadn't considered that before. I'll think about it.
All right, and then we can call weekly if you want to help with the homesickness.
That sounds good. Thank you. Love you.
Love you.
My next skit is going to be about privacy. My name is Damaris Ramirez, and I'll be playing the unsupportive supporter.
My name is Adrian Myro. I'll be playing the student. Beep, beep, beep.
Hi, honey. Did you go to the doctor like I told you to?
Yes, I did. I promise I don't have the flu. I went to campus health and well-being yesterday. They said I just have a cold. I'm gonna be fine.
I don't know. From the sounds of it, it seems like it's more than just a cold. I'm gonna call campus health and well-being and see what happened.
Oh, you always do this. Beep, 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 beep.
Hi, is this campus health and well-being?
Mm-hmm. May I ask who's calling?
Yes, I'm the guardian of Adrian, and I need to get more information about their doctor visit that they just had.
I'm so sorry. We're unable to share the information with you due to the Confidentiality of Medical Information Act.
What? This is my student. I need to know what's going on.
I'm so sorry. There's nothing we can do. I suggest you have a talk with your student about what they're willing to share with you.
We will now act the supporting site. Beep, beep, beep.
Hi, honey. How are you feeling?
Still a little sick, but I promise you I don't have the flu. I went to campus health and well-being yesterday, and they just said I have a cold. I'm going to be fine.
Okay, I hope you feel better soon. Get plenty of rest.
I will. I was able to pick up some over-the-counter medication from campus health and well-being for really cheap.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. I'll always be here for you, but I'm not always going to be physically there to nurse you back to health. I'm proud of you for being responsible and taking all the right steps to feel better.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you too.
This skit is Missing Your Student. I'm Mir White. I'll be playing the role of the unsupportive supporter.
And I'm Paul Tungle, and I'll be playing the role of the student.
Hey, I really miss you. How are you doing?
I miss you too. I've been really busy with schoolwork, clubs, and I know seeing friends, but I don't know. I don't think I'll have time to see you again until maybe finals are over. Maybe I can find a time for you to come over in a few weeks.
Oh, that seems so far away. I haven't seen you since moving.
That weekend.
Was that a knock at my door? Let me see who it was.
Surprise! I know you said you don't have time, but I'm here.
I'm happy you're here, but I told you I didn't have time. I was planning on studying all day and I have a birthday dinner at night.
You can take a study break. Let's go see SLO.
Oh, okay.
Hey, this is the supportive version. Hey. I really miss you, and I hope to see you sometime soon.
I miss you too, but I've just been busy with schoolwork, clubs, and seeing friends. I don't know if I have time until finals are over, but maybe I can find some time for you in a few weeks or so.
Oh, that's so far away, but I'm glad to hear that you're taking school seriously.
Yeah, some of my classes are hard, but my professors are really nice, and it's been a hard transition, but I think I'm finally settling down.
That's great to hear. I'm happy that you're doing so well. And, I'll see you sometime when your schedule clears up. Love you.
Love you.
Hi, now we're going to be performing a skit on micromanaging your student. My name is Kyron Willman, and I'll be playing the role of the student.
My name is Rachel Colby, and I'll be playing the role of the unsupportive supporter. It's 11 p.m. I'm going to check where my student is right now. I hope they're in the residence hall. Wait, where are they? I'm going to FaceTime them. Hey, just wanted to check in on you and make sure you're okay, because it's late and you're not in your residence hall.
Yeah, I'm doing okay right now. I'm over at my friend's place, and we're actually going to dye my hair soon, so that shouldn't take any more than 40 minutes, and then me and her roommates are going to play some board games afterwards.
Who is this person? I'm going to call you an Uber in 40 minutes, and you're going to get in and head home. You should not be in a random person's house this late.
I know you haven't met her, but she's really sweet, and I feel really safe over here. I'd love to stay longer and play some board games with her and her roommates afterwards, and I can give you a call in the morning and let you know I'm back safe and that everything's all right if that makes you more comfortable.
Honey, I'm sorry, but I just don't know this person, and it's too late for you to be out. I'm going to call the Uber. You're going to need to head home once it's there.
I wish my supporter knew I was my own person and could make decisions for myself. Sorry, everybody. I guess I'll have to head home right now.
And now I'll be playing the role of the supportive supporter. You know, I'm going to check my students' location. It's getting kind of late. Maybe they should be in their residence hall. Where are they? I'm going to FaceTime them. Hey, I just wanted to check in on you and make sure you're okay, because it's late and you're not in your residence hall.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm over at my friend's house right now, and we're gonna dye my hair, and it shouldn't take more than like 40 minutes, you know. And afterwards, I was planning to stay over and play some board games with her and her roommates.
Who is this person? I'm gonna call you an Uber in 40 minutes and you're gonna get in and head home. You shouldn't be in a random person's house this late.
I know you haven't met her, but she's been really sweet, and I feel really safe over here. I'd love to stay longer and play some board games, and then afterward, one of her roommates even offered to drive me back to the residence hall. So I could give you a call and let you know when I'm there if that makes you more comfortable.
I mean, it sounds like you're around people you trust and that you feel safe with. I'm very anxious about letting you stay for so long, but I guess I trust you. If you could call me in the morning, that would make me feel a lot better. Thank you.
I really appreciate your understanding, and I'll make sure to call you tomorrow. Love you.
Please be safe. I love you.
All right. Thanks, Stanley, for taking us through those skits there. I really enjoy watching it from the student perspective, folks. But one main thing sticks out to me here is that both you and your student are going through some major transitions, right? The family the family unit, the supporter unit as a whole is going through a lot of transitions. And so what I see in those skits is a lot of communication. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Carrie, does anything stick out to you from the skits?
Yeah, I always joke about the change of major one because that one really resonates with me. My whole life as a kid, I wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon. And I went to UC Davis for my undergrad as a pre-med, and I actually stuck with the major throughout my time there. But really realized, I think around my third year especially, but before then there were signs that this was not the right career path for me. I did an internship and I hated it. I was kind of getting straight C pluses in all my classes, like, you all don't want me to be an orthopedic surgeon. And I still stuck with the major, but picked up some minors that maybe my parents didn't really understand at the time, but I just realized it wasn't, in fact, the path for me. It was kind of funny because even a couple months ago, I'm in my 40s now, and my mom still mentioned me being an orthopedic surgeon someday. And so it just kind of resonated with me of, you know, sometimes our paths and our students' paths aren't always going to make sense for parents and supporters, but just kind of trusting your student. I'm now in a career that I'm very happy with and well suited for. So just kind of trusting the path that your students are taking.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Carrie. Thanks for that. You know what is also important for student success is the basic needs. Carrie, do you want to talk to us about basic needs?
Yeah, I do. So, you know, we want your students to focus on being wonderful, excellent, high achieving students here at Cal Poly. And for that to take place, we really need to make sure, and I want to talk to you about some of the resources Cal Poly has to ensure that your students' basic needs are being met so that they can be wonderful, high achieving students and focus on their classes and academic performance, which is what they're here for. We have a lot of resources for your students. So if you get anything out of this presentation, I hope it's that you understand that there are resources for everything your student might need. You have hundreds of caring adults to help take care of the students and make sure that their basic needs are being met. We look at basic needs holistically. So thinking not just, I think a lot of folks, especially think about health and well-being, think about physical and mental well-being. We certainly have resources for that within campus health and well-being. We have health services and counseling services, amazing resources and programs within those resources. Housing, not only do we have university housing, but within the basic needs program, we provide emergency housing assistance and emergency financial assistance. Really, I would say all of student affairs and campus is focused on your students' sense of belonging, making sure that this feels like a home away from home, that this it feels like a place where they feel safe and welcome and proud to be part of our community. We have a lot of resources, including our campus police department focused on student safety. There's some great apps, including the Rave Guardian app that was introduced to campus in the last couple of years, where students can communicate, report incidents that they see on campus, even like broken, dangerous sidewalks, things like that, but also be able to communicate with their friends and supporters about their whereabouts if they would like. And we have a lot of food resources, including campus dining. We do have some emergency food resources. I help support our campus food pantry, where we have 2,000 visits every week to our food pantry. So encouraging your students to check out these resources. There's no shame, there's no stigma in utilizing any of these resources available to students. I also want to talk about some things also that I'm not going to go through all of these keys to student success, but some highlights around what we know through research of what makes a student successful. I'm going to focus on healthy and safe relationships. Part of my program within Wellbeing Services is SAFER, which is our sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking prevention program. And a lot of our prevention work is focused on students having these safe and healthy relationships, not just romantic relationships, but supportive friendships. We know that when students or anyone really have healthy and safe relationships, that's going to be an area where they can thrive. I also want to talk about asking for help. I know many of the students coming into Cal Poly are very high achieving, and sometimes, their first quarter at Cal Poly, it might be surprising at how, challenging things might be, or maybe they don't understand things. And that there's, again, no shame, no stigma in asking for help. I like to think as a high achieving student when I went to my undergrad university, and I was surprised by those C pluses I was getting in the chemistry and organic chemistry and physics classes. And part of my problem was I was a little too prideful to ask for help and go to the office hours that faculty hold. Again, I'm married to a professor, and so I know they actually love and nerd out when your students join those office hours and ask for help. I wish I had to ask for help, not just for help in the immediate classes, but about 5 years after I graduated, I went on to graduate school and I needed letters of recommendation. And I realized then too, because I hadn't formed those relationships with professors and in my undergrad career, nor had I asked for help when I needed it, I was really struggling to find those letters of recommendations from faculty. So just again, there are tons of resources for students. There's no shame and stigma in asking for help or reaching out for support. We're here for that. And so I would encourage you and your students to reach out to all of these various resources we have for you all.
Yeah, Carrie, earlier when you were talking about caring adults, that reminded me too. That's some of my experience too. Connection with caring adults had a big impact on my academic career, and so did Get Involved. And so, folks, when I first went to college, I was 18 years old, and I am from Hawaii, Maui specifically. So I went from Maui to North Idaho. And it was pretty difficult for me. It was a culture shock. It was colder. I was really felt like a fish out of water. And it wasn't until I connected with an advisor, right? It was a scheduled appointment. I had to go to see my advisor, and it turned out that Felix was a caring adult. And so I was telling Felix what a hard time I was having. I was struggling academically. I was struggling socially. I wasn't having a good time at all. And my academics weren't even going well, because I was the type of student where I do need things to go well socially. It helps me when I feel connected to a place. It helps me academically. And so I didn't have that yet. And so Felix suggested that I go and find something, anything that I liked. He said, what do you like to do? I said, I would love, basketball. And he said, go to a basketball game. I went to a basketball game all by myself. At 18 years old, I just went, I had a good time, watched some basketball, and I approached the coaches afterwards and I said, I know how to keep score, and I'd love to keep score for you. And they said, well, we'll actually pay you to do that. So I got a job with athletics by putting myself out there a little bit, which was so hard. But I went and I did that. And through working for athletics, I was able to meet other students that were actually feeling the same way as I did. Because as an 18-year-old, I thought for sure I was the only one who was not doing well in college, and that wasn't true. I also got to meet other caring adults who, when I had questions about resources in the university or registration questions, they would either point me in the right direction or they could actually help me through their own knowledge. And so it was a really great experience, and it turned around for me really actually kind of quickly after that. And my GPA was good enough to transfer into my undergraduate degree. So those are two things that really stuck out to me. And I'll talk to you a little bit later about connecting with the campus more. So we can move on to transition challenges.
Yeah, I know getting involved sometimes feels counterintuitive when we say they need to focus on academic students, but getting involved just helps with that sense of belonging that our students really need to thrive here. So even though it may feel like counterintuitive, it really is helpful for students to find those connections across campus with caring adults, but also their peers. So yeah, focus on academics and get involved. Some challenges that the students and supporters may be facing, just again, I'm not going to walk through all of these, but oftentimes concerns about money. And I'll say another theme of this presentation, I think, is communication. Kanani used that term before, and all of these transition challenges, if you're already thinking this might be a challenge or a concern for your students or you, I do encourage you to talk with your students sooner than later about the issues that you have concerns about. I know I wish when I was 17 heading to college, and I got really easily tempted by the pretty predatory credit cards that were out there and available and boothed around campus for me. And I signed up for one, and I graduated with quite a bit of debt on that credit card. And I look back on that now and I'm like, oh my gosh, what was I thinking? I mean, I had some fun with that credit card, but I really wish, looking back, like I had a real honest conversation with either campus resources or with my parents saying, hey, like I don't know how to use I don't know how to use this, or I don't know what to do when I don't have enough in my account for groceries. So asking for help is that theme again, but also I wish I had some of that knowledge that I didn't at the time around money. So just thinking about, paying for college is expensive. So having really honest conversations with your students about how are we going to do this? And what are we going to do when we're stuck in a place where maybe I had moments where I didn't have any money in my account for groceries, or other kind of basic needs. So also reminding students about the resources we have about that around money concerns. I also want to talk about safety. I know as a parent myself, I have an 11-year-old daughter who's starting school for the first, or not the first time. She's going to middle school starting this Thursday. I'm really excited, but I'm nervous about her starting middle school. And I know, and then in this case, many of your students are moving away. And my number one concern with my daughter is safety. And I'm sure that's your number one concern, not just with, your students, but especially with them moving away and living away. So we do take safety very seriously. We have, like I mentioned before, our campus police department. We have a caring community where we're looking out for one another. We also, again, students will be going through a required sexual assault prevention training, and a lot of that will focus on how to step in, speak up, and ensure that we're all creating a community where we're looking out for one another and keeping each other safe. I know these are not the words that we want to think about as we're sending students off to college. We don't want to think about things like sexual violence, dating violence, stalking, or any other concerns around safety. But again, as a parent of a daughter, I can't wait to someday be sitting where you all are and sending her off to college. And I would be really concerned if I were on a campus and they weren't talking about these issues. So just know we are very upfront and honest, and We're going to talk about the hard stuff because we truly believe that if we don't talk about these things, we're not going to prevent these things from taking place. So I'm really proud that Cal Poly addresses safety concerns really head on and really honestly. I'll also mention cultural connections. Depending on where your student's from, this campus might feel like home or it might feel like really different from home. And our goal is to make sure that all students feel a sense of belonging and are challenged where it makes sense to be challenged, but also that they're feeling like their cultural connections are being honored and valued, and that they have places of community to connect with folks that are like them and folks that aren't like them. So we have a great resources within our student diversity and belonging cultural resource centers. So for folks who have a cultural identity, or again, like lots of programs and outreach where students can explore cultures and identities that are different from their own. But that is a huge priority for Cal Poly, is diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think the last thing I'll mention is just, this resonates with me, is the developmental changes in identity exploration. It's not just college, but it's this age range that's that folks are going through a lot of identity questions, challenges, exploring new identities, exploring politics. This is not, again, a Cal Poly thing. This is just this time of their development. So I was thinking about when I was in college and had all kinds of new ideas, there were some challenging conversations I would have with my parents during fall break or winter break. So looking back now, I was, so bold as an 18-year-old. All of a sudden, I knew everything there was to know, and I was really challenging some of the values that I had grown up with. So just know that that's perfectly, hopefully they'll do that in a respectful way, but it's perfectly normal for students to come back during fall and winter break with some new identity exploration and ideas and maybe some challenges. So just kind of knowing that that's coming and being open to that.
Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Carrie. So when we're thinking about the student experience and that academic support or supporters supporting their students is so important. And so I put this slide in here, folks, because I want to dispel the stigma of helicopter parents. I understand when we're speaking on the phone, because many of you and I will speak on the phone often in the next 4, 5, 6 years. And you're going to have questions, and you're going to have questions because you care deeply about your students' academic success. And so do I. And so that's why it's a good place for us to work together in parent-family programs. We like to say that we're a place to land for parents and supporters. So when you have questions or you're running into challenges or barriers across the university, please reach out to me and my team so that we can either assist you personally or point you in the right direction and get you connected to the folks that can really help. Here at Parent Family Programs, our approach is to help you, help your students, help themselves. So that's sort of the recipe that we go with. So we try and make sure that you can have all of your questions answered, and then you therefore can help your student, in turn can help your student, because we understand here at Cal Poly that we're never going to replace you. You are still the #1 support person for your student. And we have a lot of resources here at Cal Poly. We do a really awesome job. We are student-centered, and still yet you are going to be that #1 person that your student wants to go to. So if you need those answers, if you have those questions, please come talk to us. Our contact information will be a little bit later on a slide. So I want to dispel the stigma, and helicopter parents, all parents actually, you have a place to land with us here in Campus Health and Wellbeing. I'm sorry, and Parent Family Programs. Sorry, Carrie, all of a sudden I now work for you. So Parent Family Programs.
You're welcome, Kanani. So welcome.
Oh, thanks, Carrie. Thank you too. You're welcome here too. We'll take you anytime. So we're talking about the transition, right? Managing the transition. And we have a 3-prong approach that we recommend. And I want to preface this slide with the fact that, like I just said, you know your student best, folks. And so you might know that your student is not going to be able to do all 3 of these things during fall quarter, maybe even winter quarter. or maybe not through their 4 or 5 years. So maybe doing 1 and 2 or 1 and 3 or just 1, or just taking a minute to acclimate to the university first before going off and do these things. I'm not saying that a student has to do these things right away, okay? But it is a three-pronged approach to staying connected to the university for your student, is to secure an on-campus job or volunteer opportunity. I will say that I already talked a little bit about getting a campus job, but I want to add on to that. So we have over like 5,000 student jobs here on campus. It's really easy to apply for these jobs through career services here at Cal Poly. The Simplicity platform, I think, is up and running now. We just switched platforms. It's a great way to find jobs around campus. Also, sometimes check with your major too, right? In academic affairs, your student might want to be really, close with their major, and they might have a job opening in that department that they could apply for. Also, all departments, division units here at Cal Poly, we have to adhere to a student's academic schedule, right? And so that's great. So a student gives you their academic schedule. No one is ever going to be like, well, do you think you could skip this class and come in because we have some stuff going on in the office today? That's just not going to happen. Also, for example, most departments, like our department, like my department, students have the option to work during finals and midterms. So we make sure that they have that entire week off if they need to. So that's why working on campus is a great way. It's close by, right? Because your student has to live on campus. They get to meet other students. So that is something that I recommend. Number 2 is joining a study group or academic organization. Even the first week of school, your student is going to meet other students in class. Things are going to start to be formed with study groups. Also, some students like to join a professional fraternity or sorority, whether that be for engineering or agriculture. There's a lot of different professional fraternities and sororities that do a really good job in our major specific. Number 3 is join a club, right? You've heard probably a lot that we have over 400 clubs and organizations here at Cal Poly, and that number just keeps on growing. We do have a club culture here at Cal Poly. We have students who are really passionate about, their interests. And so even if a student doesn't find something that they're interested in, they can go ahead and start a club here at Cal Poly. But it is a great way. What I tell people too is that you don't have to join a club if you just want to find out more about them. All of these clubs and organizations, they're going to have informationals. They're going to have, sessions where they talk to other students about what goes on with their club. And you can go to one of those information, pretty low stakes, right? Some of them don't have to be in person. And so just find out what you like. I'm not recommending that a student go out and join 8 clubs during fall quarter, but it is great to look around and see something that you might be interested in to get connected with other students. All right, and this is really just the beginning, folks, of your relationship with Cal Poly, with parent family programs, campus health and well-being, really the whole campus. And so I'm really excited to be with you for those next 4 or 5, 6 years and get to know some of you. Some of you who are going to have a lot of questions. We're going to get to know each other really well. And like I said, I welcome that. So let me show you how to stay connected to us here at Parent Family Program. So our website is right there, that QR code, if you want to scan that. It's a great website, or it's a great thing to maybe check out the Stay Informed tab on the Parent and Family Programs website. And that is because I do webinars, Stanley and I do webinars, and I interview different departments on campus, different experts in their field for student support, from the Office of the Registrar to off-campus housing. We have an off-campus housing coordinator and those services there. And that's something that parents and supporters are really thinking about, right? Like off-campus housing. Maybe your student isn't required to live on campus for the second year. So you're thinking, hey, this in the future, this is going to be something. So on the Stay Informed tab, there's all of these webinars listed, and it's pretty current information. You can see the date that they were done. We do webinars throughout the year. We're going to do 3 more. I'll tell you about those a little bit later. Actually, 6 more coming up this year. So it's a great resource. The parent emails. This is actually where you will sign up to receive the newsletter, but it's also where from Parent Family Programs, but you also receive the information that your students get that goes out on a mass scale. So say the president of the university has a very important thing to announce, right? And that's a blanket email to all students. And if students get an all blanket email, then we are the department that forwards those emails to you. So when you sign up for that, we are going to forward you those really important campus emails that go out to every student. We are not going to forward you personal emails that go to your student. But those big ones are really important. And we found out over the years, folks, that students don't always forward their parents important information. So we're going to do that for you here. And there's also our Instagram, have a lot of fun stuff on there to look at too. So it's a great one to follow. All right, Stanley, do you want to tell everyone about the Parent Advisory Council?
Yes, thank you, Skanani. So Parent Family Programs has a couple of different options for you as parents and supporters to stay involved, even as a parent supporter with Cal Poly. The first one is the Parent Advisory Council. This is a group of 24 parents and supporters who sit on the council. They have quarterly meetings, 2 of them in person, 1 virtual, and they provide input to university leadership on matters such as student involvement. They learn about different projects that are coming up at Cal Poly, and it's really important for Cal Poly to say that they have that parent and supporter input from the council. If you are interested in joining the council, the interest form is right, the QR code is right there. You can scan that. Even if you're not interested in joining the council, I highly recommend that you still get connected with their council members just because they go through so much of these meetings and they have students at Cal Poly ready. So especially if you're a first-time parent supporter, chatting with some of the council members, you're able to really pick their brains a lot of things, and it's a great peer-to-peer learning resource. If you feel like the council is too much of a time commitment for you, but you're still interested in staying involved with the university, wanting to volunteer for an hour at like major events such as SLO Days, Open House, Mustang Family Weekend, or even Commencement, I invite you to join the Parent Supported Volunteer Corps. This volunteer corps is very low stakes. It's super easy to sign up. You sign up, show up situation. It's totally optional, and the QR code is right there.
All right, more resources and amazing folks that can share more information to support your students. Mel is a amazing resource. She's our student healthcare navigator and is doing an upcoming presentation, a virtual presentation. Again, more QR codes for you all on August 20th at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can learn more about campus health and well-being. I think instead of breakout sessions, folks on this virtual session will get the links for the virtual recorded breakout sessions. So there is also a breakout session for you all to be able to watch at your leisure on getting to know your health center. Really important is that we don't take health insurance. Students or someone is paying for all of the resources within campus health and well-being through the health fee, which is included in the cost for attending Cal Poly SLO. So that's our kind of #1 question. Mel can talk more about why, if your student does have health insurance, we recommend that you do keep it for any resources a student might need outside of campus health and well-being. If there's an after hours need or urgent or emergency hospital visit, that's where private health insurance still comes in very handy. Again, you can learn more through that getting to know your health center or attending this August 20th webinar. If a student doesn't have health insurance and is interested in getting health insurance, Mel's position would be the perfect person to talk to. So I think this, the QR code will be able to get you in touch with Mel to ask more questions about campus health well-being, health center, insurance, all of those questions. So within campus health and well-being, there are a lot of great resources that, again, are included with the cost of tuition. So we really encourage students to take full advantage of these resources. This is really quality. I wish I had this kind of service with my medical care. We have included in their tuition is all the resources within health services. We have doctors, nurses, an x-ray, labs, and we have an amazing pharmacy that was alluded to in the skits where we sell all of our prescription, but also over-the-counter medication at cost. So really great holiday gifts is your students can come home with some great at cost over-the-counter products. So really great resources within health services. Counseling and psychological services has over 20 licensed psychologists able to help students. Both of those resources, health and counseling, those phone numbers are 24 hours. So after our closure hours, those numbers will both get you or your student to an after hours nurse line or helpline. I oversee well-being services. So within that is our SAFER program, our food pantry and basic needs resources, and health education. Pulse is our peer health education program. Something to note within well-being services is we do employ around 75 students. So if you have a student who's interested in those opportunities to get involved, as Kanani was mentioning, we have really great resources for students to get involved. And we have a lot of students who are involved in public health, psychology, but we also have our handful of engineers and architects that are working within our program at our food pantry or doing presentations around health education. So really great ways to get involved within well-being services.
All right, it's time to mark your calendars. So if you all live in California, yes, all California, we are partnering up with the Alumni Association and doing a summer sign-off series at these locations: East Bay, San Diego, Modesto, Orange County, and Los Angeles. You can learn more and sign up for the registration on the alumni website. And then we also want to welcome you back onto campus for some major events with parent-family programs. On September 18th, we have Evening with the President. This is the second day of move-in, also the first day of WOW. It's an awesome opportunity to meet the president, campus leadership, deans of the university. We follow them around with the giant sign, so you're able to find out who exactly you're trying to talk to. And also through we've received a lot of questions and comments about, we just dropped off our most precious thing in the whole wide world, and they're asking, where is the beer and wine? So this year we are introducing a beer and wine garden that you all are able to enjoy at your leisure. The event will start at 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. And registration details will be coming out shortly. Just make sure that you're signed up for a newsletter to receive more information. On November 1st and 3rd, we also welcome you back onto campus after move-in for Mustang Family Weekend. This is our flagship event with parent-family programs. It's also around the time that your student starts to feel a little homesick as well. So it's an awesome opportunity to come back to campus, visit, look at all the different tours. Campus is doing great showcases. There's athletic games, packed performing arts center shows. I describe it kind of like back to school night, but think on a much larger scale. And then, as Kanani mentioned earlier, we do have 2 webinar series, one in fall and in winter. These are the dates that they will be posted on, and they'll be posted on our website, but don't worry, they're all recorded, so you can watch them whenever. They're just going to be posted on those dates.
Thanks so much, Stanley. So that's our time today, folks, with you. Both Carrie, myself, Stanley, we're very reachable. If you have questions for us, I'd love to talk to you more. I hope you have a great day, and I look forward to meeting you in the future.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone, let's give a shout out to our presenters. They did really well. Now we're going to be heading on to a small break. We'll be meeting back here in the main webinar at 1:10 for our next presentation. All right, it is now 1:15 and we are getting ready to show our next video from CRCO. So make sure to stay tuned, y'all.
Hello, thank you for tuning in for this recorded presentation from the Civil Rights and Compliance Office. I'm Caitlin Blakey. I'll be going over some information with you today about who we are and what we do. I want you to think of this as information about rules and resources. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me and I will get back to you. I wanted to include a content warning at the very beginning because I recognize that some of this information is heavy, some of it can be upsetting, and so I want you to take care while listening. I also want to acknowledge that this is probably not everyone's favorite thing to think about, for folks who are dropping a student off, a student whom they love off at college in September. So I know that this material can be challenging, but we're going to get through it together. Please take care while listening. So what exactly is the Civil Rights and Compliance Office? We are a neutral department on campus that is tasked with receiving and responding to all kinds of complaints. We are responsible for every single thing that you see on this screen. But for the purposes of our conversation today, I'm really going to focus on Title IX. That's not to say that the other things on the screen are not important. Of course they are. But we're really focusing today on the rules and the resources available around Title IX and around sex-based and gender-based discrimination and harassment. So I'm sure that most of y'all are probably aware that Cal Poly is one of 23 campuses in the CSU system. The CSU non-discrimination policy is drafted at the Chancellor's office and it applies to all 23 campuses universally. Basically, I want you to understand that our non-discrimination policy is not Cal Poly specific. It comes from the Chancellor's office, and those are the folks who ensure that our policy is in compliance with all state and federal regulations. So the conduct that you see on the left side of the screen, discrimination, harassment, sexual misconduct, sexual exploitation, dating violence, domestic violence, stalking, and retaliation, those are all the behaviors that are expressly defined and prohibited under this policy. The folks that you see on the right-hand side of the screen, students, faculty, staff, and third parties, those are the folks who are simultaneously obligated and also protected under this policy. And if you're looking for a beach read, you can scan this QR code and have a look at the policy for yourself. It's a policy, it's dense, it's thorough, it's legal, but those are all really good things when you're doing your best to be in compliance with state and federal laws. The policy gets revised very frequently because the laws and the rules are always changing and we want to make sure we have the most up-to-date information as possible. So what exactly is Title IX? I said that we were going to focus on Title IX and I just want to read you the actual language of the law. It just says, no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. So as I stated on the previous slide, Cal Poly is part of the Cal State University system, which is an enormous public university system in the United States, which means, of course, we need federal funding, which means, of course, we must be in compliance with Title IX. Now, you might notice that this definition, this sentence, doesn't say anything about stalking, doesn't say anything about sexual assault or sexual harassment. It just says we can't discriminate on the basis of sex, right? Well, the very first impact that Title IX had back in 1972 when it first came on the scene was it more or less leveled the playing field for women in college athletics. Prior to Title IX, there were almost no opportunities for women to compete in college athletics, and the prohibition of discrimination based on sex helped to make things a little bit more equal. Now, what we've come to realize over time is that things like stalking, sexual assault, sexual harassment, these sex-based things, these are extremely severe forms of discrimination based on sex. So that's how we get sexual misconduct, that basket of behaviors domestic violence, stalking, dating violence, sexual assault, sexual harassment, that all falls under the umbrella of sexual misconduct, and that falls under the umbrella of Title IX. So, like I said, sexual harassment is discrimination based on sex, and I want y'all to know that in order to bring a complaint under Title IX, the harassment, the misconduct must be sufficiently severe, persistent, or pervasive. Meaning it's doing a little bit more than upsetting us. It's doing a little bit more than making us feel discomfort or awkward. It's having a big enough impact on us that we're having a hard time accessing our education, accessing the benefits of our education. So just a quick note about that before we move on. Now, I spoke with y'all about the policy earlier in this presentation, and I want to pull out a couple key definitions from that policy. One of the key definitions that I want to highlight is the definition of affirmative consent. Now, it's 2024. We all have probably a more robust definition, personal definition of affirmative consent for ourselves, for people that we love, for people that we care about, and we have, a loftier expectation for the sexual experiences that we ourselves want to have or that the people that we love should have. I acknowledge all of that. I'm speaking to you all from a policy perspective. So I want you to imagine that this policy definition of affirmative consent is the basement. This is the bare minimum. This is what we have to have in order to have a consensual sexual encounter at Cal Poly. You're going to hear from my amazing colleague Gillian from SAFER, and she's going to speak with you about those more robust definitions of affirmative consent, and those loftier ideas about what we want for each other, how we want to treat each other. But for my role, I'm speaking to you from the policy, and these are the things we have to have. It's got to be voluntary. That seems obvious, right? It's given without threats, without force, without fraud. It's given without intimidation or coercion. It can be revoked at any time. We have the right to change our mind. We've got to be at least 18. That's an important note for those of y'all who may be dropping off a 17-year-old in September. And we've got to be awake. We can't be incapacitated by drugs or alcohol or otherwise asleep. Again, this is the bare bones. This is the basement definition of affirmative consent, okay? So I am not dropping off a student in September. I am not a parent of a student, and I am not here to tell anyone how to parent. That is not my job. That is not my role. However, I would imagine that sometime between now and September, when you drop your student off, I would imagine that y'all would probably be in the car together at some point. And my recommendation would be that you just, lock those doors, and maybe have a chat with them while you have them there, while it's just the two of you, while you're both looking straight ahead. Have a chat with them about some of the things on the screen. This is not a knock on this generation or even my generation, but so much of our communication these days is behind a screen. And I'm saying that neutrally. I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I do think that it puts us in a position where sometimes practicing what we might say in a certain scenario can be really beneficial. So I might suggest that you ask your student, hey, do you feel like you know how to get consent? Do you feel like you know how to say no and like decline giving consent? Do you feel like you know how to give consent? Do you feel like you know how to verbalize if you've changed your mind and you want to revoke your consent or maybe leave a situation altogether? My recommendation is just that you find some time to chat with your student about some of these things before they arrive in September. Okay. So another definition that I wanted to pull out from the policy and highlight for you is stalking. And I'm certainly not doing that to scare you or to alarm anyone. I'm doing that because I believe that stalking is a really interesting term because it's something that we kind of simultaneously downplay in our culture. Like we use stalking to describe situations or behavior that's not stalking. But On the flip side of that, we often see students, especially first-year students, who may be experiencing stalking-like behavior, but they don't necessarily know that it's called stalking. Like they don't have that vocabulary to name their experience yet. So I believe that by highlighting this term from the policy for you as their supporters, it could equip you to really help your student if or when you find yourself in a situation where you need to help them identify what's going on and access resources. So this is the policy definition of stalking. It's a course of conduct directed at a specific person that would cause a reasonable person to fear for their safety or other safety, or cause them to suffer substantial emotional distress. Now, we touched on this a little bit earlier in the presentation, but substantial emotional distress is going to be, again, more than just discomfort, more than awkwardness. It's reasonable fear. I'm reasonably afraid to go to my class. I'm reasonably afraid to walk to the library or walk to the gym or what have you. It's got to be having that substantial of an impact, okay? I'm going to let y'all read the definition of course of conduct. It is lengthy, but it is thorough, and it is written like that to be really inclusive and really comprehensive of some of the experiences and some of the behaviors that we've seen when it comes to stalking. So here are some examples. If a person is experiencing one or maybe a combination of some of these behaviors or incidents, then that could amount to stalking. Like I said, we often see students who are experiencing some of this and they have no idea that that's actually stalking. They just come to us or they come to their professor or whomever and they're saying like, this person will not stop giving me gifts. Like I don't want the gifts. Or I keep trying to break up with this person and they keep telling me they're going to hurt themselves. And so the more educated we all are on what stalking is, the more we can help each other. Okay. So now I'd like to just kind of circle back. So we've talked a lot about rules, and now we're going to talk a little bit more about resources. So I want to speak with you about what exactly happens in the Civil Rights and Compliance Office. You may or may not know that every employee at Cal Poly, except for SAFER and the Counseling Center, are mandated reporters, meaning all faculty, all staff, coaches, RAs, all of those advisors, all of those folks are mandated reporters. And what that means is that if they become aware that someone has experienced any of what we've talked about today, whether that be stalking, dating violence, sexual assault, any of that stuff, they have to report it to the Civil Rights and Compliance Office. Even if the student is like, please don't tell anyone, they still have to tell the Civil Rights and Compliance Office, okay? So that's what that outreach email means, because let's stick with the stalking example. Let's say a professor, a student tells their professor that they're being stalked or describes conduct that the professor recognizes as stalking. The professor calls or emails me and says, hey, Caitlin, I have so-and-so here and they are experiencing stalking. And then what do I do? What does CRCO do? The Civil Rights and Compliance Office do? We email the person who's alleged to have experienced that harm, the person who's being stalked. We send them an email and it's long. I understand that it's long. I get some feedback about how long it is, but it's long for a reason. It's long because I want them to have all of that information in one place. I don't want them to have 20 tabs open. How do I get to campus police? How do I get help with academics? How do I file a report? I want it to be all right there, so they don't have to go hunting for it later. And then that person who gets the email, they get to decide what happens next. So they can respond and say, thanks, but no thanks, like I'm good. They can respond and say, yeah, I want to file a report. I want an investigation. I want to talk to somebody. They can delete it and never respond if they want to. This happens a lot. Sometimes they'll file it away and then we'll hear from them in 6 months. Like they've tried to deal with it themselves. They've realized they need a little bit of help. And so now they're responding to the email. But the most important thing for y'all to know about the outreach email is that the person who receives it is driving. The okay? Where it's extremely rare and limited circumstances where we're gonna go through with like force an investigation where someone doesn't want that. So that's important for y'all to know. That's the outreach email emoji. Now, let's talk about the supportive measures emoji. If you hear me say one thing today, I really want you to hear me when I say a person who receives outreach from our office does not have to participate in an investigation in order to get supportive measures. A person can get supportive measures outside of an investigation. So this is common. This happens a lot. Someone will come in and say, yeah, I'm being stalked and it's been really hard and it's had a big impact on me, but I don't feel like I have the bandwidth for an investigation right now. But what I do need help with is I'm having a really hard time in my biology class, or I have missed 5 math quizzes or whatever. And we have an amazing care manager who will help that student and is the liaison with their faculty to get them some support. Even though they don't want an investigation, they still are entitled to supportive measures, okay? That's super important to me that y'all know that. Now, I also want y'all to know that you heard me say at the beginning, our office is a neutral fact finder, okay? So in our office, we have the complaining party and we have the responding party, and they're both given supportive measures. So if someone's been accused of stalking, they also get supportive measures. They also get access to that care manager and help, with their academics or whatever it may be. So it's so important to me that y'all understand that. Of course, we offer investigations. If someone comes forward and describes a complaint that falls within the CSU non-discrimination policy and they want an investigation, then we'll investigate. That's their right. And oftentimes, investigations do lead to hearings. So that is a little snapshot of what we do in our office. If you have any questions about any of this, you can absolutely email me. These are some books that we really like. They are contemporary books. It's all nonfiction, and they just kind of speak to like the experience of college age students today. They're really good. I'm going to give y'all a second to take a photo of this, and then we'll move on. All right, so some resources. Like I said, you're going to hear from my incredible colleague Gillian after this from SAFER. We work really closely with campus police. There's their information there. Campus Health and Wellbeing, they're an incredible resource. And Lumina Alliance is an off-campus resource that also services Cal Poly students. And here is some contact information. You can visit our website if you want to learn more about who we are, what we do. There's that email address. If you email me, I will get back to you, I promise. And there's our phone number. Thank you all so much for your time today. I hope you have a great rest of SLO Days, and we'll see you in the fall. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gillian. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a campus advocate with SAFER. I'm going to pull up my presentation real quick and share my screen with you all. So just give me one moment, please, as I make that happen for us. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Okay. So we are going to be talking today about a pretty heavy topic. I know that this is challenging for parents and supporters when they come to this session and they look at words on the screen like sexual and relationship violence. I'm going to be hopefully helping you all feel a lot more comfortable with this. I don't want to scare you, but I know that this is challenging. So please take care of yourselves and know that as we go through this, I'm going to really be trying to give you some tricks and tips on how that you can take a really active role in helping to prevent this type of violence from occurring in your student's life. So I want to start by talking with you all a little bit about SAFER. So this is the program that I am a part of. I've been with SAFER for 4 years, but I've been doing work like this for over 15 at some different universities. Cal Poly is the home of the oldest program like ours in the CSU. So SAFER has been around since 1996. Every CSU has a similar program, and they may have an advocate and a prevention educator, or they may have just one. But Cal Poly is the largest program. So we currently have 3 full-time professional advocates. All of us are state certified rape crisis and domestic violence counselors. We aren't therapists, but we provide that similar sort of crisis counseling, safety planning, emotional support and validation. We support survivors through reporting to Title IX or law enforcement or medical exams, whatever it is that they might want to do, getting a restraining order, all that kind of stuff. We really work a lot with our campus partners to do things like put academic accommodations in place and take other steps to help survivors feel supported. We really work closely with Caitlin's office, so you just heard from her all about that, and we work with them very regularly, especially around things like getting academic accommodations or housing accommodations put in place or getting a no contact order put in place. And then, of course, those investigations that are happening, we provide the support for the survivors going through those. We also have 2 prevention educators. Our prevention education team is responsible for going out into the community and giving presentations to athletics, to Greek life, to clubs and orgs, students in residence halls, students in classrooms. Last year, our team had over 26,000 touch points with students at Cal Poly. So there's 22,000 students here. So we had more touch points than there are students, which is pretty significant. Our team programs all year round, and we have 14 really amazing students who work with us. And between them and our pro staff, we're putting on events, bringing speakers, tabling, really being a part of the campus community. So most students know who SAFER is. Most of them have had at least one interaction with SAFER in their first year, and then additional throughout the rest of their time. And so that's a little bit about us. I will also share with you, we are part of campus health and well-being. So this is a great place to know about. Really, really good resources here in CHW. It's very much worth going to our breakout session to learn more, but I'd just like to shout out a few different ones. So of course, this is where your student's going to go if they're feeling unwell or if they get injured during regular business hours. And this is also where the counseling center is. So we have licensed clinical therapists, we have a psychiatrist. These are folks that are not trainees, but have their hours and are professional therapists who are able to provide free therapy for our students, whether it's individual or group. They have a lot of other really cool support services in general. So we really, really are thankful to be able to partner with counseling services. We also have our food pantry here, and that's part of the well-being team that SAFER is a part of. So we have a food pantry down in the lower level of our building, and students can grocery shop for free 6 days a week. There's no questions asked. They can come as many times as they need to. And we usually have 1,000 students or more coming every week to get some free groceries, which is really, really wonderful. Your students' student fees pay for the bulk of the things that they would get here at Campus Health and Wellbeing. So really encourage them to seek out the resources here. We're very, very happy to offer all of those. So let's talk a little bit about our goals today. So as I mentioned, I want to give you some talking points with your student. So I'm really asking you to have maybe awkward, maybe hard conversations with your student. And for some of you, that's not a big deal. You've been having conversations like this maybe forever. You maybe have had very similar conversations about things like alcohol or sex or dating. For other folks, this might feel really uncomfortable, and maybe you'd rather have a root canal than talk to your student about sex. But I'm going to put this information out there for you. So hopefully you can have that at your disposal to do with what you want. But we really want for our parents and supporters to feel like they have resources, that they know about SAFER and the work that we do, and they're really well informed about kind of these issues on a larger scale in college life. So we're going to talk all about that as we go. So in 2020, we did a climate survey, and we ended up getting about 1,200 students responding to our survey, and they gave us some really helpful data. So I'm going to share some of these points with you and kind of break them down a little bit. So of the students who responded to us, 28% had experienced sexual assault. The majority of them had that happen as a first-year student and within a mile of campus. So that wasn't a surprise to us because we know that the first year especially the beginning of the first year, as the most at-risk time. And we know that within a mile of campus is where there's fraternity houses, where there's campus or off-campus apartments, and lots of students. So it's party locations, right? And so that certainly plays a role. That number can feel really scary and really overwhelming, but essentially, I just want you to understand that this is something that happens at every university in our country. This is not something that's just Cal Poly specific. It is really an issue, and there's a lot of reasons for that. And we'll get into those a little bit later. Of the folks who had experienced assault, 82% of them knew the person that harmed them. This was also not a surprise to us because the national number is 80%. But I think what ends up happening a lot of times is that we as a society tend to really focus on stranger danger safety techniques and not on what to do if the person causing harm is a friend, a date, somebody they're studying with, somebody who lives down the hall from them. So that's important to note. If you've been talking to your student and about safety and the tips you've been getting or giving them have all been about strangers, things like make sure you have your keys in your hand in a parking structure, make sure you have somebody walking with you on the way back from the library, make sure you have somebody who knows where you're going to be or what you're doing. Like, these are not bad safety tips. You should definitely talk about those. But just know that when it comes to sexual assault, when it comes to stalking, the people causing harm are somebody that they know. And so the safety tips about strangers are not going to work the same way. And what our students really need is more information about how to assertively communicate their boundaries, to be able to say, I don't want to do that. I don't like that. I need you to leave. You're making me uncomfortable. I'm going to get out of here. They really struggle with doing that. They have a lot of concern about how they're perceived and what other people think about their behaviors. And speaking up on behalf of themselves and really honoring their bodily autonomy is very challenging. And so it's worth having that conversation of like, hey, what would you do? How would you handle it if you were, hanging out in your room late at night and one of your neighbors came over and they started just making you feel a little uncomfortable? What would you do if the person that you were on a date with was really pushing your boundaries? And try to get a sense of how they might respond, or at the very least, get them thinking about it, because they might not have thought about that before. So 1/3 of our survey responders had experienced psychological abuse from a partner. This, again, wasn't a huge shock from us, because I think, unfortunately, unhealthy relationships are pretty common in college. One thing to note is we really don't do a lot of educating young people about healthy relationships. So they most likely did not have a conversation with an educator or somebody else while they were in high school or middle school that had to do with dating and what they want out of a partner and what they think dating should be like and what makes a healthy relationship. We sort of leave them to just figure it out. And I know Cal Poly's motto is learn by doing, but this maybe isn't the place where they should be learning by doing, right? When it comes to relationships, they need to have some education before they're dabbling in those. And so if you haven't talked to your student about what they're expecting from their dating life, when they come to college, now would be a really good time, because some of them might already have a relationship or they've been dating. Other students have never dated anybody and they don't have a clue what that's going to be like. Some people are at this university looking for their spouse, right? Like really hoping for a serious relationship. And other people are fumbling through and really don't even know what they want. And all of that is okay. But what isn't okay is that we know that our students oftentimes are experiencing really problematic or toxic relationships. I think that generally speaking, they understand that physical violence is not okay. And that if there's pushing or hitting in their relationship, that's a red flag and they need to get some help. But what they might not know is that there are a lot of other red flags, like extreme jealousy, controlling behaviors, isolation from friends and family, having their partner demanding to know their location all the time, tracking them, their partner being the person that says where they can go, who they can see, what they can wear, right? And unfortunately, I think a lot of times the media really romanticizes some of that more problematic stuff, like the jealousy and the controlling behaviors, as like, oh, isn't that sweet? They really care about me. So again, having that conversation with your student about what's a red flag, what is a green flag, what are you looking for in a relationship, and what can you do if you're in a relationship and you're starting to see some red flags. And even if the answer is just, I could talk to a safer advocate, I could have a confidential conversation with them, that is a really good start. So back to our survey. So 18% of the folks who responded had experienced stalking. but only, excuse me, but 68% of them did not label it that way. So what does that mean? So it means that we said, did you experience stalking? And they said no. And then we said, did you experience these behaviors? Things like unwanted contact, being asked out multiple times, the person showing up outside the residence hall, showing up in the building where they always take classes, just being in their orbit in ways that they didn't want. And they said, yes, that did happen. So we realized that we needed to do a lot more work on educating our students about stalking. And here's the thing, that probably hasn't crossed your mind as like, oh, I should worry about that. The most types of stalking that we see with SAFER are stalking that's committed by an ex-partner. So two students were dating, or a student and somebody else were dating, and the relationship breaks up and the other partner just can't let it go. They keep on contacting that person, they text them, they message them on every single social media app that's possible. I've literally seen students send 1 penny on Venmo so they can write a message in that app to the person because they block them on everything else. I see them show up at their events where the ex is going to be. I've seen them show up outside of their residence hall or apartment. I hear about them taking classes with the ex that they have no business taking or no need to take, or just being in the building. Like if the X is a particular major and they're usually in one building, then the person that's stalking them is in that building all the time, right? Even though they don't need to be. So that's another conversation. Does your student know how to handle a breakup? Do they know how to handle it if they ask somebody out and they get rejected? If the message that they've received is just keep trying, don't give up, you have to win the person over, that's a problematic message. And they need to be able to take no for an answer, and they need to be able to understand that if they're not doing that, that is really problematic behavior. Just in the last year, we saw a lot of this, and we ended up working with Title IX to get quite a few no contact orders put into place. And we really would prefer that students didn't have to deal with that. So things to consider. Only 10% of students reported to the university. So we know that that is a really hard process. We know a lot of people don't want to go through either reporting to Title IX or law enforcement because it's really emotional. It's really can be very, very painful and difficult to do. There's fear that they won't be believed or that they might be blamed or even get in trouble if they were underage drinking or something like that. So our report numbers can be low, and that can be why. 66% told somebody about their experience, probably somebody like me or counseling services or maybe a good friend, but not a lot usually end up telling their families or their parents because they're afraid of how those people are going to react, and if they're going to be worried or they're going to be angry or are they going to be blamed for the situation, right? So yeah, something to consider. So that was a lot. I know I'm talking fast. If you have questions, you can throw those in the chat for me, but I can't see it right now, so I'll get to those towards the end. I want to talk a little bit about the red zone. This is a term that is used nationally. So this is not a Cal Poly term or a SAFER term. This is referring to the first 6 weeks that a student is at college. And this could be a transfer student or a first-year student. We know that more than 50% of sexual assaults occur during this time frame. For us, this is really starting during our WOW, which is our week of welcome. So that very first little time frame before school starts in September. And this is something where we see that spike and we know about it. We try to get our students as ready for it as they can be by talking to them before they even come. Your students have all had an email that they need to complete an online training around sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking, as well as alcohol. So they may have completed it already. They may be putting it off, but that's something that they're supposed to be completing before they start. So that's kind of the very first touch point. But unfortunately, it's hard to get in front of students before this begins. Your students will likely also see us at WOW during an event called the Sex E Show. And the E stands for education. But I know that for transfer students, I think this is pretty optional. So they may opt in or not. But the show itself is an interactive theater troupe, and they do really cool skits, and they portray these issues and topics in a way that's very sensitive and thoughtful and really help get the students thinking about them. So they will see some of that. But before, other than that, we really aren't able to communicate to them about what is consent and what do they need to know. So that's where, again, we're coming back and we're asking you all to help us. So why does this happen? Why does the red zone exist? So lots of things, right? It's the first time away from home for these students, and so they are scrambling to make friends and have a social connection because they don't have one. What that means is they don't have those trusting relationships yet where they know somebody's going to watch their back when they go out, make sure they get home safely if they drink too much or something happens. That takes time to build, right? And they have that with their high school friends, but they probably are not going to have that with anybody here for a little while. And we know having a friend group is a protective factor. So they have to build that up, right? There's also, if you think about like every college movie that you've ever seen, they all focus on partying. And so that sort of that party atmosphere is a real thing. And there's a lot of pressure, I think, for students to engage in that when they're new. I won't talk with y'all too much about alcohol because you will see another session about that if you'd like to, I think. But essentially just knowing that alcohol can definitely play a role in sexual assault. This is something that, your student may have had alcohol in high school or this summer. They may never have. They may know their limits. They may not know. So it's a really important thing to have a conversation with them about that. What are their expectations around drinking in college? What are they thinking that they're going to do? What are their concerns and fears? What have they heard about it? Right. I think that's a really helpful thing because when they come here, if they're totally inexperienced and they are partaking for the first time and they don't have people watching out for them, that can leave them in a really vulnerable spot. This can also be a time where they're nervous, they're homesick, they're anxious, right? All totally normal. And they really likely have come to us with having no sex ed or sexual health education in any way. Most of the time when we do our presentations, we ask students, what have you, or how many of you have gotten comprehensive sex ed in high school? And there's very few that have. A lot of our students are getting abstinence only ed or very brief sort of going over, and they don't have the information that they really need about how to have healthy sexual experiences, how to talk to a partner about what they want and what they don't want, how to communicate if they're uncomfortable, how to make sure the person that they're with is sober enough to consent, right? All of those things. That's really, really important for them to know, and they likely did not get that. And they're probably getting information about sex from friends, from the internet, right? From porn, from movies, media, and not in a way that really teaches them how they can embody their sexuality in a healthy way. Yeah, lots of different factors. Unfortunately, too, we sometimes see older students prey on younger students. So there's a lot of reasons why this time frame exists. So what can you do? Where can you fit in to sort of help with this? So we know that when a student has a trusted adult in their life, that's also a protective factor against experiencing violence, right? A strong friend group, a trusted adult. So positioning yourself now as a source of unjudgmental, unwavering support is going to be really, really helpful. Making sure they know they can come to you, making sure you're checking in with them regularly, and that they can share stupid mistakes or fears or concerns that they have with you. Role modeling those healthy behaviors and communication, being open to learning, reminding them of resources that are available, right? You can share really, really helpful things with them as a parent and do your own research about the really vast amount of resources that are at Cal Poly. So, it's not just SAFER. There's also counseling services. There's also the Dean of Students Office. There's the Disability Resource Center. There's academic advisors. There's so many people on campus that show up every day just to help students. So you can help them know their resources. You can help them make a plan for how they're going to approach making friends and building community while they're here. We have so many clubs. We have student orgs. We have leadership opportunities, cultural clubs and centers. We have religious groups on campus. We have really like anything and everything, right? If they're into sports, we've got a ton of rec sports. If they're into theater, music, dance, like whatever it is that they're in, right? There's a unicycle club. So there is a club, I promise, for your student. It is, and maybe that's the one, but there's a club or a group for every interest. And the more they can get involved and really meet people through their passions, the better. But have a conversation like, hey, what are you thinking about joining? What are you looking to do? How are you going to find people that share your values that help you to feel like you have community here? For the sake of time, I don't want to go too much into this, but just knowing When we talk about gender and power-based violence, we know this is something that is preventable, and we want to address it through a public health lens. We want to make sure that we're understanding like this is all learned behavior and it can be unlearned, and it can be prevented when we're really using a public health approach about that. And so again, I mentioned that connection with a caring adult is a protective factor. That's really important. We created this dialogue toolkit for the adults in our students' lives to help them to be able to have conversations, to give information, to give support. And so I hope that y'all are scanning this with your QR codes. Obviously, I can't see you, which is a bummer. I much prefer to talk in front of a large audience, but we're doing our best. So if you're seeing it, please scan this with your phone, and I will put this up at the very end again. But this QR code will take you to our supporter dialogue toolkit. I think you'll find some really, really good stuff in there. Okay, just a couple highlights of things you will find. So alcohol and sexual assault. This talks about how when we know that parents and supporters talk to students about alcohol, they're more likely to drink less than students who haven't had that conversation with their families. So that's a really great reason to have it. We also know, right, alcohol can be used as a tool to sexually assault somebody. It can be used as something where it's a weapon, right? Where somebody uses it to either incapacitate someone or they find somebody who's already incapacitated. It can also make somebody who would otherwise not cause harm have really poor judgment and miss signs, and not notice that the person that they're with is blacked out, or not notice that the person that they're with has gone completely limp or is crying, right? So alcohol can cloud judgment and make it more likely for somebody to cause this kind of harm too. Setting boundaries is such an important thing to talk with your student about. This is something that is really hard for a lot of young people. I think especially when we think about the way we break down how we raise our children around gender, we have a tendency to use really some pretty rigid gender norms. And with young women, we tend to tell them from a very early age that they need to be responsible for other people's feelings, take care of other people, put their own needs last, make everybody else around them happy and comfortable. And it can be really hard for them to speak up because they've been taught not to make it awkward, not to make anybody feel bad at their expense, right? So just setting a boundary can be really, really difficult when you've been raised in that way. And even if that wasn't what you told your daughter, if you have one, that's still something that she would have come of age experiencing just as part of being in this society, is that that's her needs come last. So have that conversation about how to speak up and really vouch for your own bodily autonomy, and that your feelings are important and more important than the person who is making you feel uncomfortable. We also really socialize men in super problematic ways, and we have a tendency to tell them that, you know, they're the ones that need to be sexually assertive, and that a woman's not really meaning no, she just doesn't want to look easy, so you don't need to really worry about that if she's saying no. We also tell them a super harmful lie, which is that if somebody is experiencing sexual assault, they're gonna act a certain way, right? They're gonna yell or scream or fight. And so if they're in a situation with a partner and that partner is just laying there, or is crying or is completely frozen, they might not understand that that's something that they need to stop and check in about, because they're looking for like, oh, well, I'm not getting pushed off, I'm not getting yelled at or punched, right? So they're probably fine. I'm sure it's okay. And it's not the fault of young men that are straight that are learning this. This is just what they're learning. And this is what they're seeing as well. Like, again, I mentioned porn once before. The average age that students are seeing porn is like 13 or 12. And so they have seen things play out that are really unrealistic and don't depict consent in any way. And so that's really hard. So do they know how to respond to boundaries, regardless if they're male, female, gender nonconforming, non-binary, whatever, right? And we know that our students in the LGBTQIA community are at an extremely high risk. I'll also throw that out there, especially trans students, for sexual assault. And so, yeah, the way that we look at people as based on gender definitely contributes to why this happens. And our lack of education in general around sex and relationships contributes to why this is happening. And the fact that we really don't teach people to communicate assertively or to set boundaries or appropriately respond to boundaries. So this is a really helpful thing that you could do, is figure out with your student, like, what does no actually look like, sound like? What could you do if you receive a no, right? I'm at my time, but I'll throw out a couple FAQ answers. So we do, of course, on our campus have Cal Poly Police Department. They're great for answering your questions about safety. But yes, your student can bring pepper spray. They should definitely practice beforehand so they don't accidentally spray themselves in the face. Yes, we have emergency blue lights around campus where students can just like push the button and they immediately have a law enforcement officer dispatched to their location. Yes, there's a Mustang shuttle that drives students in a loop around campus late at night. No, we don't have a self-defense workshop. Students tend not to be interested. We've offered them several times and students don't really want to take them, whereas I think supporters really want their students to take them. But there's a lot of local martial arts areas quite near campus, so they can learn more of that. If your student has experienced abuse or assault already and they would like support, absolutely Safer can support them. Feel free to go on our website, safer.calpoly.edu to get more info. But yes, we support folks who have experienced abuse or assault well before they came to Cal Poly. Can your student get involved? Yes, of course. We have 14 students working for us. We have a bunch of volunteers. Every quarter we do a safer leadership training. And so when folks go through that training, then they can volunteer for us and then potentially work for us later. And does Safer support parents or loved ones? Yes, of course. So if something were to happen, parents and supporters are more than welcome to reach out to us. We do have that confidentiality, so we aren't going to disclose information that was shared with us by the student, but we will provide info on how to support a student in general. Yeah, so that's me. That's my stuff. I'm not sure if there's a question or Q&A option, Dale or Anna, but if folks have questions, you're more than welcome to reach out to me. safer@calpoly.edu is an email that you could utilize. I'll put it in here like this.
There was someone asking if there's going to be a link to the PDF.
A link to the PDF. What a good question. I can send that to you, Anna. I don't have that like quickly enough to give it to anybody right now.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, y'all, thank you so much for your time today. I hope that you enjoy the rest of SLO Days and yeah, thank you so much.
All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and you found it very valuable. And yeah, if you have any other questions, please feel free to drop them in the Q&A feature. We have our presenter who will be there to answer them. Other than that, we will now be taking a very, very small short break. We'll be meeting back at 2:15. So I would recommend you all leave the webinar open and then come back promptly, because we have a lot of information that is very important and I would advise y'all to listen to it. Anyways, I'll see y'all at 2:15. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your small break. I hope y'all had a great time and y'all were able to stretch. Now we will be hearing from our presenter, Andre, who will be presenting on students drink, but not my students.
Hi there. Can everybody see my presentation? Excellent.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thanks, Dale. Can I also have my counterpart, Jen Hockinger, made as a panelist? She's joined the chat to answer any immediate questions while I present. And
Yep, she's joining now.
excellent. Thank you. And hopefully we don't have any issues with the sound, but if not, we'll just go through it. Welcome, everybody, and happy afternoon. My name is Andre Cias. I'm an alcohol and other drug health educator here at Campus Health and Wellbeing. I have about 10 plus years of mental health and suicide prevention advocacy experience, and also about 5 years of neuroscience and cognitive development work within this age group and many others. I've come to really enjoy the student populace, the student experience, and also how dynamic their kind of navigation of the world is coming into adulthood. So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of what we see here on campus, trends about alcohol and other drugs, kind of challenging this perception that our students might come into university with. And then also kind of take back to Cal Poly's history. And we'll be watching a distressing video kind of about a student's experience here on campus in 2008, and then share more about the resources and programming that we have here on campus to make sure that history does not repeat itself here. And then I'll finish up with some more information about the resources and programs and departments here to help your student and to also help you out. I'm hoping that this presentation empowers you so that you may have a conversation with your student prior to them attending university. An overview of kind of this public health model that we all navigate and use in our work here at Cal Poly. You can see policy is this overarching theme. This is campus policies, community agreements, overall expectations that we have here on campus for our students, faculty, and staff. And then next is going to be community. This is going to be the Mustang way, kind of the behaviors in which our students navigate and are responsible for themselves and others here on campus. Next, we have organizational. So that's going to be resources and support, especially through campus health and well-being. My department, my team, my colleagues, focusing specifically on providing support and resources to your student. Something to highlight here, though, is this interpersonal layer that is closest to our Cal Poly students. This is all of you supporters, parents, friends, family. All of you have a direct sphere of influence to your student. So Jen Hockinger and I, we focus heavily on alcohol and other drugs, constantly doing research and things of that nature. And while we pride ourselves on our knowledge, we're not the experts on your student. All of you are an expert on your student. So hopefully you'll be able to have these conversations with your student prior to them attending university here. Because I love research, because specifically from 2007 to 2023, research has continuously indicated that our students will drink less when their supporters talk to them about alcohol use, and also if your first year perceives that their supporters care how much they drink. Right. And so these are really two small expectations and kind of initiations from you to discuss with your student, but I promise you they're going to be incredibly impactful for them. And why might that be? Or why would we have this conversation? How are we going to have this conversation? I want to invite you to scan this QR code so that way you can take a look at a dialogue toolkit that prevention specialists over here at Campus Health and Wellbeing have put together in order to make this conversation easier so that you have tools and examples about other substances and alcohol that maybe you can pull on and kind of fuel this conversation. And I understand that this can be a very difficult conversation, and we'll talk a little bit about how to best approach this later in this presentation. So I'll let you kind of scan this QR code. There will be a second option for you to scan this QR code at the end of this presentation. So if you miss it here, that's totally okay. So why do I want you to have this conversation with your student prior to them attending university? One, it's just good practice to constantly set your expectations, hopes, desires, and what you don't want your student to have happen or how they behave here on campus. However, there is this well-researched phenomenon called the college effects that impacts the first 6 weeks of a student attending university. And so what we've seen routinely in comparison to non-college or university attending peers is that these college attending peers will be consuming higher amounts of alcohol, engaging in higher risk behaviors, and also be active in binge drinking behaviors as well. So in this first 6 weeks of university and fall quarter, we do see higher risk behaviors, higher risk drinking, and also students that fit the criteria for binge drinking. The criteria for binge drinking is 4 to 5 drinks in 2 hours. And so for a lot of us, that can kind of sound like a pretty similar night out on the town. And so it's really important that we're educating our students who may not have formal education around this. And these students, especially our first year freshmen, they constantly are letting us know that the way in which they navigate this or navigate higher stress, confirmation biases fueled by ways in which media has influenced their expectations and perceptions of university, ease of access, right? So they're around peers that are of age who are able to purchase alcohol, and they'll be around experiences that where alcohol may be present off campus while attending university. And these are all reasons that may heavily influence this kind of high-risk behavior, especially if you're removing yourself from a support system, from a network that has set expectations, and or your social support is dynamically shifting as you enter university. It's not easy to be here academically because your student is beat out 70% of the students who have applied to Cal Poly, and our academic rigor is pretty intense here as well, especially if your student wasn't from quarter systems before. Those first 10 weeks are going to be really difficult of an acclimation. So having this ease of access, having this confirmation bias is going to only fuel this college effect. And going back to confirmation biases, so I was a DARE kid, and I had this perception after being a part of that program that individuals would hand me heroin in the middle of the street. Now, that wasn't necessarily reality. And we have all of these media influences, these program influences that may change our perception about what really is happening. So students have reported that about 99% perceive that their students drink here at Cal Poly. So 99% of the student populace here drinks. That's the perception from our students here or incoming students. When in reality, we're actually seeing about 54% of our students drink in the last 2 weeks, which is this huge and grossly inaccurate assumption that these incoming freshmen are making about our student populace here. And so we're trying to really challenge this perception versus reality and provide historical context, cultural context, and also real experiences and anecdotal student experiences to help shift this perception versus reality. And last year's incoming first years, 50% of them indicated that they do not drink. About 8% already indicated that they were in recovery before attending university. And as we can see here on this far right, 85% overestimated how much their peers drink. So we're seeing this perception, this chase for confirmation bias continuously when we're asking our incoming freshmen these questions. Something that is a kind of like a emboldening portion for my job and for my team is that 22% of our students reported having 0 hours of formal drug and alcohol education in the last 4 years. So these are students who may not have any education or understanding about how alcohol or other substances may impact their body. They don't know what responsible drinking looks like. They don't know what harm reduction techniques there are in order to navigate this new dynamic, this new world, this new trajectory into adulthood. And so that's something that we try and highlight a lot, and something that our programming is really focused on. So I'm hoping that my audio will work. If not, please just let me know. But you're probably, again, wondering, this couldn't happen here, this couldn't happen to my student. They've never done anything like this before. They haven't been around situations like this before. And I understand that we would want to deny these really kind of nerve-wracking and scary things and wouldn't want them to happen to anyone that we care about. And or even think that it can happen at a university that they're about to attend. And so it's really important that we are aware of our history and that we acknowledge it, that we learn from it, and we keep using it as a motivator. And so this is a 6-minute and 14-second video about Carson Starkey. Carson Starkey was a student here in 2008 who passed away from alcohol overdose. He consumed so much alcohol that his body could not process it. And unfortunately, his fellow peers did not understand what an alcohol overdose looked like and did not have legal protections in order to get medical intervention to Carson when he needed it. This is a 6-minute and 14-second video. I understand that it can be really distressing. If you do need to take a step away and take care of yourself, I do empower you to do so. you're going to see an Aware Awake Alive slide, and that will indicate that we've moved on from this video, but hopefully we can get the volume here. Can everybody hear that?
No,
No, you can't hear it?
I cannot.
Okay, let me see if I can change. So it's not letting me indicate to share sound or optimize the video. I think unfortunately it's not letting me share my sound.
Andre, I may be able to share it from my screen.
Okay, I'll stop sharing for a second.
Seemed like any other fraternity party, drinking event, everyone having a good time.
Carson was given a fifth of rum to share with the boy next to him. There was also a bottle or two of Everclear that was passed around.
I remember looking over at Carson and just had this kind of glaze in his eyes.
I noticed that he was becoming more intoxicated. I could tell that he wasn't all there. His body was kind of going limp, and then I saw him sort of like kind of like drooling out of his mouth, and then I knew he wasn't all right. He wasn't even sick. He had had so much to drink that it was past that. It wasn't that he just needed to get sick. He needed help. I saw two people just pick him up and carry him out of the room. Don't think I'll ever forget that.
I raised him for 18 years, and in 20 minutes, he was unresponsive. I know that they thought about taking him to the hospital and changed their mind.
I think they were just afraid that if they went to the hospital, there would be some sort of legal action against them and possibly him because he's obviously a minor, he's only 18.
They decided that they didn't want to get in trouble, and they decided that he would probably be fine. And they brought him back inside and put him on a filthy, horrible, disgusting mattress on his side and put a trash can there and left him there.
Some point I asked, where did he go? The response was he's inside on the couch. People are taking care of him. Don't worry. So I didn't worry.
Julia was coming down the staircase screaming and crying that we had had a missed call on our caller ID from the San Luis Obispo County Coroner's Office.
Called home, and my dad answered. He just said Carson is dead.
I just fell to the ground right up next to the side of a truck and just started crying.
It was devastating. When you hear that your best friend died, it doesn't seem real. Everything just shuts down. You're not yourself for months.
I had assumed that he had made it to the hospital, so I was in utter disbelief.
When I heard of how he died, it was unheard of. I mean, I just didn't think it was possible.
It made no sense to me that someone like Carson would pass away from alcohol poisoning.
It was weird to think that Carson could die from something as dumb as alcohol.
A lot of college students think they're invincible. We've seen people who puke and then wake up in the morning and they're fine. We never think that this is going to kill someone. It didn't have to be Carson thinking he was invincible, but other people thinking that he was. And I think it really comes down to that. The guys thought, A, we don't want to get in trouble, and B, oh, Carson's fine. He'll just sleep it off and wake up in the morning. And I mean, they were wrong.
The people in the fraternity who made the decision not to take him to the hospital ultimately, just made a really bad, wrong decision that ended up killing him.
they decided that they'd rather save their own assets than try and help Carson in that situation.
Like, look at what happened now. You thought you weren't gonna get in trouble, but now the fraternity doesn't even exist. And worst of all, Carson died. These kids are living with the consequences now of what they didn't do that night.
They started telling the story, and I said, okay, we need to bring in the dean of students, we need to bring in the director of the department. It continued to tell the story, and I said, I'm taking you down to the police station.
If you're in a fraternity, especially if you're an officer of a fraternity, and you plan an event like the one that resulted in Carson's death, you can be charged with a felony, and it can change your life.
It cost me and my family over $160,000 in legal fees, over $500,000 in civil suit settlements. It's hard to get a job when your potential employer Googles your name and a mugshot is the first thing that comes up.
Whenever, any of my friends now, if they get into that position where they drank so much that they're having a hard time talking and standing or doing anything, I just monitor it more. And I think that would have been something someone should have just sat by him and watched him and not just left him there.
You gotta always have someone there just to watch them, whether they're fine or not. Because there's just like certain signs, like if their like skin or lips start to turn blue, or if their breathing pattern becomes irregular. That's something easy to notice because you're sitting with them, paying attention, which someone should have been with Carson that night.
Carson was someone that instinctively helped other people, and he died because other people didn't help him.
This event opened my eyes up completely to the issue of alcohol poisoning and that it's a real thing. It's not just something you hear about. It actually happens to people, and you need to be extremely careful and look after your friends.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once in a love goodbye.
Thanks, Dale. As you can imagine, I've seen that video quite a few times, and it never gets easier. It never stops being scary, and yet I'm still brought to some of the statements made by Carson's fellow student, in which they didn't think that somebody could die from something as dumb as alcohol, where alcohol poisoning just like isn't a thing. And so granted, it was 2008, and that was the perception, that was the expectation, that was the understanding around alcohol. However, we had already had national educational campaigns that have been incredibly effective in talking about risks and high-risk behaviors when under the influence of alcohol. In the 80s and 90s, we had very effective drunk driving campaigns that provided education, and now it has traversed through generations in which where our students today won't get in a car or get in the driver's seat if they've had even one alcoholic beverage. And thankfully, we have so many options to get home safely with Uber and Lyft and sober monitors and DDs and things of that nature. And so Carson Starkey's parents, following the efficacy of national educational campaigns, created Aware, Awake, Alive. To ensure that students were aware of the signs around alcohol overdose, and also understand amnesty and Good Samaritan 911 laws, to make sure that they never felt that they couldn't call for medical intervention for somebody who might be in dire need of it. We honor and we also educate our students persistently here on campus about Must Help, the acronym, so that they understand the signs of alcohol overdose, and also are receiving this information should they never know what alcohol does to another individual. And we, during Mustang Mile, during spring quarter honor Carson and his parents and Aware Awake Alive now with us here on campus. So it's really impactful. It's something that we've learned and that always fuels the directions that we take programming and education. So I want to go back to that 22% that didn't have formal education around alcohol. The way in which we discuss, especially those of us with experience with alcohol and have learned experiences around not using too much or really giving time in between each drink, that might not be education that our students know. And these basic things are, in turn, need to be very easily consumable for our students here on campus. And so Jen Hockinger, my counterpart, a fellow AOD health educator, puts together Party Smart pregame, which is our educational pieces. The first 6 weeks is heavy education and programming around teaching our students that it is illegal to drink underage if they're under the age of 21, that they cannot use cannabis here on campus, that illicitly purchased substances are highly suspect, and to also provide education that may seem elementary to those of us that have a lot of experience with alcohol and other substances, but for those students that don't, this is incredibly impactful and can reduce harm drastically here on campus and off campus. And so this is an image of some of our promotional pieces, some of our education, and that we have this all over the place, especially for that first 6 weeks. And this really solidifies as a health educator that what we do, our campaigning, our programming, and our education actually is making an impact. So in 2018, we had about 48% of our students would drink 4 or fewer drinks the last time that they partied. And why is that impactful? It's impactful, one, because now 74% from our last survey of our students here on campus, 74% had 4 or fewer drinks the last time that they partied in their entirety. This is really big and something to celebrate, considering that if we go back to binge drinking criteria, binge drinking is categorized as 4 to 5 drinks in 2 hours. So our students are, no matter how long that they're partying, 74% are drinking 4 or fewer drinks, which is something to highlight. So they may still be drinking, whether it's underage or of age, but their high risk behavior is decreasing, which is fantastic as a health educator, because it means they're listening. In whatever way they receive this information, however many times somebody has communicated this to them, they're listening. But as you can see, we still have some work to do. 34% of the students surveyed had 5 or more drinks 1 to 2 times in the last 2 weeks. This has stayed pretty consistent, along with the 10% for 7 or more drinks the last time that they partied. And so really what we're trying to navigate is adding motivational interviewing and questioning to these students that might be partaking in higher risk drinking and not necessarily seeing it as a problem. For whatever reason, again, like we saw in the Carson Starkey video, whether these students feel that they're invincible, whether we can't necessarily focus on the long-term impacts of misuse of alcohol, considering that they're young and don't see it as a problem. But so these are new ways in which we have to approach this new educational direction and programming, and it's something that we're constantly thinking about. And thankfully, we actually have many students on our team that will provide this voice, what works, what doesn't, and they feel very comfortable to tell us that this program direction is not going to be effective, which really helps and limits the time that we put into something that's not going to be useful at all. And so my acronym is AOD, so alcohol and other drugs, and I'd be bereft not to discuss some of the drug trends that we see here on campus. So something that kind of pops up randomly to me, it felt like, was nicotine usage of our students. As you can see here, lifetime use of nicotine. At some point in their lifetime, they have used nicotine. It's about 22.5%. I was pretty sure that in my generation, we had knocked out nicotine and tobacco product usage. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We now see an influx of stealth vaping through, smaller and smaller vaping devices. We now have Zyn pouches, which are just like chew, except they come in little pouches already. And that can be a really stealthy way to get constant flow of nicotine into the body. And so what we've done using this data is we have nicotine replacement therapy in our pharmacies. So we now have patches and gum of different milligram of nicotine at reduced costs that they wouldn't necessarily find outside of campus to help our students start that process of quitting. And in collaboration with that, we also have a nicotine support cessation group that is starting to kick off in fall. So we actually have 2 students who have been trained to be facilitators and walk through each week and workshop directives and learning objectives for our students that are trying to quit. So they've already quit nicotine, they know the struggles, and they're a student, so they understand what it means to be a student who might be having issues with nicotine. To focus on a couple of other things, we'll talk about cannabis in a second, but I do want to highlight our overdose prevention efforts here on campus. So I'm sure a lot of you are aware about the synthetic opioid fentanyl. It has been an epidemic around the nation, across the nation, not just in our little SLO county. I serve on the SLO Opioid Safety Coalition, and so I meet with providers and community clinicians and other outside organizations to make sure that I understand the kind of trends that we're seeing in our county, because I know that eventually it's going to come back to our students. And so we've done a massive overhaul to our overdose prevention programming and team here on campus. We've paired up with the California Public Health Department to get and receive units of Narcan for free. Narcan is an opioid antagonist and a life-saving medication that can reverse an opioid overdose. All your student has to do is find us wherever is convenient for them, whether it be on the health center lawn, whether it be on one-on-one presentation educations that we offer. Your student can just sign up. It's at no cost. Your student gets a 15-minute or 25-minute training on how to use Narcan, what is fentanyl, what are opioids, the dangers, and some other harm reduction techniques. And they receive a resource kit with 2 doses of Narcan, 2 fentanyl test strips, resources on how to use it, and also more resources if they know somebody that might be using a substance alone and need kind of resources to use safely if they choose to do so. And so we've done a ton to make sure our students have this information available, have Narcan should they choose to have it, and answer any questions that they have. And they can either get professional staff to teach them and or student staff if they like that peer-to-peer. So I said we'd get back to cannabis, and it only took us a couple seconds, but I want to remind everybody that cannabis is illegal here on campus, even if you have a medical card, for various reasons. But for a main reason that we are doing a lot of cannabis programming, and specifically through our prevention education with Jen Hockinger, we are focusing on the fact that this is not cannabis that we had in the 60s and 70s. High potency is described as 10% THC. Which was a good indicator for cannabis product in the 60s and 70s that ranged anywhere between 3 to 5% THC. Since then, we have artificially selected and engineered products to have over 25% in bud and flower alone, and in other forms, higher concentrations, like through vapes and other concentrates, you can get 95% THC in whatever it is that you're using. Not all forms are created equally. And it's really important that we are highlighting and educating on this shift and this high intensity THC potency in our products. Because all of our longitudinal data about how to reverse some negative impacts of cannabis usage, whether someone is dependent on it or not, is only for things under 10% THC. So things like cannabis-induced psychosis, schizophrenia, memory loss, frontal lobe delay, we don't know how long it might take the body to do reparative work like we do for lower THC percentages. And so we're constantly adding this education. We're constantly trying to make sure that our students are aware of this so that they can make informed decisions and look out for some of those precursor worrying symptoms of cannabis dependency, just to make sure that they can quit before it becomes too impactful in their life. So what's really great about all this data that we've collected and kind of how we know these trends, these lifetime uses, is this thing called Screen U. So Screen U is going to be offered to your students during Week of Welcome, during Jen Hockinger's presentation that focuses on alcohol and cannabis and other things. It's about 95% of the information that you've seen today, but to your student. It's completely anonymous. We're not trying to get everyone's history with substances, alcohol, or cannabis. We're just trying to make sure that we can get some kind of overarching themes for our new incoming freshmen. So it provides real-time feedback. Even if your student doesn't use any substances or alcohol, it will still provide resources and tips and tricks for your student. But it takes about 5 to 7 minutes, no judgment, just facts. What it will actually do is put a student's usage into low, medium, or high risk usage, depending on how they answer this form. We are just trying to make sure that we're aware of any kind of trends that we're seeing within our students, especially our incoming students. But also this provides immediate Cal Poly resources to your student, anonymous feedback in ways in which they can moderate and reduce usage of a substance or alcohol. And it also provides community resources as well. We have a campaign that runs specifically during WOW, and then also one that runs throughout the year. And this will be completed by all their leaders at WOW, all of our students at WOW, and this online campaign can go through the year. And if they have any questions about their results, they can actually talk to myself or other professional staff and a counselor to kind of discuss limiting usage. So when we were talking about the 50% of students that came into university that did not drink, I also commented that 8% of our students, our incoming students, already indicated that they were in recovery from a substance, behavioral addiction, alcohol, whatever it was. And so I want to highlight, and I always love to highlight, Mustangs for Recovery. Mustangs for Recovery was started by a student, Davis Hennigar, who after returning to Cal Poly from a treatment center, outpatient treatment center, realized that there was no community for him and students like him who were in recovery, who were trying to maintain sobriety, and it was really isolating for him. And so what Davis did was create and pair with Campus Health and Wellbeing weekly meetings. So we offer weekly meetings Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and those are pretty standard. We have an Al-Anon group coming in fall, and we also have our nicotine cessation support group is run through Mustangs for Recovery students. All of these meetings are run by students for students. It's really to highlight this peer-to-peer support because even if we've been, even if it only has been a couple of years since I've graduated, I really don't know the intricacies of being a student nowadays. And so it's very important to have this peer-to-peer support. To also offer alternatives to kind of these like holidays and high-risk events. And we offer monthly social events to build community, to constantly support our students in recovery, to make sure that they're experiencing college in a way that is uplifting and in a way that isn't reduced because of their recovery or desire to continuously be sober. And so we're trying to continuously provide these community building events, and they range from kayaking and Morro Bay to just a movie night during Halloween and doing all of that. We have the Davis Hennigar Memorial Grant. So in memoriam, in honor of Davis Hennigar, we offer a grant each quarter to students. 1 to 3 students each quarter is awarded $2,500 after filling out an application. The only requirements are that they are at least 3 months sober and that they've been a part of a recovery community. It doesn't have to be a part of our recovery community, but as long as they're a part of one and building community and honoring the dedication and compassion that Davis sought here at university, they're in the running. And then ultimately, Mustangs for Recovery is there to support those in and seeking recovery by reducing stigma and creating recovery allies here on campus. So I've got a couple minutes, so that's good. We've been talking about some scary statistics, high-risk behaviors, risk factors, watching a distressing video, and you're probably thinking, well, now what? Right? What do I do with this? How do I get going? What's the whole point? And it's really to help highlight what is important and to provide that how to have that conversation. So you're aware of the resources here on campus, but also what you can do before your student gets here. So if there are multiple supporters per student, please get on the same page before having this conversation about expectations around alcohol and other substances. It's really difficult to not provide a united front and not give mixed signaling to a student, especially one that's going to have limited connection to you if they are moving away, if they're far away, if they're taking 20 units. It's really important that you're presenting a united front and that you are getting on the same page. Make a date out of it. Don't ambush your student, right? Make sure that everyone is aware that a conversation about this is going to happen. And you want to make sure that you don't have this conversation if they're under the influence of any substance or alcohol, and you don't want to have the conversation if you're under the influence of alcohol or any substance. I say this because your students are constantly learning from you, both when they were really, really little and also all the way back up to now. They're constantly looking at for you to how to be an adult, especially now, navigating adulthood and early adulthood and trying to figure out who they want to be. They're really looking at you right now. This may be difficult, especially if you're asking historical questions of your students' substance misuse or alcohol or whatever, right? We don't want to react. I know that when fear centers can be activated, we might get a little bit aggressively concerned and passionate, and that might be misread as judgment, and our student might get defensive. So we just want to make sure that we are taking time to walk away if we need to and process independently, and then come back and listen to your student. Again, constantly been saying this, but it's okay to speak your expectations to your student and let them know that you've got their back no matter what. This is going to be a conversation that you'll have continuously. It's not just a one and done. So make sure to continue this conversation and know that you're not alone. There are nurturing protective factors as well. I know that we have been talking a lot about high-risk behaviors and risk factors and all of that, but you've already set the precedent of protective factors for them. You're going to encourage more balance and curiosity into this college life. You're going to check in with them regularly, maybe share a calendar that has their midterms on it, so that way you're not calling right before or the night before and get a version of them that is very one note or very worried and trying to study and all of that. You want to make sure that you're checking in at a good time for everyone. You want to speak about the things you don't want for them and also the things that you hope for them. Honestly, it can be very complex as social support is changing, your support changes, and how dynamic that relationship can be, but you can still express your wants and desires for them. And it's important that they build community here because community is key. When I said that you're not alone, I really do mean that you're not alone. We have Campus Health and Wellbeing, which is a full building dedicated to the health, mental health, emotional health, and well-being of your student. If you haven't yet to receive this in any form, please take a picture of this. This is how you make contact with everyone over here in Building 27. And if your student ever needs any information, education, or just a touch point, this is a great place to get connected. So hold on for a second. And if you've missed this dialogue toolkit, here is another QR code. It will be on our website, chnw@calpoly.edu or chnw.calpoly.edu, and an updated version will be up there at the end of this month. So thank you all so much. This is my email and my office phone number. If you do have any questions after this, I am at time, but I want to thank you so much for listening and welcome to the Mustang family. If you have any questions, please just reach out. But thank you all so much.
Andre, thank you so much for being here, being a part of this. Big topics. Also coming off of our supporters were going through presentation of preventing and responding to sexual violence. So we got really into the meat of some of these big topics. And yes, your students are going to hear a lot of this information at WOW. It's very intentional that supporters are hearing this today. So, we really are focusing on community building and sharing of our values with the students, but they will get this information at WOW right before it's really applicable for them. And they also know what resources that they can reach out to. So with that, we have a 5-minute break. So supporters, thank you for being here. We have just 2 more presentations left, maybe 3. I think there's 3. There's a Q&A. So Supporters, we're going to start at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So it's 5 minutes from now, hopefully a quick break. And we're going to see you right back here for our next presentation. So thank you again, Andre. Thank you, Jen. We'll see you next time. Hello, SLO Chamber. Looks like we have Jim, D'Antona, and Jackie, who are both going to be presenting on our next presentation. Jackie or Jim, would you need me to share slides, or are you able to do it on your end?
We can do it on our end.
Wonderful. All
Let
right.
me go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Jim, do you have the ability to do that? Let me get it over to you. How has the day been?
It's been good. It's been very full. We have 83 supporters who are currently joining us on our supporter track. We've had another 350 plus students, and we've had a very full day of cramming our day and a half of content into one day. But again, Zoom is a much different experience, so we're doing our best to give all the critical information in one day and let people get on with their evenings. So
Yes. I can do a little jumping exercise if we all need to get a little blood flowing.
Are you all good to start, or do you need another minute?
I think Jim is pulling it up right now. And because Jim has done this so many times, he probably remembered to share sound. But you can do it now from the top, actually. We were actually presenting to Cal Poly's marketing team earlier today.
Oh,
The all
wonderful.
hands marketing. So I got to do 2 Cal Poly presentations.
Well, it's great to have such a great partnership between Cal Poly and the city of San Luis. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim and Jackie for our next presentation about discovering our SLO community.
Thanks, Dale. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm sure you all have had a very long day. It's 3 o'clock. It's that time for either a walk around the outside or coffee or a nap, whatever it is. But I know you all have been doing a lot of listening today, a lot of information intake. And so we are going to be sharing about San Luis Obispo and how to make the most of your visits to see your Mustang here in SLO. So this is a fun presentation. We're one of Cal Poly's partners, like Dale said. And so unlike most of the other on-campus resources you have heard from during your time in SLO Days. We are off campus, and this session will be all about exploring the community here in San Luis Obispo. So first off, and if you can all, I know it's hard to get a little bit of a reaction on Zoom, but you can raise your hand with that bottom raise hand feature down there, or turn on your camera and raise your actual hand. But I want to take a quick poll on how many of you have heard of the Aloha Spirit of Hawaii by show of hands. Okay. Oh, great. They're coming in. Fantastic. Okay, we've got a good group of you who have heard of the Aloha Spirit. So here in SLO, we practice a little lifestyle we like to call the SLO life. And as they say, Seeing is believing, so we're going to show you a short video to introduce you to the SLO life. Take it away. Uh-oh, no sound. Let's try again. Can anyone hear this?
Nope.
Okay.
If you'd like, I can do it. Or just Jim got it. I gotcha.
You got it, Dale? Okay. You're the expert.
San Luis Obispo, but you can call us SLO. This is small town California with charm for days, but it's not just a place, it's a lifestyle. Here we live the SLO life. The SLO life is hard to describe. It's a vibe, a spirit, an unspoken way of life locals live by. And if you're here, you're a local. And once you're here, you feel it wrapped around you. It's comfort and calm in a welcoming place. It's bright smiles and colorful people. A city without strangers, only people you haven't met yet. It's a change of pace. We don't walk, we stroll. We don't talk, we chat. And the only time we hurry is to see who can say hi first. The SLO life is carefree, but it definitely cares. It's a whole lot of wholehearted. It always moves, gets outside and gets going, works and plays, sweats and creates. There's always a fresh take, a breath of fresh air in the air, a buzz of progress and promise. It's waking up every day to have the best day and live your best life. Once you experience it, you know it. You know there's no life like the SLO life. And once you stay here, it stays with you for life. That's the SLO life.
All right. Well, welcome to the SLO life. You can always go back and check out that video as well on our website at visitslo.com. And so today we are going to be walking you through our SLO life tips for making the most of your visits to San Luis Obispo. And so right now we'll drop in our brochure. So if you were in person, we'd have handed you a brochure in person for you to be able to flip through during this presentation. We'll drop in the digital versions into the chat right now in English and in Spanish. And then when you do come to San Luis Obispo, you can always pick one up at our visitor center or any of the places that we carry it. But today I want to walk you through some of our SLO life tips for making the most of your visit. So the first one, come often. Second, book early. 3, let us help you. 4, embrace the SLO life. And 5, stay connected. So first up is come often, even if it's not just to see your Mustang. The best part now about having your student attend Cal Poly is that you have an excuse to come to SLO anytime you like. And you don't even have to tell them. So there's so much to do to explore here in San Luis Obispo, whether you enjoy getting out, going for a hike, exploring our beautiful open space, heading downtown, our beautiful tree-lined streets, something to explore around every corner, wine tasting shops, our, art galleries, little coffee shops, small boutiques. There's really so much just within the heart of our downtown. It's also plays host to numerous events throughout the year. One of them being Farmers Market. And so you'll see an image on the screen now of our famous Farmers Market. It happens year round every Thursday evening downtown, shuts down 5 blocks. Vendors pop up. There are there's street food. Some of the restaurants come out and do pop-ups from their restaurant. There's entertainment, live music, lots and lots to see and explore. It's really more of a street fair than a farmer's market, and it is truly our signature event. If we had a signature event, happens year-round, right in the heart of downtown. A great mix of folks. So if you haven't checked it out, I definitely say put it on your SLO bucket list. Wining and dining. We are a a huge draw for our wine region, which is just outside of our the southernmost part of the city. Near the airport is the gateway to our Edna Valley wine region. About 30 wineries, most of them small production, but we've got some big names out there as well. The beauty of the small wine region here and the intimacy of it is that you'll often be getting your tasting poured by the winemaker, the owner themselves. There's not a lot of lines, there's no big tasting fees, and it really feels like you are getting to just enjoy that experience, kind of all on your own. Very family friendly, very pet friendly, and something you'll see lots and lots of locals doing on the weekends. As far as dining, San Luis Obispo is in a rural area. We are in a rural county and surrounded by farmland. Some of your students are probably going to Cal Poly and are interested in viticulture or in some of our ag tech or want to explore those career paths. And this is a fantastic place to do it. It's also a fantastic place to reap the rewards of those industries. We have a culinary scene that was recently rated #1 in America by Yelp for foodies. We have 2 restaurants within SLO that were just listed and Michelin's guide, so Michelin recommended restaurants here. And Farm to Fork really started in SLO in places like SLO long before it was trendy due to the hyper local produce and seafood and all of that coming from within our community. Arts and culture, we punch pretty far above our weight when it comes to the arts and culture scene. We have more than 100 pieces of public art within our 15 square miles of our city. So whenever you're walking around SLO, make sure to look up, look down, look all around. You'll see murals and sculptures and all kinds of public art. We have a fantastic symphony. We have tons of live performances that come through, some at, our great Performing Arts Center on Cal Poly campus, and many throughout venues all across our community through downtown and beyond. We have a fantastic art museum, a great history center. The Mission has a lovely museum as well, a great children's museum, a historical railroad center. And so lots and lots to explore in the arts and culture scene, and so many events that come from many of those organizations and beyond for you to explore year round. Some of those are free, like the farmers market every Thursday, or Concerts in the Plaza, which is also a free event that happens in the heart of downtown at Mission Plaza every Friday throughout summer. We also have Art After Dark, which is the first Friday of every month, and that's where numerous boutiques and shops and businesses open their doors and will host live music, different artists popping up in all of their shops where you can view and purchase the art, and local libations as well for folks to enjoy. There's a full events calendar on visitslo.com for you to look at what you're interested in, see what's going on the weekend or week that you're planning on coming here, and check out some of those fantastic options to explore arts, culture, and events. Okay, so getting here, well, you all are probably at home right now, but when you do come into SLO, there are a handful of ways that provide really streamlined access to get into our community. So we have a regional airport just at the gateway to wine country, like I said. So it's about 10-15 minutes south of Cal Poly. It has direct flights to 8 cities. So that's LAX, San Francisco, Denver, San Diego, Phoenix, Dallas, Portland, and Seattle. And coming in October will be Vegas. So there will be 9 direct flights. And from those 9 hubs, you can really get from and to anywhere domestically. So that is fantastic way. It's a great airport, 1 terminal, very simple to fly. It's got a restaurant on there. It's got a beer garden and a little doggy park. So not a bad place if you do have to wait a little bit. Bus service, of course, we have Greyhound and Amtrak, and then building off of Amtrak, we have the train, which actually originates and ends from the south of us, San Diego, straight to San Luis Obispo. So it is a lovely way to travel if you have the time. It's very scenic, very sustainable. For again, those of you who do have the time and want to get here without a car, we have a great program called SLO Car Free. So if you do come by train or you come on, you fly here and then you don't have a car while you're here, you can sign up for slocarfree.org, where you'll get discounts to different businesses and hotels throughout the community. Those of you who do decide to drive to San Luis Obispo, of course, we are right where the 1 and the 101 intersect, right on the coast of California. And so very easy access to San Luis Obispo, halfway, of course, between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Driving here is pretty simple, and if you do have an electric vehicle and you are driving here with an EV, there are over 100 charging stations within the city as well, and lots of parking within our community. Getting around. So, of course, if you have a car, pretty simple to get around, lots of parking, charging stations, like I said, within the downtown and then within our community as well. There are buses and shuttles that will get you around too. You're probably thinking a lot about how your students will get around. And so for those of you are probably aware, for the first year and soon to be 2 years, most students will not have their cars with them when they come to Cal Poly, and that's for a few different reasons. But it's pretty easy to get around as a student, and one of the most affordable and seamless ways is with the buses. And so another partnership the city of San Luis Obispo has with Cal Poly is to offer free bus service within the city to all of Cal Poly students. So just with their ID card, they can head out and ride city buses complimentary, and then those buses connect to countywide buses. So if they want to head out to the beaches or head up the coast, or up north, south of here to their surrounding communities, bus service can connect them there, and that runs early in the morning to the late evening. Biking, we are a gold level cycling community. When you do come to SLO, you will probably notice lots of bike infrastructure. New bike infrastructure being put in, and so fresh green paint, protected bike lanes. It's really a huge priority for the city to get more people on bikes and out of cars and enjoying our community as a pedestrian. And so there are great new pieces of infrastructure, like I mentioned, those bike lanes, and then a couple new bridges that have been put in. So one bridge connecting Cal Poly campus to kind of our upper Monterey uptown area. That gets students from campus to downtown within about 10 to 15 minutes on bike. So, and in a protected way. So excited about that. There's also a bridge over the rail station that takes them along a protected bike path called the Railroad Safety Trail through our railroad district all the way down to our southern neighborhoods and our Lower Broad area, and lots more going in. In SLO, we really don't want people just to get on their bikes and enjoy the beautiful open space and recreate on them on our 65 plus miles of trails within the city on all of these beautiful hills, but also use cycling as a way of transportation and getting around to and from school, to and from work. You'll often see people taking their kids to school in the morning and then, heading to work in their business casual outfits, or meeting up with friends and coworkers after work and heading out to, a brewery on their bike. So lots and lots of biking here in SLO. We were rated also #1 by People for Bikes a few years ago as a friendly bike community, and that takes into consideration infrastructure, safety, accessibility, and all of that. Taxis, Uber and Lyft, of course, those exist here, and a lot of students will also ride share together and use that as a means to get around. On the car front, there's also Zip cars on campus at Cal Poly, and so there's 5 cars that are available for students to rent. You just have to get a subscription and they can check them out, sign up to rent them by the hour or by the day. It's a partnership Zipcar has with universities, and so they just have to sign up and be 18 to be able to do that. One other piece on train, so slowcarfree.org is where you can sign up and get discounts. Your students can also sign up to receive discounts for taking the Amtrak to and from SLO. It's 20% off. So not only is it already sustainable, but now it's even more affordable. They can bring their large items like their bikes, like their surfboards, or anything else with them on the train. And if you select the Cal Poly destination, a shuttle bus will pick them up from the train station, which is just outside of downtown, and drop them off directly on campus as well. So that is a really fantastic opportunity to be able to take the Amtrak. And we have service direct south of us to San Diego, and then north of us. You can get all the way up to the border with Canada, but it is the Coast Starlight in that direction, and there's more mixed service up there. So another really fantastic way to get to and from SLO. Okay. So SLO life tip number 2, book early. Be prepared here on our website. So if you go to visitslo.com, and we'll drop that link again in the chat, we have a whole section of all 42 of our lodging properties. There's really something for everyone here in SLO. And there is a fantastic mix of, those large name properties like, your Marriotts and your Hiltons, where you want to get those points in. If you want to be in the heart of downtown and at the center of it all, steps away from so much to do, you can be kind of in that darkened section right there. This is a screenshot from our brochure too, so you can scroll to the very last page of our brochure. If you want something that's a little bit more boutique and, has more of a historic charm to it, we've got properties like that too. You'll see in this upper area where the concentration of our hotels, kind of in that uptown area, are, we've got everything from a property that has keyless entry, no front desk, to a, true wine country charm property, B&Bs, to some more modern new hotels, and everything in between. So what we recommend you do is, there's this list of the 42 properties here, also on our website. Feel them out the first couple times you come to SLO. Check out what feels like a right fit to you. You will be spending a lot of time likely here in San Luis Obispo over the next few years, and we really want you to feel at home. And so one method we've seen be really successful is when supporters will come in and try out a couple hotels till they find one that truly feels like a good fit for them. A lot of times the front desk or the owners themselves will get to know you. They'll get to know your student, your preferences, what you like in your room, make reservations for you, and all of that. So when you find what that fits, stick with it. There's really something for everyone here in San Luis Obispo, and book early, because they do book up, especially for those busy weekends like move-in weekend and week of welcome, which is coming up just around the corner, Cal Poly open house, which is in April, and then of course graduation weekend in June. So the running joke is, if you know when your student might graduate, I know you're just getting started, but if you have an idea, it's not too early to book, and you can always change your reservation later. Okay. So life tip number 3, building off of that, really let us help you. We are here to help you. We know there's so much information you're getting not only in this presentation, but in your very long Zoom day, and in everything that it takes to get your student up and running and successful at Cal Poly. And we are truly here to help you. So, of course, we have our website, visit SLO.com, which is a fantastic resource. You'll see here that places to stay button up at the top. So where you can filter, find different properties, filter by what you're looking for, dog friendly, meeting space, has a pool, all of that. See great new images of all of our hotels. If you're wanting to plan your trip, and are looking for, sustainable options, or looking for, considerations around different events that might be going on, or, what have you, this is really your best resource. Visit SLO.com to be able to look up the best happy hours, the best restaurants, things to do in the surrounding areas, activities, all of that. Head to visit SLO.com. Additionally, we operate in partnership with the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce, a visitor center in the heart of downtown. So right up a block from the Mission on the corner of Morrow and Monterey Street is the visitor center. This is it right here with the big welcome sign. It's open 7 days a week during business hours. And you can come in, talk to someone face to face. They can offer you suggestions. They can give you additional maps. You can pick up one of our brochures in there, restaurant coupons, wine tasting coupons when we run promotions. This is where you will find out about those there. They also have a great little local store with a lot of SLO branded items. So if you need to pick up something as a souvenir, great place to stop there. You can also give them a call. So 1-877-SLO-TOWN is the phone number that they operate. Someone during business hours will pick it up and be able to answer any questions you have. Again, you can always shoot us an email. On our website is a chat feature, a live chat feature. So if you're on there and you are finding something you have a question about, you can type into the chat there in the bottom right-hand corner, and one of our visitor center information specialists will get back to you if it's during business hours, or if not, the very next day. And really, we are here to help you from everything, again, to, suggestions on where to go to dinner, what activities are there, do you need to make a reservation for this, to, if you have a question and your student needs suggestions on a realtor or an electrician or a plumber, the Chamber of Commerce operates out of the visitor center as well. And so they have fantastic business connections and can help you truly with anything that you might have a question about regarding San Luis Obispo, or connect you with someone who will have the answer. So lots of ways to get in touch. SLO life tip number 4, embrace the SLO life. So you saw our video, we've shared a lot about what the SLO life is. And truly, when you come here, you don't just visit SLO on vacation, you become a part of our community and culture and honorary local. We want you to feel welcome here. We want your students to feel welcome here. We want you to embrace the SLO life and the values that we hold near and dear to us and what makes SLO so special. One of those values, is sustainability. And so San Luis Obispo has long been a leader in the sustainable space. We have been writing it into citywide policy since the early 70s. We currently have a climate action plan to be carbon neutral as a community by 2035. We have the very first ever solar powered movie theater here in SLO, where everything, including the popcorn, runs on solar power. There are no drive-throughs in San Luis Obispo. So telling you all now, so when you get here, when you're like, where can I get my morning coffee? It's not at a drive-through. We want you to get out of your car, stop those emissions, see the community, the faces of the people and the businesses that you're in, and really enjoy it and get out of your car. You'll see water stations like this one pictured, hydrating stations all throughout our community, wrapped in our sustainable SLO branding. You will see, on our trailheads and our open green space. You'll see that as well. You'll see electric vehicles and buses driving throughout our community. Lots and lots is going into helping us reach that climate action carbon neutral goal. One of the big ways that you all can participate and you all can give back to this community is just by booking a night in one of our SLO hotels. And so one way that the hotels and Visit San Luis Obispo is giving back to the community and helping us reach our carbon neutral plan by 2035 is by planting trees. The city has a plan to plant 10,000 trees by 2035 within our larger goal, and Visit San Luis Obispo donates 1% of our revenue annually to help further that goal. So far, we've given more than $60,000 in just the last few years since we launched it to help plant trees. And so that comes directly from overnight stays. It's not an addition. It's part of the revenue that we collect to help share the story of San Luis Obispo. 1% of that goes back into planting trees to help better this place and really help impact all the benefits of trees, beautification, habitat for wildlife, cooling, shade, producing oxygen, all of that. And so you help keep our hills green and skies clean just by staying in a SLO City hotel. That is all you have to do. So one more reason to choose SLO when you are coming to the area. Okay, so neighborhoods as well. So beyond downtown, which I'm sure you've all been to, and of course the Foothill neighborhood. If you've been to Cal Poly, you'll see up at the top there. We have 9 unique neighborhoods, all with their own flavor and flair. Something to really explore in each of these, whether you really want to be an outdoor enthusiast and either go explore beautiful hills over in the Laguna area. There's also Laguna Lake. There's a golf course over there. We have archery and a dog park. So tons and tons of outdoor experiences in the Laguna neighborhood. In SLO South, we have a great public market out there. It's kind of our unofficial beverage district. There's industrial tasting rooms, lots of great little coffee shops and things to do there. In our railroad district, lots of history there to explore and some really fun little boutiques and coffee shops and restaurants. And of course, that's where you can connect on the railroad safety trail to neighborhoods like our Lowbroad neighborhood or Lower Broad, where there's a really fun new mixed use development called Duncan Alley that has artist studios, coffee shops, yoga studios, tasting rooms, mixed use housing, a really fun new place to spend some time exploring some of the best of San Luis Obispo in an industrial way. And so much more. That airport district at the most southern part is, of course, where our airport is and opens up to wine country to the south of us. So really, we implore you there to go and explore all of these different neighborhoods on our website at visitslo.com. We also have a tab for all of the different neighborhoods and all of the different things that there are to do and explore there. So yes, you'll spend a lot of time in Foothill, which is our lively university area, but head out and check out the rest of downtown of San Luis Obispo that has so much to offer. All right, SLO Life tip number 5, stay connected. So if you have your phone on you and you want to scan that QR code and go ahead, please and do so. We'll also drop into the chat where that link goes to. And what you'll be doing is signing up for a newsletter. We send about 1 newsletter a month. You'll receive special new information first. We run promotions year round. We're running a great promotion right now called the Midweekend, where if you stay 2+ midweek nights in San Luis Obispo, you can get $100 cash. That's where you would go into the visitor center and get that $100 cash. And that's just for staying 2 midweek days. So Sunday through Thursday. And that's running through the end of August. So I know you're not in SLO now, but you still have time to come and take advantage of that. And then you can also sign up to get information about certain things that you're interested in. So if you're interested in, arts and culture, culinary adventures, or events, or, the outdoor experiences, you can select and choose what you want to get to know about. You'll find out what is going on here in this community where your student is spending the next 4+ years of their time. And as a special welcome gift to you, one lucky SLO Days supporter who signs up for a newsletter through this link will receive $1,000 in hotel credit towards a future stay. So we'll be selecting one lucky person just as a thank you and a welcome to San Luis Obispo to come back within the next year on us, $1,000 in hotel credit. Just go to the URL and enter your email to be registered. So with that, I know we have a couple minutes left, and I would love to open it up to any questions that you all might have. I think you can drop them in the chat and we will see them and I can answer them there. Or if you want to raise your hand, maybe we have an opportunity to unmute you and take some questions as well. I'm not seeing any, but I'm not sure that I would be able to see. So Dale, I don't know if.
Yeah, we have a Q&A function available. I haven't seen anything come in at this time. Sometimes people can raise their hand, and I think we have the ability to unmute. But it also could just be a really thorough and wonderful presentation, and you hit all the high points.
I sure hope so. Or I think maybe everyone is, just waiting to come into SLO, and right now they're done with Zoom, which I completely understand.
I tell you, I would like to sign up and try to get that $1,000 because my family comes and visits quite often too, and we do a lot of those same tips that you've suggested. Book early, and we know a lot of the favorite places in the area.
Yep, and we run promotions year round too, so maybe not this one, Dale, but another one definitely take advantage of. All right, well, if there are no questions, then oh wait. Are there some? Oh, we've got can't wait to visit. We cannot wait to have you. And then our bicycle thefts common. We have bike lockers. And so I know on campus there are bike lockers to safely lock up your bikes. And we also have some throughout the community and downtown as well. And so I don't believe that they are very common if you're locking up your bike safely. You can also just lock them up on the street. And there's actually a really great program called Bike Valet. And so at many events over 500, you have to have a bike valet. And so that is run and operated by SLO County, SLO County. And so there's actually a valet person that will valet your bike for you at the event and watch over it. So you've got security there. They also run a really cool program where the bike lockers are downtown called the Bike Kitchen, where you can go and use their tools and have different bike parts. So if, your students need to fix their bike or want to build parts of their bike, they can head over to the Bike Kitchen and do that. And then bike lockers are there for safekeeping as well.
Great. Jackie, thank you so much for being here today. And thanks for all the great information and from your team from the Chamber of Commerce. And we look forward to seeing you at a future session or having all of our great supporters come down and visit your location in downtown SLO.
Fantastic. And I see a couple other questions coming in real quick. I don't know if I have time to answer them, Dale.
Sure.
Okay. A list of hotels that have bike rentals. Yes. So if you go to our website, you should be able to see where there are bike rentals at different properties. Many of our hotels have bike rentals. And then there are also for the ones that don't, you can still rent them through different organizations within our community. Cambria Bicycle Outfitters is a really great one. And then the link on our site yes, City Transit. So that is actually operated through the city of San Luis Obispo. So if you want to find that bus schedule, that's slocity.org. which will have all of the details for the citywide buses and then where to connect for those countywide buses. And then someone wants to know about surfing. We don't have a beach in San Luis Obispo, but we are close to about to multiple beaches. And my husband is a surfer, and we are from San Diego originally. I can tell you, he says the surfing is better here. So I don't know if that means anything to you, but most people like to go, if you're going south, to Pismo Beach and Shell Beach down there, or if you're headed north, Morro Rock is a really fantastic place. And there's some great waves in Cayucas as well. So definite great surfing. I'm sure you'll have an endless amount of waves to catch, as they say. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Welcome to San Luis Obispo. We can't wait to have all of you here and enjoy the rest of your virtual SLO days.
Thank you, Jackie.
All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the presentation on discovering our SLO community. I can attest, SLO truly is really beautiful, and there's so many things to discover, and I'm excited for y'all to have that experience. So we'll now be transitioning to a Q&A panel with our student affair professionals. So if you have any questions, drop them in the Q&A feature. This is a great opportunity to ask them. We should have our panelists introduce themselves.
Thanks, Anna. Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can see me. Great. Hi, everyone. My name's Yuki Murphy. It's great to have you here today. I see there's quite a few people on the Zoom, so thanks for making time to be with us virtually. I am well aware you're at the tail end, right, of your virtual SLO Day session. So today in this session, this is about gifting time back to you and answering your questions. That maybe you have something that you learned about earlier today that you need a little more clarification, or something that you're curious about, or maybe it's at top of your mind right now as you're processing a lot of information right now about how to support your students. I have with me today a few of my most favorite colleagues who are here to help also to answer some of your questions. I have Kanani Makekau and Kat Placencia. I'd love for them to introduce themselves and talk about their area of oversight and their roles at Cal Poly. So let's have Kanani go first.
All right, great. Thanks, Yuki. For many of you, I got to see you this morning. So thanks for letting me hang out on your screen again. I know many of you might be in your office or either at home, and we're sort of in the background. And I like that idea of just hanging out with you in your kitchen, having a little discussion, a little Q&A session here. So like I said, my name is Kanani Makekau. I am the Director of External Relations, which houses commencement and parent and family programs. So I get to see you at the very beginning, and then I get to see you at the end, which is awesome for me. I'm also a Cal Poly alum. I received my master's degree from Cal Poly in education. I live and work in North County. I live in North County. So some of you might be visiting sometime San Luis Obispo, and you just heard some great things about San Luis Obispo. During those heavy event times, check out North County. It's a great place to stay, a little bit cheaper. Just a North County plug there, since I live over there, and also the other outlying areas. But I'm excited to be here with you today, folks. If you have questions on your mind, like Yuki said, we're happy to answer those or find the information and talk offline. So Kat is here, and Kat's an expert, so we're so lucky.
Okay, I'll start by leveling expectations. I'm an expert in some things, and I have a lot of housing resources to help me through because I'm helping support our team in covering this presentation. But any questions that I'm not able to answer, I got everything ready to jot down info. As Kanani said, my name's Kat Placencia. I use she pronouns, and I worked in university housing for almost 8 years now. And I've really gotten to enjoy, each year of students and all the different energies that they bring. I'm looking forward to talking with families and supporters. So I'll turn the mic, or not the mic, I'll turn the chat and Q&A over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Kat. And before we get started, my name's
Yuki Murphy, and my title here, I'm an Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs. My area of oversight is the Administration and Divisional Operations Unit. I use she, her pronouns, and gosh, I've lived in San Luis Obispo for over 25 years, Cal Poly alum, husband's Cal Poly alum, so we have a lot of vested interest in supporting your students. It's really important. And I think from the beginning of your day when Dr. Hill did your welcome and really started talking about how we approach student success, you know, we really try to approach it from these areas of supporting your students' well-being, supporting your students in getting connected with clubs and orgs and building relationships in our university housing units, supporting your students and helping them find inclusion and belonging in our community. And lastly, but certainly not the least, is really supporting your student intentionally with their short and long-term success. Our career services areas and many other areas are working with your students from the very beginning to support them in being curious about finding maybe internship or job opportunities, short-term jobs, long-term jobs, all those different things are helpful to supporting your student and finding maybe their career passions and goals long-term, so that when they leave here, maybe in 4 or 5, maybe a little longer, they leave with an incredible wealth of experiences. So that is our hope, that we can give each of your students. I'm also a parent, so I also know this is a hard time that I can only imagine what you're going through. My kiddos are 7 and 9, and they just found out their class assignments today, what class is going to be in. So it's big time in your lives. And there's a lot to factor in about being a parent of a college student. So like I said in the beginning, this time is for you. So we'd love to have you submit your questions into the chat, and we'll be here to answer them.
It looks like there's one question in our Q&A regarding WOW. So I'm happy to take that one as probably the leading expert on WOW. So questions are, students can be shown around campus where resources are? Yes. So WOW has many facets to it. One is really big in community building for your students. They also meet with their colleges. They meet with advisors. There's a number of presentations that we've talked about, like alcohol and other drugs, sexual prevention and misconduct. Also more about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So students are going to get some really structured programming. We also do campus tours. We will absolutely take your students around, show them probably where their classes are. We'll take them to the rec center. We intentionally take them to different dining facilities across campus. We have a rotation, so all students get to know what the different food options are during those first couple of days of WOW. So that is certainly on the horizon. The other question is about supporters and an agenda that our students will participate in the week. So no, and that's also intentional. There are some great opportunities for parents to come and supporters to come and be a part of it. Help get your student moved in, go to Target, go to the grocery store, take them out to dinner. There's some great opportunities once they get settled. Kanani and her team, they mentioned the president's reception on September 18th, which will be on O'Neill Green. And then we also have the big fall welcome, which is where we really get to kick off WOW with all the students and supporters in the football stadium, which is a really great time. But after that, your students are really going to be in those WOW groups from about 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. And each group has a different schedule. Again, you can imagine there's 250 WOW groups. We can't put them all in one place at one time. So they have unique schedules for them, and we really want them to focus on getting to know each other, getting to know their WOW leaders, their RAs, the different campus resources. So there probably won't be a lot of opportunities for you to connect with them. So hopefully you get a time to connect with them, get them settled, and then after that, and after we kind of kick off WOW, you have the ability to let them get settled here with us, and we're going to do our best to get them oriented to our community.
So are there any questions? I'm just going to throw out some prompts about, are there any questions about housing? We often get questions about what's it like for students to live there? What are RAs and their functions and things like that? So I'd love to answer any questions about that.
Looks like there's one in there.
Great. Let's see. So any recommendations for dorm insurance?
Sure. We contract with GradGuard as an optional, service to your students. Oftentimes, if families have a homeowner's insurance policy, they might find that it's more affordable to try to extend dorm insurance in that sense. But yeah, I think just like anything, I would shop around a little bit. I think GradGuard has a lot of experience working with the California State University system, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the most affordable. It's just the ones that we provide.
The next question, maybe Kanani, would you like to take this one? It asks a question about, did I hear correctly that you can't opt out of the healthcare fee even if you already have insurance?
That's correct. So that fee is included. The healthcare fee is included in tuition. It's built in there. It's not going to come out, even if you do have health insurance. The great thing about the health center on campus, which is a great resource, right? When you heard about x-rays, labs, doctors, nurses, pharmacy services in there, that is included in tuition. So you don't need any health insurance to go to the health center at Cal Poly campus. They won't pay, your student won't pay anything when they visit the health center, unless they're getting maybe some medication, things like that, which are sold at cost from our pharmacy. Right. But your other healthcare, you might have healthcare around in the town that you can figure out where best to send your student if they need to go to a place that's a little has more services than campus healthcare. And for that, I would really contact Mel Vedran, who is the student healthcare navigator here at Cal Poly. Mel meets one-on-one with students. She has answers to like these questions. Where is your healthcare? Where can your student go to the doctor if it needs to be something other than our campus healthcare? So I would definitely connect with Mel. She has that information for you. And contact me too if you want to get in touch with Mel.
Great answer. To build on that too, our students, as part of your health fee, also have access to our counseling and mental health counselors, which is a tremendous resource for our students. They can get appointments much, much quicker than if you were a resident going into the community. So there's a tremendous benefit for your students to utilize the services that are right here on campus, designed just for them. Great. Next question is there, let's see, I see a few coming in the feed. So how about I jump over into the feed? It says, how do students normally store their outdoor gear like surfboards, bikes, camping, biking, climbing? Are there resources on campus to borrow these equipments? Great question. It's a two-parter. First is, yes, there are actual bike boxes or boxes that are outdoors that you can lock up. You can go to the Transportation and Parking Services website. We call it TAPS. And you can register to get one, and you can use it for all kinds of things like that. I highly recommend using them. And I recommend also going sooner than later because they do go quickly. And you can use it to store equipment. The other thing I want to bring to your attention is Poly Escapes, which is located outside of the Recreation Center, and it has a plethora of outdoor gear resources at low cost, as well as trips that your students can go on. It is one of the most fun things out there. I highly recommend students getting connected with them. If you go to Poly Escapes website, you'll find a long list of services that they do, trips that they're going on, and gear that you can rent. Okay, next question. Can you talk about how the campus meal plan works and how students manage it? Kat, would you like to take that question since it's kind of connected with our housing experience, or Kanani?
And we also have a couple student leaders who, if they are versed to answer, I know Luis or Madison are able to join.
I could answer the question. The question was about how the campus dining plan works. Ooh, okay. So I was a student. I've had a dining plan for 4 years of my 5 years here at Cal Poly because I was an RA for 3 years. And I love the dining plan. Pretty much there are different tiers of dining plans based on how much your student eats. So I like to encourage supporters to sit down with their student, look at the dining plans that are available to them, and then come to a decision with your student on what they feel is most appropriate on how much you're going to be spending on dining each academic quarter. It's like a deducting balance. So you're going to have, let's say, $1,200 loaded onto your student's ID at the start of the quarter. And then as they swipe at any of our 30 plus dining venues, it's just a declining balance until they reach that zero. Or if they have leftover, it rolls them to the next quarter. And then it's reloaded that next quarter and they have another $1,200 to play with that quarter as well.
Great. Our next question looks like a housing question, specific to their situation. It says, my daughter is in a triple in South Mountain and one of the roommates appears to have left the group. When this happens, is it common to have a new roommate assigned to the room, or will it remain a double for the quarter?
It is common to have a new roommate assigned. It would be very rare where a bed space would remain empty. And so that's something that you can also help emphasize to your students is just be prepared, especially right now. It'll be full, I'm sure. But sometimes throughout the year, students will get a little comfy. They'll start using, the bed, funeral process, maybe the wardrobe. And so, yeah, we always tell them, be prepared at any time, especially if we are supporting a student through an urgent room change. We will always notify the current roommates first. But yeah, it could happen quickly.
Mm-hmm. Right. Here's a few questions about, about cars. What is the present and future car policy for sophomore students? So just to recap, first year students are not allowed to have cars on campus. If you are living off campus your second year, so half of our student community, we have room for them to live on campus. We are currently building more housing on campus to be able to support all second year students. But in the meantime, about half of them will live off campus. So I guess if your student is not part of the group that is required to live on campus for 2 years, if they're off campus, they can apply to be part of the parking lottery and see if they can get a parking permit that way. Maybe, I don't know about the students though, the second year students, maybe Kat, you have an answer about the second year students that are required to live on campus. Are they allowed to get the lottery, or are they not allowed to have a car on campus? Do you know the difference?
Currently, Transportation and Parking Services has not made a policy against second years using their car, but someone mentioned that they've heard that will be in the future, and I've also heard the same thing as well, that eventually first and second year students, with the exception of students with a disability or other needs, would not have a car on campus.
Okay. So the bottom line,
and it feels like a big shift. It is, especially if a student, has had a car on campus before. Well, I guess none of our first years will have, so that won't feel new to first years. But yeah, many campuses do it, and hopefully we'll just keep building infrastructure like the shuttle program that we've expanded to continue to support.
Exactly. Okay. Question about food. I hear there will be an all-you-can-eat buffet style that'll be opening this fall. Is that correct? There was an all-you-can-eat buffet this summer. I haven't heard anything in fall, but I'd actually like to turn that over to any of our panelists who may have heard something about what dining to expect in the fall.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because 1901 and Vista Grande can be turned into buffet style at any time. So those spaces can convert into the buffet style. So even when 1901 was just opened, sort of like their soft opening, they did a buffet style in there. I have not heard if that's going to be permanent. Also, visiting campus this year, Vista Grande also has buffet style upstairs. So I don't see why it couldn't happen throughout the year, but I'm not sure right now if there's going to be a permanent buffet style.
Okay. Next question looks like it's about mailing services. Their daughter got instructions on regular mailing services, but not shipped to room services we purchase. When will we get instructions for that?
For the regular mail service, we have that, and it looks like you have that address. I think the ship to room, I was trying to find the URL as you typed, or as I saw your question. I'm going to send this one, and I'm not sure if that will give you the correct info, but if it doesn't, it looks like the deadline to sign up is August 31st. So my best guess is that they will send instructions after that date. If you want clarity or certainty, I would definitely reach out to distribution services. And I know when you send emails to these distribution services at Cal Poly, it feels like they're going into this abyss. But I know the people that monitor those emails, and like they're, really good about responding. So my guess is they're waiting until the August 31st deadline to provide instructions to everybody who signed up. But to be certain, I will share their email as well.
Great. There's a question now about, let's see, I'm going to jump over to the chat feed. Can you talk about the various dining options? How many dining halls are there? What hours are open? We have many dining options. This past fall we've reopened a renovated 1901, which has several different restaurants inside there. I'm going to drop the link to the dining options, but there are many and they're all across campus. Each one has different hours. They all have different menus. The good thing is that first year students will be on a dining plan. So we try to make it really easy for them. And so the dining plan allows them to go to the various places and use their funds in their dining plan to eat across campus. But I'll drop that in there. I don't know the exact number, but there are many.
And I would also add into there that I think the question talked about dining halls, how many dining halls are there? What are the options? And I think where I see students the most are Panda Express, Chick-fil-A, Jamba Juice up in PCV. We have a lot of different options like that. Scout Coffee, Starbucks. And then I usually hear first years, the students that are working for me this year that are first years, they enjoy being in the top part of Vista Grande and being able to eat, study there all throughout the day. So Vista Grande on that second floor is a good spot for students that they really enjoy.
Absolutely. Great. Any other questions? Looks like we have one. Okay, at the end of the academic year, are leftover dining dollars rolled over to the next year, or are unused funds lost? Great questions. So funds roll from quarter to quarter through the end of the academic year. So if you have funds from fall, they roll to winter to spring. However, at the end of spring, if you don't use all your funds, you do lose those funds. Good question.
Unless you purchase another dining plan, then they will roll it over. That's a little something I learned very recently.
Good one. And then question, where can you find more information about Family Weekend or Mustang Family Weekend?
Yes, Mustang Family Weekend, November 1st through the 3rd. It's going to be amazing. The football game, we're playing Montana, so it should be a massive game. There will be so many events on campus throughout the entire weekend. Coffee with the dean, the labs will be open. I think we're going to have the glider competition. Aerospace will be around. Architecture will be on the green, demonstrating their different structures. And so it's going to be awesome. Where can you find more information? Absolutely. I'm going to drop the website in the chat here, but it is Parent and Family Programs. That's the website. And it's the actual tab. It says Mustang Family Weekend. It's that important. It's that big. So I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat right after I'm done talking. I'd like to tell people, please, if you're thinking about coming, please reserve a hotel room. Get a refundable if you're not sure if you're going to make it or not. But we have about 10,000 people in town for that weekend. And so hotels, it can, slim pickings sometimes for hotels, and I don't want families to get frustrated. Also remember that North County and the surrounding areas like Los Osos, Morro Bay, Arroyo Grande, Pismo Beach, Shell Beach, Grover. For some reason, I'm just listing off everything in our area right now, but to let you know that there's a lot of different places to look as well. And if you have any questions or concerns about that, call me directly, email me directly. But Parent and Family Programs website, I'll drop that in.
Thanks, Kanani. Kanani, I'd love for you to answer this one. It's a common question we get at many of our sessions, which is about students living off campus. The question is really around, is there any, resources that we can support students in helping them find off-campus housing?
Yeah, and Kat knows this too, but Sarah Basio from the Dean of Students is the off-campus housing coordinator at Cal Poly here. I actually got a chance to interview Sarah Basio about off-campus housing. So at Parent and Family Programs website that I just pointed out there, and there's a Stay Informed tab, there is a webinar that I've done, an interview with Sarah, and she has such great things to talk about in there. And off-campus housing, it can be tricky, right? That's why we actually have a person to support students on campus that are looking. We have a lot of relationships or agreements with rental companies. Also, another good thing is even if your student needs to live off campus like immediately, right? Go in there and they offer a certificate. I can't remember what it's called, like good renter, or I'm sorry, I can't remember.
I think it's educated renter certificate, or it was before COVID, and maybe that's not right, but that seems like a good renter.
Great, Kat. And so thanks, Kat. That certificate is actually really good. So it's a course that students take, and it's online, but they get this certificate, and then they can put that on the application when they're applying. And landlords actually in San Luis Obispo do look for that certificate when people are putting in their applications, especially if they're students. So that's a hot tip right there.
Good stuff. Kat, we have a question again about mailing for parents that want to send things in. Can we send packages to our students without signing up for the ship to room services that cost $150?
Absolutely. The ship to room is just like a very fancy thing where if you want to go into your room upon move-in day, items will already be in there. And so that's why they have to have like orders placed within 5 days, because then it hits our campus warehouse and distribution center. So there's a small delay. So you can't bank on the arrival date. It has to be, 5 days before whatever the product you're trying to ship is. And then to pay that premium, you could have it in your room upon move-in day. But absolutely, you can mail things to your student at no cost.
Yeah, what's
except
it like
postage.
when a student gets a parent supporter ships a package? What does it look like? How is the student notified, and where do they get their package if they don't have room?
Yeah, students, feel free to correct me, but my understanding is that you get an email and it has all the information you need. So it tells you, hey, student, you have a package to pick up. Here's where you go. And then the students, I think, have all the info they need on the email. Always, bring their student ID is a good idea. But yeah, they have different package centers throughout university housing. So they'd go to theirs and pick it up. Yeah. During the open hours, I think they have extended ones for students in class and everything too. So it's not like business hours. They run into the evenings to be student friendly. And yeah. Thanks. Good questions.
These are great questions. So I'm going to change gears. I see some questions about courses. I'd love to ask our student panelists who probably have really great insights on this. A question is, are freshmen allowed to swap their assigned courses or their block scheduling, I'm assuming what they're talking about, for different times to better fit their schedule?
I would say yes, I have personally done it. I have completely changed the schedule that was assigned to me by the Mustang Success Center to better fit the classes that I needed to take during that time, and also the classes that I wanted to take with friends and certain professors and everything like that. So it is possible to swap those classes. It doesn't penalize you in any way. There's no harm in doing it. So if you realize that you have a certain, you need to take a certain course at a certain time and you need to replace it with another course, it is totally doable. And the Mustang Success Center will also help you with that process as well.
Great. Great answer, Madison. Follow-up or something along the same lines. It sounds like the question is, it sounds like class registrations each quarter can be a bit frustrating. And students get waitlisted on most of their classes. So the question is, are students guaranteed that they can register for enough credits to maintain their full-time status?
I would say yes. I'm personally, with my major as a history major, I've never really had to experience dealing with like wait lists and getting off wait lists and things like that. My some of my really good friends and roommates have had to deal with the struggles of getting their full credits. Usually during the first round of enrollment, they might not get the courses that they want, but when the second round of enrollment opens up, which is like a month or so later, they end up actually are able to get more courses or courses that they thought they wouldn't be able to get into. Also just going to advising and asking like what is the best course of action if you can't get into a specific course or a certain course isn't offered. Um, Kind of like seeing what your options are. One of the best things that you can do when registering for classes is having like a bunch of backup classes to have just in case for some reason you can't get into a specific class. Um, but I would definitely recommend using the Mustang Success Center, and also just creating a list of classes that are being offered and at what time. So that way, if there is a wait list, you can definitely swap those classes out, but also reaching out to that professor as well to see if they will let you into the class with a permission code. So sometimes it is worth it to stay on the wait list. If you're like first or second on the wait list, you will have that chance of like kind of moving up into the course as well.
Great, thanks, Madison. I see one quick question about what's the latest date to swap a course? There is a specific date on the Office of the Registrar about add drop. Students, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it by like up to week 3? I'm going to look that up, but there is a very specific date of when students can every quarter do those changes to their schedule before they have to settle it.
Yeah, I believe usually the last data drop is, I want to say 2.5 weeks, around 2.5, 3 weeks. That sounds about right. So students will have the opportunity to change their schedule up to that point. And then after that, then you'd have to start looking at the withdrawal process, which is a different process from the drop process. So students can still drop a class, or even change their class schedule if they'd like to, but then at that point, they'd have to have a conversation with the registrar to adjust that class schedule after 2.5 weeks.
Perfect. I will add the link to the chat for all of you. At this time, looks like we're at the end of our time right now. So I'd just like to say thanks for the great questions. Thank you to our fantastic panelists for answering all of them. I am sure you have more, folks, but don't worry, we're not going to leave you. You can always stay in contact with any of our departments, parent-family programs. We are here to help you every step of the way. So we look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully one day. But again, we're here to help you. So we look forward to meeting you soon. Thanks for being here.
Thanks all. Take care.
All right, it looks like we have a number of our students rejoining us. We are getting real close to the end here where we are able to get ready for our closing presentation. We're waiting on just our last presenter here. So we're just going to see if they join. Hi, Luis. Thanks for joining.
How's it going?
All right, we're going to just take a 2-minute reset as we have students still joining our webinar, rejoining with all of our supporters. We're going to have everyone back here for our final presentation. We're just going to give it another minute or two to reset as we wrapped up our last panel.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our closing presentation. We are going to get started. My name is Luis Magana. I am one of the administrative logistics chairs here within new student and transition programs. And I am super excited to say congratulations, students. We are done with SLO Days, except for our evening activities, but you were done with all the presentations. And with that, you are now in Mustang. So congratulations. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Jamie Patton. So without further ado, I'm handing it off to Dr. Jamie Patton.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Mustang family. My name is Dr. James me, Pat, and affectionately known as Dr. J, and I'm humbled to serve as Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm actually entering my 8th year at Cal Poly with my partner and my 2 daughters. Learn by doing reminds me of the undergraduate university that made that where I made many opportunities to be who I am today. It was a great place where everyone had the best interests of students at heart. And that's what I love to talk about about Cal Poly. As a first generation college student that was born and raised in the city of Philadelphia, primarily by my single mother and my grandmothers, they always encouraged me to do the right thing. They wanted me to become one of 2 things in life. They either wanted me to be a preacher or a doctor. Well, I like to sort of think that I met them in split in the middle. Why I'm a doctor. I am a doctor. I'm clearly not the doctor they necessarily wanted me to be and practice medicine. I'm a doctor of education, and I truly believe in a transformative opportunity that you and your students will have here at Cal Poly based off of the experience both inside the classroom and outside the classroom. Next slide. Students, you should have learned about Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence, where we talked about the different cultural centers and spaces that we have on our campus. We continue to grow each year just to make sure that we have a place that's welcoming, inviting, and where you can see yourself. I often talk about these centers. They aren't as large as we would like them to be, but they remind me of my grandmother's living room. And we knew that during holiday meals and other 6 times around the year, we wouldn't all fit in the living room, but we knew I knew I could meet my cousins there. I knew I could see my aunts and uncles in the kitchen and around the house. And if we needed to go to a different space in the house, we can do that. But we can always go to that living room to feel like we're home and that we're in community. And we have those spaces here at Cal Poly, and these are just 8. These are our cultural and sexual orientation and gender identity based centers. But know that if we don't have a space that you're interested in, you can come talk to us because we want to try to make this place as close to home as we can for the next 4 years. Next slide. It's important for everyone to believe that they belong here. Next slide. We want people to know that you are seen, you are celebrated, and you matter, and you're a valued member of our community, just as you are, your flaws and all. So I want to be clear today that Cal Poly welcomes people of all races, people of all gender identities, people of all religions and spiritualities, people who are not religious, excuse me, people of all social and economic backgrounds, people who speak any languages, people of any political affiliations, people in any immigration status and all immigration status, people of all family structures, people with diverse abilities, people who are veterans, people of all body types, and people of all sexualities, and lastly, people of all ages. I can go on and on with that list, but I think that gives you a great starting point to know that we're serious when we say that everyone belongs and everybody's a part of the Mustang family, and we do believe in civil discourse. This is your opportunity as an undergraduate student to have those conversations that you might not have had at the dinner table, that you might not have had the opportunity to talk about in your community, the opportunity to connect with someone from a different state or a different county. Again, you belong here. Next slide. When we talk about, so hopefully you had a chance to review and talk about all the ways that you will be supported here at Cal Poly, starting with the physiological safety. Next, you should have had an opportunity to hear about safety with regard to security and stability. The next one is about how you're going to be involved. When we talk about belong, you might find your spouse, and yes, you might find your spouse, the person you're going to marry, your partner for life here at Cal Poly. If you utilize our services, you will continue to the next level of this hierarchy of needs where we come to self-esteem. And then the last one is self-actualization, that we're going to help you to coordinate and work your way through over the next 4 years. Now, I want you to come to campus and you're here, know that we also know that this was written in 1954. And so 70 years later, we know that Wi-Fi is just as important, and more, even before Wi-Fi, at the very bottom, we have to have battery life. But know that we have all those resources to support you, all the things to support your basic needs. We just ask that you come, if you have a need, you let someone know. Next slide. Now you're on your way, the Mustang way. Know that learn by doing is not just a slogan, it's how our students engage. One Grand Avenue is not just a mailing address, it's the way we feel about this place. The Mustang Way, not just our core values, but a lifestyle. And Cal Poly, we're not just a university, we're a community. I'm proud that this motto started, the Mustang Way, started with our athletic department and then made its way across the whole entire university community over the last couple of ways, because we are focused on excellence. We embrace one another. When we see someone that is in need, we're active bystanders. We're active folk that will help someone if we know they need help. We are one community. We accept responsibility, and more than anything else, while we're students and while students are students and faculty staff, when we go back to communities and spaces outside of San Luis Obispo or outside our campus, we lead by example. Next slide. So in becoming that Mustang, know that there are two, not one, but two mandatory trainings that you will need to complete as a Cal Poly student. One is alcohol and other drugs prevention education. We want you to be aware of all the opportunities and all the support that you will have with regard to if you choose to engage with alcohol and other drugs. You don't have to, but we'd be remiss if we didn't cover the basics and the needs that you might have and let you know about the support systems in place here at Cal Poly. Sexual violence prevention, and that's the second module, and we emphasize prevention for students because we want you to understand how to support one another, how to be in a place if you see someone in a vulnerable position to be an active bystander. We want you to be a lifeline. We want you to be the person that helps someone, again, that's in a vulnerable position. But I do pause to say that, again, when I think about sexual violence and or domestic violence and or gender-based violence, the causes of these assaults are not because of what someone is wearing or someone being intoxicated or someone being alone or flirting. It's people who intentionally decides to be a perpetrator. And know that if we find out and if we are able to, we will not prosecute, but you will be turned in and to be investigated by our Title IX office, because everyone belongs here. We want everyone to feel safe in their experience here at Cal Poly. Next slide. What you can expect from us, parents and supporters have a very special place in my heart. And so I leave you with this thing. It says stop, drop, and roll. Your student is going to call home in a couple of weeks once they come to Cal Poly, and they're going to have a major issue. Now, one issue that I always say that the students might be lying about is food and dining. We have so many options. The first couple of weeks, it is a little stressful as everybody's figuring out their schedules, but know that we'll figure it out. Now, if your student says they can't find anything to eat, that's a lie, because there's so many options of different places where you can eat between 1901 Marketplace, Campus Market, Vista Grande, and all the places in between. There are a lot of things to do. So I encourage parents and supporters, when your student calls home, I encourage you to stop and take a deep breath. Begin to think about all the things that you learned, the resources that you learned about Cal Poly. I want you to drop the urge to reach out and immediately fix things. Ask your students, again, what resources? Have they talked to a faculty member? Have they talked to a peer advisor? Have they talked to someone in the residential community? So again, you might have to stop again and take a deep breath, but I encourage you to drop the urge to reach out and immediately fix things. And then lastly, want your students and your Mustangs who are fully capable and emerging adults, I just ask you to roll with it. Roll with the decisions that they make and support them along the way. So again, when your student calls home, especially in the first couple of weeks, I encourage parents and supporters to stop, drop, and roll. With that, again, my name is Dr. Jamie Patton, Service Associate Vice President for Student Affairs. My contact information is here on the screen. But if you have any needs over the next 4 years, 5 years, or 2 years, if you're a transfer student, please don't hesitate to reach out to connect. Thank you, and I welcome you again to the Mustang family.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Jamie Patton. With that, we are going to move right along, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we did during SLO Days. So a little recap. So we did a lot of presentations today. It's fairly impressive that we got through so many presentations in the short span of a couple hours, but we saw some presentations on mental health, and we heard from the Mustang Success Center as well. We had a presentation on Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence. Academic Transitions is when we had that presentation from the Mustang Success Center. Campus Health and Wellbeing did a presentation. We had a presentation on paying for college, another presentation called Transitions and You, and that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to all the presentations that we got through today for both our students and supporters. So hopefully you retained at least some of the information from those presentations, because I know that is a lot to digest. But that rounds out SLO Days. So we are done with SLO Days, and now it is time to talk about looking forward towards September, specifically towards WOW. So let's talk a little bit about what's coming from now until WOW. So from now to WOW, first thing you need to keep in mind is going to be our Transition Toolkit Part 2. That is going to be coming to you fairly soon, and that is going to be accessible to you via your orientation registration. In the same way that you registered for orientation in your portal, that's also how you're going to access your Transition Toolkit Part 2 as well. So make sure that you are looking for that in late August. Additionally, you're going to want to complete a SLO Day survey that's going to be coming out to you tomorrow. So make sure you fill out that survey. We'd really greatly appreciate if you did so, because that is going to be super helpful for us in continuing to develop our virtual SLO Day session. So let us know how we did by filling out that SLO Day survey that's going to be coming to you tomorrow. Lastly, students, make sure that you are checking your Cal Poly email for official communications. You heard a lot of presentations, and a lot of the presenters said today that you make sure that you are checking that to-do list and completing all those to-do list items. All of those items are going to be super important for you to successfully arrive here at Cal Poly in September. And we want to make sure that you knock all those items off of that to-do list. So make sure that you are staying up to date in your Cal Poly email. And my biggest advice for students is to have your email on your phone so that whenever you get an email notification, you immediately get a ding and you can check it right then and there. In terms of dates, a few dates for you to keep in mind. First of all, Mustang Move-In. Mustang Move-In is going to be Tuesday, September 17th and Wednesday, September 18th. You're going to be receiving some notifications from University Housing fairly soon about when you're going to be moving in and what time you'll be moving in. And that is either going to be on that Tuesday or that Wednesday. Immediately after Wednesday, once you're done settling into your room, you've dropped off all your things and you're ready to kick off the week of welcome. Well, the week of welcome starts Wednesday, September 18th through Sunday, September 22nd. My favorite week of the year. I'm super excited this year for the week of welcome. And that is going to start right in the evening of September 18th in line with move-in on Wednesday, September 18th as well. So following the week of welcome, we also have one of my less favorite days of the year. We have our first day of classes, which is going to be Monday, September 23rd, immediately following the week of welcome. Students, when it comes to the week of welcome, we ask that you bring $25 for your WOW experience. And you might be wondering, Luis, why am I bringing $25 for my WOW experience? Well, those $25 go straight back towards you, okay? You might have an opportunity to go to Grover Beach and do a bonfire. You might go kayaking. You might go downtown to Firestone and Woodstocks. You might get a variety of different opportunities to just enjoy your WOW experience off campus, and that is going to cost a little bit of money. So those $25 in cash are going to go straight back into your experience. Maybe $5 are going towards gas money. Maybe $7 are going towards kayaking. Another $10 are going towards a movie ticket to go watch a movie. So those $25 are going to be spent for you, and they're going to be for your WOW experience. So make sure you bring those for your WOW leaders so that when they ask for them, they're ready to receive that $25 and spend it right back into your experience. For supporters, you don't get the opportunity to attend all of WOW, unfortunately, but you do get the opportunity to attend our first big event of the week of welcome, which is Big Fall Welcome. That is when we have all 6,000 of our students in Spanos Stadium, and so we invite you to also attend Big Fall Welcome. That is going to be, again, in the evening of Wednesday, September 18th, so look out for more information on the parent supporter reception as well, because all of you are going to be at the parent supporter reception, and then you're all going to head on over to Big Fall Welcome. Well, there'll be a fireworks show. All of your students will be there, so you get to support your student. And then also we'll have the Mustang Band, which is personally my favorite part of Big Fall Welcome. If you're wondering a little bit more about what week of welcome is going to look like, we prepared this video just for you so that you can get an idea of what to expect during WOW. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Are you ready for WoW?
Drink water. Have snacks. Sleep while you can.
Don't stress about school and last just remember to be yourself and of course have fun.
We're here to help and support you.
Answer any questions you have.
Enjoy every little moment, it goes by fast. Cal Poly Week of Welcome 2024. Live Cal Poly.
Wowie.
All right. There we go. So, who is excited for WoW? I am so excited for WoW. I hope that you are also excited for WoW. So, I can't wait for the week of welcome. So many exciting things that you saw in the video. And like they said in the video, get excited for Club Showcase. That is personally my favorite event of the week of welcome, and that will be on Sunday. So, but I just want to let you know, even though that I said SLO Days is over, we still have some fun stuff for you planned. So before you go, we do actually also have some optional activities for you this evening from 4:30 to 6 p.m. So we're going to share a link with you in the chat, and that is going to be what we call SLO Nights. There's going to be some really fun stuff you could do. You can go to College Connections, where you'll have the opportunity to connect with some other SLO Days leaders and ask some questions that are specifically related to your academic experience within your college. There's going to be a Q&A panel, there's going to be speed friending, and also there's going to be some Kahoot. So really, really fun stuff happening there during these optional activities this evening, again starting at 4:30. But with that, we are super excited to say congratulations, students, you are now Mustangs. So with that, have a great rest of your day, and we will see all of you during the week of welcome. Take care, everyone.